Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending wherever you are in the country and around the world. And even if you're watching us on replay, welcome to day two of the Coding Bootcamp 2023. It's a whole week long event where we are going to introduce you to various topics, talk about coding in general, show you some live code as well, and actually things being typed into editors. Some people say, hey, I thought there was going to be live code because we're showing you some concept or something like that. Don't worry, there will be plenty of live coding as well. Today's sessions are a mixed bag of all sorts of exciting things. Coming up first is using background threads to keep your UI responsive with Olaf Monyan, who will be live in the studio with us shortly. Then we're going to have how to create powerful dynamic web apps the easy way with TMS Web Core. That's with Dr. Holger Flick. Also another friend of mine, both Olaf and Holger I know very, very well. Should be an interesting session. If you're a Delphi programmer and you get worried about producing web apps, then this is the session to watch. Following that, we're going to have Getting Started with Appercept AWS SDK for Delphi, and that's by Richard Hatherall from Appercept, which is a company that do all sorts of very interesting Delphi components that allow you to link to all of Amazon's huge amount of services. I did show one yesterday when I did the space computer doing voice generation, but there's a whole raft of other things as well. And then we are going to follow that with Code Droid AI code generation for Delphi. And that will be by Eli, who will be in a little bit later. I'm not even sure what that demo is about. I think it's doing an Android app with AI in it, guessing from the name, but I should have probably asked him. He did tell me, and I wasn't really paying attention. And then after Eli will be a session by me called How Secure Is Your App? And actually, it's quite a long session, about 50 minutes, I think, where I'll talk about something that's becoming a bit of a problem with the advent of things like GDPR and HIPAA in the United States, where keeping your data secure and your program secure is more than just where you store it, but it's actually about exploits and things like that in your apps that can be found using various techniques, and really a whole overview of good working practices about how to keep your code safe. And following that presentation, the final one for the day will be Interbase Developer's Guide to Getting Started, and that's with one of my colleagues from Embarcadero, Stephen Ball, and he will be talking about the Interbase database, which has got some really quite unique features and very exciting product anyway. He'll tell you all about it. He's a supreme expert on it, which is more than I am. I know how to use a bit of it. Stephen really knows how to make it fly. So I hope you'll stick with us. We always get asked what's going on in terms of replays and things like that. All of the sessions will be replayed. The whole day will be replayed as well on YouTube and some of our other social media. There is a live chat window, probably that way, depending on which way I'm pointing, and ask your questions in the chat, and we'll do our best to answer them throughout the day. There is someone here all day, and we're in the capable hands of producer Martha, who's making all the studio work behind the scenes as well. But stick with us. It's going to be an exciting day 2 of 5. So now we're going to go straight over live to Olaf Monyan, who is going to do a very interesting session about how to keep your applications from saying the dreaded not responding and white screens and all the other horrible things, and generally adding some performance to it. The session's called Using Background Threads to Keep Your UI Responsive. And we'll go over live now. Hello, Olaf.
Good morning, Ian. Great to meet you here in our little studio. So, and of course, hello to everybody around the globe. Looks like we really have a lot of attendees here already from almost everywhere. I see from Africa, I see from the States, I see from Germany. So it's all over the world already. And I'm proud to present something for all the UI makers, and we are going to look into issues that you easily can run into if you execute code just so, and you wonder why your UI is not being responsive anymore. So that's what we're going to see today from my side. All right, so let me start my presentation. Our studio is pretty new, so I will have to figure out how to share my screen. And here we go. All right, I'll turn off my camera so that you will see my screen only and we don't run into any performance issues here on the streaming front end. And here we go. So Ian, ping me if you don't see my starting screen, and I will just start with my session. All right, so my name is Olaf Monian. Ian already introduced me. I'm a long-term MVP of Embarcaderos, and I'm the CEO of Developer Experts. I do consulting on Delphi projects, or not just Delphi projects, but projects where Delphi might be involved with. You can reach me at any time at my email address, olaf@monian.net. And I only have one slide. Well, I have a title, of course. It's all about threads, and we will look into how to get your UI being more responsive by using background threads. And this is my only slide. Everything I'll tell you is done in coding here. So threads, or what? A few terms to talk about first, and this is the first important thing to understand is the UI is single-threaded. That means it's not a Delphi or Embarcadero limitation or something. Basically, all major operating systems, be it on desktop or mobile, are usually single-threaded. That means there's just a single thread that is responsible for rendering all the UI interaction and what's going on the UI. So if you have a screen and there are a couple of edits and they are blinking and whatever, it's all running in one single thread. Okay, and like I said, it's a common thing between major operating systems. There are possibly some specialized systems that might have a multi-threaded UI. So this would be a completely different animal to program against. But here in Delphi, Windows, Mac OS, iOS, Android, and even Linux, it's all single thread. Important. And all the user interaction. So if you create a great looking UI and there's a button on the UI, or not just a single button, but there may be even hundreds of buttons. I've seen those applications where a single form has more than 100 buttons. Not easy to operate, but well, sometimes you will see that. Every single on-click event that you have on a button, or actually the code behind, will run in that very same thread that your UI actually renders in. So if the result of a button click is to disable another control, to load an image, or to display some text, it's all running in that very same thread in the UI thread. And timers. So timers are important to know as well. Every code that you put into a T-timer to run something every second, every 10 seconds, all this code is executed in that very same UI thread as well. So it's all in that UI thread. And the UI thread, maybe you haven't ever heard about that, that's what we also call the main thread. It's the main thread. There are technically more than, or there is technically more than one thread. If you just start a blank VCL or FMX application from the object repository in Delphi, it will actually create an application and you run it, and you can look with the task manager or Windows Edit, and you will see there will usually be 3 or 4 threads. There are a couple of threads that do some background stuff, which is not really important here to notice, but there is always a single main thread that every code, like I said, is running in. Important. And that's what we call the main thread. So if you block that main thread by doing something as a response to a button click event, and that runs for several seconds, you are actually blocking the main thread. The UI cannot no longer respond to the operating system to messages like, oh yeah, we are moving around or something, make your UI responsive. That's not going to happen. Your application, or you will just die. I mean, in Windows, you will see something like your UI gets grayed out, and you will finally see a caption saying from Windows, oh, this application is no longer responsive. So that is usually the case when you do some long-running operation from within the main thread. You are blocking the main thread. That's what the ghost window, what these windows in Windows are actually sometimes called, a cause by. You are blocking the main thread. You made the UI no longer respond to Windows messages because you're blocking them. So that's something we have to avoid, or we want to avoid. Of course, in Windows, you can still show something, please wait. Your UI will still look, well, frozen, because you cannot move around Windows anymore. So if you have more than just one main window, all the child windows won't ever move again when you block the main thread. So it's all about blocking, and you die, and you are actually dying. So what to do? I mean, sometimes when you browse the internet and you look for solutions to that, you will find advice to use application process messages at a certain point. So every step you take, like you have an on-click event, you're going through a loop, doing something like 100 times, and every 10 times do a application process messages. Well, stay away from that. This is like poor man's multi-threading. It's still everything in the main thread. If your CPU just has a single core, well, you could still argument, okay, that might be even cheaper to use application process messages, but in the end, it makes your whole application, well, more complicated. You lose control. So application process messages is only for certain situations when you really, really want to have your application respond to some messages from Windows at a certain point when you are still blocking the main thread. But in general, you want to stay away from that. Well, the solution is using threads, background threads. A thread different from the main thread. Put all your blocking code into a separate thread. That's a solution, but threads are evil. So just create a thread and expect everything to run just fine. So the disclaimer here is don't implement what I'm showing you today just so. Try to understand, try to find out what it does, play around with it. Don't put that into your production application, in your production project, and roll it out tomorrow. Somebody else might kill you. I mean, really, this is really serious advice. Start playing around with threads and try to understand where they are complicated. They may be evil. Of course, they are technically just a tool, something that you can use. But once you're using threads, be aware. Certain things may happen, and the objects in the rear might be closer than you think they are. So see my code and learn, hopefully, how to survive that. All right. So let's go back to Delphi. And this is Delphi 11.3 Alexandria. It's actually the community edition. I wanted to make sure that everything I'm showing here today is really possible in the community edition as well. The community edition is a free to use version from Embarcadero. It's for hobbyists, for students, for people working on open source software and not making money from it. So there are certain restrictions in the license, so be careful, read through the license, but usually for students, for hobbyists, and for open source programmers, it's free to use. It has a couple of limitations. It doesn't come with source code, and you only have access to local databases. So that's pretty much the technical limitation that you have compared to the enterprise or architect editions that are out in the market. There's also a professional edition, which is feature-wise almost the same like the community edition. The only difference is it comes with source, it comes with a command line compiler, the professional edition, and of course you can use it for any type of commercial project. All right, so I really try to make something simple. So you can easily create applications that have stunning user interfaces using Delphi. You will see that, or you already have seen that yesterday, and you maybe you will see that today, even in further with more in-depth knowledge here. So though I try to keep this simple, this is a FireMonkey application. It's all about recipes and searching recipes from a database. So let's have a quick look what the application actually does. So I'm running that without the debugger for a quick test here. And this is a recipe search application. I really didn't try to make the UI any fancy. Of course, you should clean up the user interface when starting it. So you can type in here, for example, BU, nothing happens. I type another R, and it comes up with suggestions for a recipe or for recipes. So there is a database behind, and that database has a recipe for a burger and for burger buns. So let's select the burger. It loads an image. It knows the title, and here you have some really simple description how to prepare a burger. I didn't try to make that really look fancy. Of course, you can work with HTML, whatever, make that better formatted, whatever. It's really just trying to show how to connect to a database, pull some data off the database, and visualize it. If you are interested in the actual data, of course, I will send the demo database to Ian, so he will provide that as a download. And what you can do is actually go to apilayer.com, and there is a Spoonecular API, and I took the recipes from there. This API is actually owned by Idera, so the company that owns Embarcadero, so it's all family business here. And I actually only took 2 recipes from that database to keep everything simple. Okay, so just in case you were interested how or where to get some ideas for recipes. Okay, we're going back to the application. It's really that simple. So I can type in burger again, and I get burger buns, and it switches to the burger buns. Of course, if I type in bun, it only lists burger buns. So what do we have UI-wise here? We have, well, just a label, an image, a memo. Memo is, of course, scrollable. The whole form is, of course, scalable. And I have a autocomplete or auto search edit field here. It's really just a t-edit, and I used a simple trick how to display this list of suggestions what recipe to use or to display. So let's have a quick look at the application, how to design it. All right, so this is the application. It's only a single form, and it only has the main form. I'm connecting to a database. The database is in SQLite, so it's a file-based database. You can easily try that at home. You don't need to install anything besides Delphi, of course. And here is my database. It's recipes.sqlite. I'm using FireDuck drivers here. FireDuck is the standard database layer or framework in Delphi. And we have a query. The query component is, of course, connected to the connection. And here we have a simple SQL query which selects everything from recipes that or where the title meets a certain search text. The search text looks like this here. So this is just an example to make it work in the designer. It's we have the percent sign, burger percent, and we just execute here just to make sure the the SQL query works. Okay, that's fine. And what I did here is I added the all the fields from the query, just 4 fields. It's really, really simple. Let's have a quick look at the database. So here in Delphi, there is a data explorer, and you can select between FireDuck and DB Express here. I have SQLite. I created a shortcut to the recipes that has tables, only a single table. And we can just say view, and this is everything here. So it's ID field, there is a title, burger buns and burgers, and somewhere at the end, there is the instruction field, and we have a blob field that takes the image. This is really a simple design. Of course, we can talk about where to store a blob. Is that wise to put it into the database and everything? Here, for a single user, be it desktop or mobile application where everything is, well, in one executable in one database file, you can easily put that image into a blob field. I know these discussions where they say, well, it's better to put the images into the file system. Of course, you can do that. But here, for simplicity, it works fine. And SQLite is capable enough to take not just 2 images, it will easily digest thousands and more than thousands of images or blob fields in its database format. It's really capable enough. The limits of SQLite are somewhere at 150 terabytes. Don't nail me on that. It's somewhere in that area. So pretty much room in the database to store blobs if you want. So that's the technical aspects of the database. And then let's see how the UI works. This is a t-edit. You see that over here, it's a t-edit. So I can type in here. It has text prompts. This is the gray text. And if you wonder why is the text that large, I didn't use the text settings. So the font is all standard. What I do in these type of applications where I just want a little bit of a bolder, a little bit larger text, I don't change the standard font. What I do is I'm using in FireMonkey, that's something you can only do in FireMonkey, not in the VCL. I use the scaling. So all the controls here, or most of the controls, not the image, all the controls are scaled by the factor of 1.4. That makes your UI look a little bit larger without directly manipulating the font sizes. That means if the default font is already at, let's say, 16 points because somebody chose to do so, you are not actually making it smaller if you change it from default or assuming a default of 12 and you set it to 14. So I'm using the scaling for that purpose here. So that works pretty fine, especially if you are running the same application on mobile devices. Okay, so the edit is stacked to the top or aligned to the top. The label is aligned to the top. So it's all using alignments here. And then we have a layout. In the layout, it's also aligned to the top. And we have an image in the layout. And then downstairs, there's a client aligned memo, which is read-only. So this is where we're gonna display all the text. I didn't use visual live bindings here, which I could have done, of course. It would be easy and fast and basically just like, I don't know, 10 clicks to connect the controls to my database or the fields in my database and make everything codeless. I wanted, of course, to be able to see what happens where and when, because we are going to play with threads in a moment. Okay, so simple user interface. There is one control that I forgot to talk about, and that is the T list view. It's set to visible false because it won't be visible at the beginning. So when you start typing in the edit, at a certain point, it will turn on the list view, and of course, it will position it correctly. So let's look how to get the coding done here. So there is a single event that I have, and it's the on key up in the edit for the search text. So we have edit search key up. This event will fire every time you press a key and release the key. So once you release a key, it will fire that event. And there I just referenced show matching recipes. So here is show matching recipes. The first thing we do is, in case the query is still open, close it. Then trim the search text, the text that the user entered, and put it into a variable. Then make sure the user entered at least 3 characters. So we are looking for that. And then we attach the wildcards, the percent signs, to make sure the database will look even inside the title. So you saw that I can look for bun, and it will find burger buns. So it will look in the whole text of the title field. And then we set the parameter down here, and we open the query. So if the search text matches any results, we will have a record count of larger than 0. So if there are no matching records, we will keep the list of results invisible, visible false. In case there are actually results, we will walk through the results and apply the text and the image and everything to the UI. So we bring up the list of results. That's the drop down, which I manually created from a T-list view. I tell it to get to the front, just in case another control is trying to render above it. So, and then of course I clear all the items that are still possibly showing. And then that's where the actual work starts. I am going through the results of the recipe query. Here we go. Yes.
Hola. Could you just zoom your code up a little bit? Just zoom the font up
a
bit.
Yeah. Nobody raised the hand, so
fine, because I've got a fantastic monitor, but a couple of people saying they couldn't see it that clearly. And
I hope this is better. I totally forgot that.
It's
a fresh new VM. I forgot that.
It's great.
Thanks for notifying me. All right. So great. So we are in the loop that processes all the results in the query. So I told you, or showed you actually, I only have 2 records in the database to keep things simple. And for every record, I add an item to the list view. That's what I'm doing here. And then there is a text and a detailed property in that item of the list view. In the case you have never worked with a list view, just look at the list view and let's make it visible for a moment, just to give you an idea how it looks like at design time, and bring it to the front. There we go. Let me see. Oh, it refuses to show here for whatever reason. Okay. Here we go. So this is basically a template-driven control. So you see there is a header text, there is an item text, there is a footer text, and here is an image. And in the properties of the T-list view, you can actually turn on which items you want to see. I don't want to see, of course, I don't want to see the delete button, which is somewhere at the end, at the right end here. We cannot see it right now. It's somewhere turned off at the control level here. And I only want the image and the item text, and I turn that on in list view, and we have a property for that, and it's the item appearance. That is the most important property of the T list view, and I turned it to be an image list item. So I have an image and just a single list item. Okay, so we can move that around here a little bit so it doesn't block everything else. Here we go. And let's go back to the source code. So I put in the title of the recipe, the instructions of the recipe, and then, well, I have to work with the image, which is done here. I'm creating a temporary image stream, or actually a memory stream. I save the blob, which is in the database. This is the blob field, the Q recipes image field. That's the field that carries the image. I save it to the stream, and the stream is the memory stream, and the item, the list view item that I just created, has a bitmap property. And here I can say load from stream, and that's relatively easy to load it here, and it will show up as we have seen. Okay, so don't forget the Q recipes .next. If you forget that one, you can watch the memory of your VMware, which is, in my case, it's a virtual machine. You can see how the memory goes up, and at a certain point you will get out of memory exception, because you will have a never-ending loop here. Okay, so don't forget that, and we will walk through the two records that we actually have at maximum here, and it will fill up everything. So we have seen that works pretty neat. So again, all this code that I'm doing here is running as a response to the on key up event of the search edit. So if I type in burger, or just Berg, it will do just that. So it works, and I can just click here, and it's actually the second event that I implement. I claimed I only have one single event here. It's actually two events. So I can click on that, and it will put everything into the actual detail views. This is all running in the main thread, in the UI thread. How do we know that there is a main thread? Let's have a quick look. We can go to view debug windows, and there is threads. And here is my running application. And like I told you, there may be more than just a single thread. These other threads that you see here are, well, call them maintenance threads, that are doing something deep down in the RTL or in the FireMonkey archives. They keep everything going, and it's something you don't usually work with. There is only one of these threads is the actual main thread. How to figure out which one is it? So, well, easy, just set a breakpoint here. And we type in a single letter, and we, of course, will sit at the recipe close line. And now you can see this top thread here is apparently the main thread. It is usually the first in the list of threads down here. I don't know if that is really always true, but you can only be safe saying this is the main thread if you have a breakpoint here, and it will stop at the thread that executes that single line of code here. So this is the main thread, and this thread will never change. So if we go through the loop here and set another breakpoint, we remember the thread ID, which is 6324. I didn't enter more than 2 letters. Let's remove the breakpoint at the top here and enter, and make something useful, and put in the other breakpoint again. Okay, so I am in the processing of the result of the query. And it's always, so let's run through it. It should occur 2 times. It's always the same thread. So this is the main thread, and that thread is currently blocked. This is the reason why Windows can't even bring up back the UI, because the thread that runs the UI is now blocked, and that's the reason why you cannot really bring it back here. I'm trying to click on it, it doesn't come back. What you see here is basically a snapshot of the latest state of the UI. So I just minimized Delphi, and that basically makes it appear, but this window is frozen. So because we are holding that thread even, so nothing is happening here. Okay, so far so good. I mean, that works fine. Yes, it does. But what if this query is not really running on a local file database, but a remote database, or even a REST service? I didn't want to explain how to connect to a REST service. That's something for a different session. But what if the recipes are actually coming from, let's say, from this Spuniacula API? And if you look here, down here, there is a recipe. It's a burger recipe. I took that one. I tried that. Oops, what's that? And if we go down here to the recipe information where the actual images are, and if I put in, oops, I killed the demo. Here we go. So let's go back here. Where am I? Oh, we are in the food search still. And let's go down here and put in, no, that's the invitation link. It didn't take my, let's still run the burger query. So this is only returning the titles and an ID, not more. So copy that ID, go to the detail information, paste the ID here, and set include nutrition to true, and run that. Why am I trying to show that? Because it takes quite a while, and we are only pulling a single recipe. So if we had to bring up the images for, let's say, 3, 5, or 4, 3, 4, or 5 recipe suggestions, we would have to run this API call 3, 4, 5 times. And you see, it's really, really slow. It takes time to complete. Okay, so like I said, I didn't want to show and explain how to connect to a REST API. That takes its time, and it's enough stuff for another session. But we will simulate that. So I have a second project. I don't want to damage the first demo. It's actually just a duplicate of the first one that we just walked through. It's the same code, but it has a little difference that I already put in, and this is here. I actually only put in a simulator for a slower responding database. Like you've seen, the API might respond slow. And I'm simulating that with sleep 300. So it's sleeping for 300 milliseconds, which doesn't seem to be too much, but let me show the effect. That's the only difference to the original code. So let's run this and see what happens. Okay, so I'm typing now, burger something. It doesn't respond anymore. You see, I can't really type anymore. I managed to put in burger. I already, you see, there are delays, and it's somehow not responding correctly anymore, because the 300 milliseconds of the whole query, and it's just 300 milliseconds. This query is pulling everything from images to or from title over instructions to images. And you have seen in the actual API, we would have to call the API one time per matching title. So 300 milliseconds is still a really short amount of time. If we put that up to 1000, just a second, because we have 5 matches and every match takes like 2 to 300 milliseconds to complete, you will see your UI will basically become unusable. We can just take a quick look here. And here we go. Burger. It doesn't respond anymore. And here we go. So it takes time. It's of course a simulation, but you see the effect of it. Okay. All right, so what to do about that? Well, threads. There are 2 ways, or well, at least 2 ways to do threads. You can start with a T-thread class and implement everything. That is usually, well, or requires usually quite some efforts. It's not bad or something. I'm not trying to pull you away from using T-thread. Everything is actually based on T-thread. What I'm going to show you is basically something that makes the usage of T-thread a little bit more easy. So we are going to use another unit. It's system threading. And that system threading comes with something called T-task. So what is slow down here? Slow is basically that. So let's start. T-task run procedure. I will just type something and explain what I'm doing. So I basically entered a, oops, there's a typo. So I basically put the code that I already had into a, oops, something is wrong with my keyboard. Hang on, here we go. So I put everything I had here into an anonymous method. This anonymous method here, this is the anonymous method because it doesn't have a name. And I put this method into a T-task run. T-task run creates a thread or takes a thread from pool, actually. There's a thread pool behind. It takes a thread and executes the code that is written in that anonymous thread method and executes that code in the context of a different thread, in that background thread that T-task creates or pulls from the pool. So this code will now no longer run in the main UI. Well, great, that's what we wanted, possibly. So let me prove that this code is actually not running in the main thread anymore. So I'm just typing something, and here we are. And we go back to the threads, and let's have a quick look at the thread. And you see, this is the current thread, and the thread even has a name. So it's obviously a thread taken from some T thread pool, worker queue thread, whatever, number 1. So it's the first thread taken from a pool. So like I promised, the code here is running now in a background thread. But would this code actually be sufficient yet? No, of course not. I don't even try to run it any further. So this code now runs in the background thread. And this means this run, this actual command, this is the only command that we have here when we come from search tag equals something here. This is a single command, and this command will return immediately. So it will return even before this code has executed. There's even no guarantee it will ever execute if you want. So this next line down here will execute most likely before the query even has completed. So that makes no sense, of course. So let's take away this this end and put that down here. So we need the query to complete before we can actually work with the results of the query. Okay, fine. So let's find the correct position for the end call. Oops, that's here. Let's reformat. Let me see if I got it correctly. Let me see. Oh, it's actually wrong. It goes here. Here we go. So let's move that a little bit in here. So now everything from here to here is running in a background thread. Okay, fine. But there is a rule, an important rule. Never forget that. Otherwise, you will miserably die or your application will die. Really. Never ever access anything from the UI, meaning edits, any control, any memo, any T-list view, nothing that is in some way managed by the UI. Never ever access that from another thread than the main thread. What are we doing here? Well, quite a lot. This list results visible false is now running or executed from within a background thread. Okay, not good. So what do we do? Well, T thread synchronize. Put in a nil. Don't ask me why. It's just, well, I know why, but don't ask why. It's just the way it is. Procedure begin end. So we have to work through the code that we have down here. So we follow this path of execution, how we call that. So it's an if then else, something running in the background, and then we are accessing something from the UI, and we have to protect that. We have to put that back into the main thread. This is basically the instruction to block that background thread and execute the next lines, this line of code, in the context of the main thread, and wait until it's completed. Well, this is easy here. This is just a single line. If there are no results, then just turn it off and we're good. So this is more going to be more important over here. So again, I just do some copy and paste here. Oops. So we are accessing the UI again, and we put that into a synchronization block. And again, we are inside a loop that is accessing something which is not exposed to the UI. Okay, fine. So we need to put that again into the back into the main thread, and that ends here. So basically every single line is now manipulating the UI. So that's why I'm putting that into a synchronize call again. So we are going back to the main thread here, and with every single step that we are navigating through the the results of the query, we are putting back control to the main UI. And the main effect is that we put the call that causes the delay, the actual delay, into a main thread. So let's see if that works. Hopefully I didn't put in too many typos here. And I type burger and it responds. Okay, so these are the points where you have to be careful, of course. So let's put in a break. How to deal with that? Let's go to the point where it basically broke. So I do have the loop that goes through the query, and it works with it. And I have something that works with the query up here, and the query is being closed somewhere else. It's being closed here. So we are actually opening the query outside of the we are actually opening the query inside the a background thread, but we are closing it possibly outside of the background thread, which is of course not a good idea, right? And we might have running multiple threads. I mean, what if the first call to the REST API takes 300 milliseconds and another one takes 3000 milliseconds? So we might have multiple pending calls to the database or to the to a REST API, which means that we are conflicting or may have conflicting calls from multiple threads to the same query, which is not good, of course. Right? So what is the solution for that? Well, we have everything down here in the T-task run. Okay? So the complicated stuff is all in here. By nature, if you are doing a or if you are calling or using something like a query or even a REST call, which is relying on a central connection, always use a single instance per thread. So what we have to do is basically to create the query and the connection inside that thread, okay? So this is something where it gets complicated and where when you start doing threads, easily stumble about your own feet, right? So let me try to show how to do that really quick. Okay. I'm gonna use some dirty trick here. I take this one in the clipboard, paste that here. And what I do now is the following. Var L connection TFD connection. Okay. So next L connection equals TFD connection. Oops. Create. Well. Okay. So, and next is L connection params and put that in here. And put that in here. Oops. Oh, we'll make it a little bit different. Like that. L connection params driver ID equals SQLite. So I'm basically creating a connection in code. Login prompt, something we need to turn off, connection. We don't need that one. Here we go. And we need to create the queue recipes again, L query. You get the idea, I guess. Here we go. And let me take that one as well. Here we go. Query declared as a variable, tfd query, here we go. Put in the SQL text. Query connection. That is, of course, L connection. Oops. And the SQL text. Here we go. Text. Just a little bit of text manipulation.
Just to let you know, we're actually going to run out of time, Olaf.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick.
Yeah.
Let me get the idea done. That is something we don't need. And now just take Control-Shift-J and modify queue recipes to be L query so that we have a matching name here. And that is pretty much it. The only thing that should be done, I'm not doing right now because of time constraints. Of course, you need to free and null, or at least free the query and the connection components. That should be done at the very end. That should hopefully be all. Almost. Yep. There is one single thing I forgot. And we go down here. And of course, it's not queue recipes titled, but L query field by name. This is now because we don't have persistent fields. Title. Oops. That is, and let me just copy and paste that. That's the instructions. Here we go. And the last thing would be the image. Image. This is actually a blob field. That should do, I believe. Yeah. There we go. And here we go. So it doesn't block anymore. It's responsive, and it does exactly what I promised to do. Sorry for the quick run at the very last minutes. I hope it will give you some ideas on threading. But like I said, be careful. You see, you can easily run in miserable failures by accessing queries and connections and REST connections from more than one thread. So put every connection into its own thread, or otherwise you will run into errors. Well, thank you for that. I'm sorry again for being overtime a little bit, but hopefully this was a useful session, and I'm of course happy if you have questions. And well, because of time constraint, just send questions to my email address that you have seen previously. Thank you.
Well, that was perfect. I know it ran a bit long, but you know what? I think it was absolutely worth it. You got a lot of questions, and I'm going to actually start the next session a little bit later, just so we can talk to you for a couple of minutes.
All right.
If that's okay by you, you can either put your camera on and keep talking. We can hear you.
Yeah, sure.
There you go, Martha. Can you make it? There you go. See, Martha's so good. She always knows exactly what to do. So there were a lot of questions about things like, is there a way, this one, it was a bit of a jumbled question, but I think I understood what they're saying. Is there a way of working with T-task and T-thread inside of code without declarations, and that works in earlier versions of Delphi, e.g. 10.2?
Without declarations, I'm not really sure what does
what they mean. I think what they mean is this, actually.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
T-thread create anonymous thread is a completely different, well, not completely, but it's a different thing than T-task. T-task, everything you do with T-task is pulling threads from a thread pool, and there is a pool manager behind. That means that manager or that thread manager looks at the current performance of your system. If CPU utilization is at 90%, it won't give you another thread. It will wait until CPU utilization is down to something smaller. That's a standard. It's somewhere not really hard coded. You can change it, but it will try to keep your UI responsive by keeping a few percent of the main system available for the main thread. That's the idea behind T-task and the pool. Create anonymous thread creates just a thread. If you run it in a loop for 1,000 times, you will get 1,000 threads. If you run, or if you put in T-task run into a loop 1,000 times, it will probably create only just like, well, 8 or 16, depending on the course that you have. So, well, if you have one of these fancy AMDs, you might get a few hundred threads. But it will look at the available resources and will try to keep your system responsive. Because, of course, even if you put things into a background thread, that only keeps the UI thread responsive if there is actual time to execute or to run the main thread, you know.
See, this is exactly why I said let's I get some questions answered, even though we're running a little bit long. Because I mean, people don't know, but I know Olaf pretty well. We chat away on Skype and things like that. We won't talk about the whole Star Trek thing. Yeah, but Olaf is one of these. I've said this a couple of times already, but some of the developers we have on here, I know personally, in terms of what their capabilities are, and Olaf is very much one of those people who's extremely smart and very well respected by his peers amongst other MVPs. And when people have got something really, really tricky, Olaf is the one that comes along and has the answers, and we all go, "Oh, that's the answer." Yeah,
sometimes.
Yeah, well, not always. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we come up with a few answers as well. But it's always a pleasure to talk to you. And your session was extremely popular. Lot of questions being asked and things like that. And also, everybody in the private chat is extremely impressed that you did it live as well. We all think you're either brave or completely crazy.
I mean, of course, it's like when you do things live, you easily run out of time because you spend too much time at the very beginning. That always happens to me, and it's a mess that we had that COVID thing, because that means 3 years with no physical events and everything. So you know,
yeah,
it's a
exactly.
little
You're out of training for the live moment. That's what it is. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Right.
Well, anyway, thanks very much for your session. I really appreciate it, and we'll see you again another time, I'm sure. Okay. All right then.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, so the next session, which we're starting, I think 5 minutes late, but that's okay. He's going to be on several other sessions. This is by Richard. Oh, no, actually, my apologies. It's Holger Flick, isn't it? I'm sorry, Holger. How could I possibly forget it was you? This is a session by Holger Flick. He is also, I believe, joining us live for a live Q&A as well. And if necessary, we'll go a little bit long on that as well, because everybody always has questions about this. And this is how to create powerful dynamic web apps the easy way with TMS Web Core, which is a product I use myself for my own development. Really great product, and Holger is an excellent presenter. So sit back, buckle up, and let's listen to what he's got to say. Speak to you later.
Hi, and welcome to Web Applications with Delphi and TMS Web Core. My name is Holger Flick. You can email me at holger@flixengineering.com. That's also the name of my company, Flix Engineering. I'm also a Embarcadero Delphi MVP since 2016, and I'm really old because I've been using Delphi since 1996. So that's Delphi 2 actually. Also, I'm posting on Twitter, or X as it's called now with its fancy name, as HFlixter. You can find me on LinkedIn. And this presentation is designed for Delphi developers that want to embark on a new journey developing web applications, because web applications, everybody's talking about them for a reason, because if you want to be present on multiple platforms, not only on Windows, you can either go developing native applications with FireMonkey, for example, but you can also develop web applications. And here in the United States, toasters are even able to show web applications on their display right now. So the web application is really the thing you want to do if you want to be present with one single code base on the most amount of devices, so to speak. That's the number one reason why you want to develop a web application, because you don't need different code bases for different platforms. Even for the user interface, you can use the same user interface on all the different devices, because web applications come with mechanisms, so-called responsive web applications, that you can develop the same user interface for all the different devices, be it a desktop device, a tablet, or a mobile phone. But enough of this. How can you develop web applications? Well, the sweet thing is you can still use Object Pascal, and you can still use components that you're used to. You'll see that in a bit with the example that I'm going to show you, that the components are very, very similar. They share the name with the VCL controls. So this will really be, and this will be the focus of this talk, rapid application development for web applications. And TMS Web Core is the tool that we're going to use, and TMS Web Core is object-oriented and has as its core the red component-based development concept. Deployment is going to be an Xcopy deployment, just as you're used from Delphi. There's not going to be a huge amount of libraries you have to deploy. You can literally take your application, copy it to any web server, and it will work. Meaning the web server, again, can be in the cloud. It can be your Linux web server. It can be a Windows web server. It can be a Docker container of a web server. Everything is possible. And you will use components especially in this talk today, we'll just use components to build the application, and you can access web services and other cloud services. We will not go into that today because we just want to cover the basics. And of course, you're also able to include existing JavaScript frameworks because just like with Delphi, you don't want to reinvent the wheel over and over and over again. So instead of doing that, you have the opportunity to include existing JavaScript frameworks, libraries. Again, I can't focus on that today because that's one of the advanced topics. It is important to point out, though, that with TMS Web Core, you can build 3 application types. There's more templates that give you even more choice, but these are the basic 3 application types. First, the classic web client application. Second, the installable mobile application, or formerly called progressive web application, that can even be used offline and is very tough to distinguish on mobile devices from native applications. So that is a good choice if mobile is one of your major focuses developing the application. So PWAs might be something to look forward to. And then we also have desktop applications that can be built with TMS Web Core with a tool called TMS Miletus. There is a talk at this conference about TMS Miletus as well, so please have a look there. That means, in a nutshell, you develop with TMS Web Core. It can be used as a web application, but without changing a huge amount of code, you can also produce desktop applications for Windows, macOS, and Linux that can be run on the desktop and do not require a web server. With regards to web design, TMS Web Core has 3 alternatives. The form designer-based approach, this is what we will focus on today, with the second approach where you can add HTML, CSS to the properties in this form designer, or object inspector, I should say. So those 2 are the ones to get started with. However, the criticism that a lot of web frameworks before TMS Web Core got was that it was difficult to build real web applications that don't look like desktop applications that have just been ported to the web. So with TMS Web Core, you can definitely also build full-blown web applications and then hook up your UI control logic to these controls. We're not going to focus on that today, but that is definitely possible. Maybe we have time for an example in the end, then I'll show that how cool that is. Today we will look at a very specific example. We'll build first, I take the time to do that, the VCL application. I gave it the fancy name Watch My Monies, and it's a very simple example about an investment. You invest, here the example shows $10,000 and over the span of 5 years, and the yearly interest rate is 10%. I wish that were true, right? So in year 1, you're going to get interest of $1,000 if you invest $10,000, and by the end of the year you have $11,000. And now we have compound interest because now the $11,000 are being used for the next 10% at the end of the next year, and so on and so on. So component-wise, we have a couple of edits, a button, and a string grid. And what I will show that with little to no work, you can port this into the web. And we will even use, you can see that right here, this is not a standard edit control. These are Bootstrap controls. So we will use the Bootstrap template to create this example with Bootstrap UI so that it looks even more so like a web application. Of course, the string grid is still very much a control that looks very much desktop. But the purpose of this talk is that you see, if you have a VCL application, how easy it is to bring this application to the web and then start from there making visual changes to the user interface if you so desire. However, what you will see today, with just a few clicks, you can bring your VCL application over to the web, and it's going to be a full-blown web application that you can deploy to any web server. Let's get started with the easy stuff, a VCL application. So we pick File, New, Windows VCL application. And as we're watching this on video as a recording, I already changed my IDE font to something bigger. I will do the same for my form. I will change the font to Noto, and then I'll make it Noto Sans like 11 so you can follow easier if I drop the controls on the form. And we need an edit control, T-edit, and not only one, we need one for the investment, we'll need another one for the percentage, and of course we need another one for the amount of years. So I just copy paste these things. I'm not gonna bother with labels in this example. Your source code, I'll link that later on, your source code that you can download later on will have the nice looking labels and everything. And the last thing is a button that will allow us to calculate the compound interest over the amount of years that we specify. So this thing name, I'm going to name it button calculate. And this first is going to be txt amount. And then we have txt percentage and txt years for the number of years for the investment to calculate. We select all the edits and select the text cleared out, and we want nice default values. Obviously, we could also have used like number edit and all that kind of stuff that is available. Also, for the different edit forms, we could use a spin control. This is not part of this talk. We just want to focus on getting this over quickly to the web. And here, for the number of years, let's pick 5. And then something nice in Delphi, we can use anchors. This button should be aligned to the right top. And these all should be aligned to the top left. That's perfect. So if we resize this, the button stays where it is. And for the caption, calculate. And this string grid is the last one. String grid right here. Let's align it with the right corner or the right edge of the button. And this one is going to be anchored everywhere. So if we resize this, this is nice. So we already have the form set more or less. I'll save this now just in case. I named it Watch My Money just as before. The main form, view form main. And of course, in addition, the name is form main. And the caption we can also change to Watch My Money. Perfect. So we already have a lot of stuff set. So the remaining part is the implementation. I don't really want to bother you with the intricacies of economic calculus or financial calculus. So I'm just going to define a couple of methods. I'm going to explain the fingerprint, and then I'm going to copy paste the implementation of those. So first of all, we need a function that gives us the amount for n periods, or after n periods. So a capital, that's the capital that we have, and then 8%. It's also, both are going to be double values. And then the period, in this case, it's number of years. I'm well aware of the fact that real world scenarios go down to days, and there's so many different ways to calculate this on CDs here in the United States, for example. I don't want to get into any of this. This is supposed to be a simple example. And we return the amount of money we have. So if you invest $10,000 for 10% over 5 years, this returns the amount of money you'll have. And the next one we need is the calculate periods function. that is actually going to fill our user interface with the values. So again, a capital, a percent, double, and then a periods, integer, same fingerprint away. But that's just my mistake here. It's a procedure because we just call it to fill the user interface with the information that we want. Procedure, Control-Shift-C, and both methods are being implemented by Delphi automatically. And we also need a method, a helper method from math. So we use user system dot math right there. And then we need to implement the method to calculate the amount after certain periods. And this is a formula. You can take it from Wikipedia, for example, or somewhere else. So what happens is the capital is being multiplied by the power of this to the period. So the power this to the power of the amount of years. So if you look at that, so the formula is this for the periodic compounding, and this is what we need to do. This is the power function. So we need to do power of the percentage divided by 100. So we're actually using the percent number, like 10%, 10, not 0.1. So we have to divide by 100. We add 1, and then we take it to the power of the number of periods, in this example 5, and then we multiply the initial investment with that. And that's the amount after so many years. The calculate periods one is now the interesting one that is going to change the user interface. So what we'll do, I'll split this up a little bit. So let me also format this a little bit nicer. So I'll explain the interesting parts in detail, and then the ones that are repetitive, I'm just going to copy paste. First of all, we need 4 columns. That's in the interesting one in our grid, and I haven't named it yet. So this is name grid. And looking at the options, that's the interesting property here. We have to make sure that editing is disabled. We don't want to give the user the ability to edit. We want to give, however, the user the ability to resize the columns, like here, right? Like that they can grab them. Well, the fixed column is a special one, and we want to have the default column alignment set to right. Everything should be right justified. And we would like the default column width 150, and then we have to make it a little bit wider. And this is why I use the anchors, because that makes it very simple to do that. So now we have named it and made it look a little bit nicer. You can also change it to a mono-spaced font later on. There's lots of things that you can do later on. Row count, and the number of rows is A periods, right? For example, 5 years plus the headers, plus 1. And then we just have to set the values of the header cell, and I can copy paste that right here. So this is the first one is going to be the year, then the beginning of the year, the interest, and the amount at the end of the year. So these are all amounts in dollars, and this is the first year, second year, third year, and so on. And now we just need to this is the only thing. I can't use inline variables. I could use them, but the problem is that TMS Web Core can't do inline variables because it's based on the free Pascal compiler. So this is a little bit of a restriction. So we have to use the, I don't want to call it old-fashioned, but we have to define our variables at the beginning. So we have a last value double, and we have an integer variable. And I definitely don't want to start the discussion if inline variables make sense. So in this case, I can guarantee you they're very helpful if you have them. So we start with our initial capital investment as the last value of the iteration, and then we do year 1 to year 5, for example, and then we go here And again, we need the value, the current value after that year. And that year is over. So L value is get amount for n periods, code completion, A capital. That's the investment, the initial investment. That's never going to change. And then we can say 4%. That's the parameter that we have here. And for I, number of years here, that's our number of years. That's why I started at 1, by the way. And the nice thing is I can use the same thing for the row of the grid, because row number 0 is the header row, so row number 1 is the actual first data row. So I can say grid cells, and then 0, comma I is I dot to string. That's it. And we can repeat the same thing. Let me do 1 for you. Cells. We can do 1, comma I. Then I use format, a great function, and I use I hard code the currency. Dot 2 means 2 decimals after the period, and n tells us that we also want a 1,000 separator. Okay, so 1,000 is 1, comma 000 period 00. American formatting on my machine. So here, and what do we want to replace this n with? With the last value. So that the first time is obviously our capital, it's the same thing. And then we do the same thing for the other columns. And for the second one, which is the third actual, is I do the difference between the current value and the last value. So that's what I earned that year. And then in the last column, the actual value. And then don't forget, I forgot this the first time I implemented it. That L last value, of course, has to be set to the value of the current iteration. So, and that is all you need to do to update your user interface. It's pretty easy to do. And now the final part, and we're going to implement it in a way that it is resistant to stuff being entered the wrong way. So what we have to do here, these are all strings, because we read the text property, and the text property is a string. So we have to convert this to double values, which for whatever reason is called float in the VCL terminology of the day. So we need L capital, which is our initial investment. We have the percentage, which is also a double value, and we have the number of years for the investment, which is an integer. And then we can say in an if statement, try string to float. So we tell Delphi try this, and then we can tell Delphi to try it with what? Amount.text, and we want to store it in L capital, and it only returns true if the conversion was successful. Otherwise, L capital, the value is not defined, but we know if it returns false that the conversion wasn't successful. So we concatenate all the different things we need, like end, and here the same thing, string to float, and this time we take txt percentage.text, and we want to put that one in L percentage. And the next one is not try string to float, the next one is try string to int. That actually exists as well. So we have txt years.text, comma L years, and then begin. So only if all of them are successful. So if we didn't enter any invalid values in any of them, and there's not going to be an exception being thrown, so we can simply say here else begin and say show message, very simple. Please enter valid amounts for all invalid amounts and numbers. Boom. Obviously, you could cascade the if you wanted to know which one of the fields. Not important for this example though. So at this point, we simply call calculate periods for the L capital, for L percentage, and years. And we're done. Run the application. 10,000, 10%, 5 years, and there you go. That's our investment for 5 years. Every year, first year 1,000, second year 1,100, and so on and so on. It only runs on the Windows computer system because we picked the VCL, right? So how difficult is it to get this over to the web? And this is what I'm going to show you now. So we keep this in here. This is what we'll use to copy paste. So in order to add another project to this project group, I right click here and say add new project. Don't use file new, that will get rid of the existing VCL project. We want a second project in our project group, so add new project. And after installing TMS Web Core, you also get the Delphi TMS Web category right here. This will also be the same for the trial version. The trial version is not different from the real version at all, so you should see TMS Web right here. And we'll pick the TMS Web Bootstrap application. Okay. We get a second project. It doesn't have the exe, it has the .web extension. I have the designer in the middle, which is very similar to the VCL designer. It actually looks like the data module designer, to be truthful, but this is your page, what it will look like. And you have the tuple, and the TMS web controls are now the controls that we can use. And interestingly, if we expand this a little bit, the TMS web controls have the same name as the VCL controls, just with the moniker web in front of them. So if you need a button, instead of using T-edit, you use T-web-edit. If you need a button, T-web button, and so on. And this is the same for scroll, and this is the same for the string grid, for example. See, T-web string grid, also available. This is the same for a timer. For all the standard controls that you have in the VCL, you will find them for TMS Web. And that's why it's so easy to transfer existing VCL applications and bring them over to the web. Before you do anything, save. So we're going to save all and pick the file names for everything. Again, I picked uform main for my first form, but now I get like something like project1.html. That is the starting point for your application. So you pick index.html right here. And then the project file, once again, can be something like watch my money web. And there we go. I also stored the project group as the watch my money group. And from here, we can have a look at the project structure of a TMS Web Core project. We have the main form, and it actually is, if we look at the class, it is a T form 1, and the only difference is it is derived from T web form and not T form like in the VCL. However, the functionality is the same. We have the designer, we go over to the source code, and we can, just like with the VCL application, we can start building our application. And let's just drop a control here, an edit control, and run. And the fascinating thing is this creates the web application, starts up the browser, and here's our edit control in the browser. Fascinating, isn't it? And that's how we can start building our application. We can literally use the same approach as we did before. That means we drop 3 edit controls. 1, 2, copy paste also works, like so. And then we can simply say, okay, this is our investment amount, this is our percentage, and this is the number of years, like so. And then we also need a web button right here, which will be used for calculation. So we set the caption to calculate, and then the name to button calculate. And then again, we have the txt. What do we call it? We have the txt amount, txt percentage or percent, and then txt years. And this is button calculate. These three are supposed to be aligned left top, and this one aligned to the right. But that doesn't work so well on the web browser because we don't have the total width as defined. So let's keep it as it is. And with that, let's run it real quick so you see what's happening here, because we picked a Bootstrap application. So by default, TMS Web Core also picks Bootstrap specific stuff. And without going far into this button now also has the Bootstrap specific formatting. If you were to access this URL on your phone, you would actually see the phone representation of this button. The cool thing is you can change this pretty easily by going into the element class name here, which is by default set to button light. For example, you can do button primary. This is all from the documentation from Bootstrap. This has nothing to do with TMS Web Core in particular. And if you rerun this now, you get the button in the TMS Bootstrap class according to what is specified in TMS Web Core, whereas it's a blue default button. Okay, so the next step, the string grid, right here, just like before, here, and we set the options again. So the name is grid, and with regards to options, we're going to say call sizing, yes, no editing, perfect, and the default call width is 150 again. So we have to make this a little bit wider already. Okay. Go here. I think 150 might be a little bit overdoing it. Well, let's see how it turns out. So it's something like this. And now we can copy paste the code, believe it or not. So we go here, select the text property to nothing, click the calculate button, and just notice we never renamed the form main, and button calculate click. We go over to our VCL application and copy paste the code for the button calculate click. So here, copy, and do the same, paste. So calculate periods, yes, we don't have that yet, correct. So we go over to our VCL application, we copy the two private methods. So, and then because we named them all T form main, we can actually copy paste them as they are. So we should be able to calculate periods, and then also the amount for periods as they are without code completing them first. So just add them here. And let's compile. Just so you see, I'm not cheating. There is a mistake in there. So for main, we close the VCL one. Power is unknown. Well, it sure isn't, because we forgot to say uses. And this is the next cool thing. We can literally use the system.math, just like before, compile. So even the unit names are the same. So everything, you will feel right at home. So success, rerun this. And I forgot to enter default values there. So 10,000, 10%, 5 years, calculate, and boom, there it is. There is your web application. This runs inside of a web browser. With zero work, implementation-wise, the same implementation, you could use the same code that you've had, and this is now a full-blown web application. Let's add the default values like we had before. So here, text 10,000, and here 10 and 5 years. And we also had something here, default column alignment, right justification. So just so you see that everything literally is the same. There is no changes. You can take your software as it is and migrate it to the web. That's the power of TMS Web Core, that you can take existing VCL code, existing user interfaces from your desktop applications and bring them to the web in mere minutes, I would say. If you use standard components from the VCL, you're done in no time. Otherwise, of course, you have to do some modifications, but this is the true power that if you can develop for the VCL with TMS Web Core, you're also a Delphi web developer, because there is no difference. TMS Web Core gives you the same concepts, the same rapid application development approach. Drop components on the form, configure the components in the object inspector, run your applications, and boom, you have your web application. On the disk, it looks like nothing special. As promised, this is what is being created. You get an HTML file for each of your forms, because that's what the web is all about, but your application is actually all JavaScript. And this met file is debugging information so that you can debug your application inside of the browser and inside of the IDE. And these two, this is the Bootstrap, which could also be loaded from the internet, so you wouldn't even have to bundle this. So really, your application is these couple of files, and that's for a web project, not a lot of files, but there's no dependencies on any executables that you have to run on your Linux service, on your Windows server. This is just a web application that can be deployed with any web server. If you would like the source code for this example that I've just shown you, it's available on GitHub. Just go to my GitHub repository, Holger Flick, or github.com/holgerflick/dbc for Delphi Bootcamp _web core basics. And there is the source for both the VCL project and for the web project. As soon as the conference happens, the private is going to go away. Right now it's a private project that only I can access, but as soon as the conference launches, you will be able to access it under the URL given right here. With that, let me show you a couple of more demos that are bundled with the product that show you the full power of TMS Web Core. Let me just preface this. TMS has dozens, if not hundreds, of demonstrations divided in different categories like basics, DB backend, FNC, jQuery. My lead is for services. What are services? You can use Firestore, Google Calendar, Google Charts, Google Drive, all of this. And as it is bundled in the Web Core folder, that tells you don't need anything else but TMS Web Core. There's nothing else required. Only exception to the demos here are the FNC demos, which require, of course, the FNC components. But anything else you see, for example, unit testing is possible with TMS Web Core as well. But I'm getting ahead of myself, so let's look at the basics. And what I would recommend to look into is the multiple forms demo that shows you how you can create applications that have multiple forms. So that's not a problem either, using multiple forms in the TMS Web Core application. And you can also exchange data between those two forms. For example, I can say sample text edit. This is Delphi Bootcamp. And I pick a regular form, click here to open the second form. See, the value goes over here. The form is completely replaced. I can click close form. I can even intercept these closings using source code. Go back. There's actually multiple ways you can do this, but this, again, I'm getting ahead of myself. There are certain events that you can either implement, or you can also use anonymous methods, closures that you can implement, or TMS Web Core has something very special for you, because everything on the internet is usually asynchronous, that you can get a special keyword, I call it, even though it's not officially a keyword in the Delphi language, but you can use await to wait for an asynchronous process to complete, and that makes programming with TMS Web Core even easier. Of course, there's also pop-up forms like here, or you can get a pop-up form with a caption like so. And what is also interesting, this uses a color scheme, a custom color scheme, and this demo, which is never really introduced here we go here, which I never introduced properly. This demonstration itself, if you look at the form, at the first form, there is a header and a footer, and that is something you can do by modifying the HTML, for example, because you can not only use the form designer, you can also use the HTML to make changes to your design. And there are certain levels of customization depending on how advanced your skill with TMS Web Core gets. But the key point to take away from today is, if you can develop applications with Delphi, you can develop web applications with TMS Web Core. The most complex you can get customization-wise is using a template that you download from the internet and just integrate your web application into this template. And just let me start by showing you the example. And this is a template, I think, that has been downloaded from Creative Tim. And this part here is all TMS Web Core, like the navigation right here, or these settings right here. This is all TMS Web Core. The scenario is that you only concentrate on the business part of your application, and the design part is done by somebody else. So you concentrate on these parts, like the order number, order date, on these edit fields, the button, your navigation, which is hosted in a frame, and you focus on that, and your source code focuses on that all alone. However, you incorporate information that you get from a web designer right here in the HTML, and that web design has hooks integrated into the design. For example, here you see PAD menu 1, menu 2. These are hooks that you can access from your programming to make changes to these components. So the complexity of your web applications really have no limit. Hopefully, I really triggered your interest in developing web applications with Delphi and TMS Web Core. And this is in my own interest, actually. I wrote a book about TMS Web Core. This is already the second edition. The first edition came out in 2020. This video was recorded in 2023. So this is the second edition. And this book, I claim, I'm the author. I can make huge claims, right? This book will not only get you started, it will also explain to you more advanced topics, and it will be your reference to do web development with Delphi and TMS Web Core. This URL here, flixengineering.com/books, gives you a TMS Web Core application, which allows you to select your Amazon store, and then the book title, which should be, for this particular book, TMS Web Core 2nd edition, English. I have many more books there. Feel free to browse and see what I have to offer. But this book in particular gets you started with TMS Web Core, and not only gets you started, it also gives you advanced topics. For example, you learn how to build PWAs, like for mobile devices, how to build Electron and Miletus applications, how to integrate existing JavaScript, and then also how you can create Windows and Linux web services with TMX data for your backend, because database programming, right? Delphi and databases, they belong together. So I also cover you there, how you can get your databases into the internet so you can access them using a web service. And then the second edition even covers Linux deployment for your web services. And I also show how you can access real-time APIs, WebSockets. In this book, I use a stock web service where you see how the stocks are being updated live. And then using T-dataset controls, which you've known from the VCL for years and years, to manage your data in your applications. And then also responsive web design, which we almost didn't cover. And also the web design, the most advanced part with custom HTML and CSS controls. And you get lots and lots of examples. There's examples for Google Maps, Google Charts, YouTube. And then one of the biggest parts in the book as well is how you can deploy your applications to Linux, Windows, hosting providers, and then using Docker. So you can wrap your TMS Web Core application in a Docker container, send this Docker container to a customer, and the customer can run your web application in their own network without having to bother about a web server or anything. Even the database backend can be hosted in this, so the customer or you yourself can set up the whole scenario. The multi-tier development becomes really, really easy with Docker, and all of this is being shown in the book. Again, my name is Holger Flick, holger@flicksengineering.com. Thank you for your attention, and for anything TMS Web Core, also go to web.tmssoftware.com. I'll be happy to.
Wow. Every time Holger does a session, and he and I have done a couple together, but every time he does a session, we just explode with questions and people say, oh, it's so great, and all the rest of it. And the good news is Holger is here live with us, being able to join us for the live Q&A. Hello, Holger.
Hi, Ian. I hope you... there I am. I hope everybody can see me too.
Yeah, so I'm just going to make sure I've saved a load of questions. There were just tons of questions. I know you answered a few because like it was a little bit of a problem with the interface, but I think we fixed that now. Let me just turn off the scroller and just say to people, it's up that way somewhere there. I think
you're on my left. So
yeah, it's weird. I'm all reversed. I had to reverse myself because my logo on the shirt was back to front at some point. But
yeah, that's strange.
There you go. See, I think it's by default. Yeah, not sure what that means, but it's exciting. I never got an MVP shirt. I say this to everybody, but there you go. I got the new one now.
I'll talk to the person that can change that that MVPs get a shirt.
Who would that be? Oh wait, that's me now, isn't it? Yeah. So obviously you and I are good friends. We talk a lot about. Martha says the shirt is haunting you, Ian. I'm like, yeah, she's not wrong. So you and I talk a lot. We're both big fans of TMS, and in fact, actually, when I code at the moment, I'm involved in a very, very large project that uses TMS Web Core. So I'm kind of biased towards it. I try to be even about all the tech partners because it is my job to interface with the MVPs and the tech partners as developer relations. But as I've said multiple times, if TMS stop making good products, then I'll stop talking about them. So it's as simple as that. But there are other people doing other products, and I do try and give them a fair crack of the whip as well. It's quite important. And I can see from the messages on my screen quite a few people scanning your QR code as well. So just send me the check in the mail, okay? Yeah. Right. So how long have we got?
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we've got about 8 minutes. The session that's after us is a little bit long as well, so we might get stuck. Okay, so let's see what we've got. This one came up, and there was a few similar ones. And someone was saying, Jude De Silva, I think might be from Brazil, was asking how to do a data connection. I was busy answering questions, so I didn't actually see if he covered that part. Did you cover that in the question?
No, I didn't cover it in the video. Obviously, it's covered in the book. You need a web service backend of some sort. You can't connect from your browser correctly to the database. Because as I said, the JavaScript application actually runs in the browser where your end customer is located. And that would then be the browser connecting to the database, and nobody would give you the privileges to do that, to connect to their database inside of their company. So you need a web server backend. TMS has TMS X data, which is pretty great to use because it makes serialization of your objects easily. If you use object relational mapping from TMS, it's even easier. If you have existing databases, you can create that on the fly. So I think Ian has that in production even. I think you generating a database, and then you can even use a query language inside of your browser URLs to query that database. So, but there's also open source products out there in the Delphi community that allow you to build REST APIs. So it's not a requirement that you need to buy another product from TMS. a Vapor backend, for example, that's written in Swift that connects to a database, you can use it just fine in TMS Web Core.
Everybody, Holger is a big fan of Swift, and I absolutely hate it. We're kind of on opposite ends of the fence on that one. That's why
we're on opposite ends there. Yes,
exactly. We agree about most things, but not on Swift. Yeah.
Yeah, and then TMS Web Core offers the T dataset, T data source architecture that we as Delphi developers have known for years. And I think it was even in Delphi 1 already. So
yes.
you can support that. The T dataset, of course, that's the only downside right now. It has to be one dimension. Basically, you can't do a dataset inside of a dataset if you wanted to do that. But that's already advanced stuff. So if you just have a data set and you query it from your REST server, you can even use that with a data set and data source. And then TMS Web Core also has the TDB components, like a TDB edit, TDB grid. So you get there pretty quickly and you can migrate your products quickly. And then in the next step, if you want to basically add more, there's also like Bootstrap specific stuff for grids, and it makes the transition pretty easy.
Yeah, and I think I would say there as well that if you are a Delphi programmer already, you're basically writing Delphi code using all the things you're familiar with, because you've got a T data source, and you've had a T data source in your Delphi apps since, as you say, and I agree, since Delphi 1. So it's not like you're having to relearn something to produce HTML. And it's important to say as well that the when you hit compile for Web Core, what comes out is a bunch of web pages and some JavaScript. And that's an important definition, because if you use something like IntraWeb, which is a similar but different technology, IntraWeb actually produces an executable, which is then running either as a ISAPI module or something like that, or it's a standalone server. And so you don't get the HTML and you can't really quite interact in the same way. Whereas Web Core is taking your Delphi code and go, and out comes a load of HTML. And that is very, very powerful, because as you showed, you can use an HTML template and write your code in Delphi to talk to it. There are a few quirks because the browser model imposes some restrictions to do with things like asynchronous and synchronous behavior. But once you've got your head around that, it's not that difficult.
And we didn't even get into those. We didn't even get into those language constructs that you can do. The asynchronous calls can be handled pretty easily with the new language features that TMS Web Core introduces. So JavaScript, it's literally compatible with all browsers, and it's also compatible with I haven't found a web server yet, even like the mini ones that you can find, that was not compatible with TMS Web Core.
We did some A/B testing for the project I was working on, and we tried it with every type of web host we could find, because obviously we had to make it robust. And also we had it running on a number of different browsers, from tablets to Chromebooks to Linux laptops running, Chromium / some other weird browser, Brave browser. I think we tested it on a few others as well, and it worked on everything. And again, I'm currently representing Embarcadero, so I'm saying there are other alternatives, but all I can say from my personal experience as a developer was it is a very credible solution, and it's as evidenced by the amount of people who are scanning that barcode and saying nice things like Joe Carney there. Book is worth the money, because it's quite reasonable.
Thank you, Joe, and a shout out to Joe.
Yeah, exactly. And there's, I think you've got 3 books at the moment, is that right? Something like that. And someone's scanning the QR code again. They're great books. The latest one's very thick.
Yes, because it's the second edition. I wanted to make sure people that bought the first one get a lot of new stuff in there. There's also the hands-on series. Hands-on 1 is about Xdata, real world project. So that's really good to do. There's also an online course that I've got online about Xdata if you want to do the web service backend in more detail. And for the Delphi developers out there, Xdata is all VCL. if you use the Windows, and you can also deploy to Linux, so you don't need a Windows server per se, and to Docker, which I also show in the web core book. There's another question about, does the book explain how to have a current HTML page? As any web core application is nothing but HTML or basically a JavaScript application, just use an iframe and you're happy to go. So you can implement it as part of a WordPress application, for example. Just use an iframe, and then you have your application in there.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing as well, that the technology is straightforward. It's not anything too tricky for people to grasp, and the benefit is, if you're not very if you're averse to being a web developer, but you consider yourself a developer and you want to produce web apps. So in my case, it's a very big human resources application. The brief was, they said, I want to take the desktop app, which is written in various versions of Delphi and has been around for 20 odd years. I want that app, but I want it in the web, in the browser. And that's exactly what we did. And if you take screenshots between the desktop version and the web version, it looks almost exactly the same. There are some differences about menu bars and things like that obviously don't make sense in the browser, but it's connecting to MySQL in the background using Xdata and or Radius as a part of it as well. And it uses two-factor authentication. I actually choose not to use TMS's Sphinx that we talked about yesterday with Wagner, but great system. We're running short of time, Holger. Are there any other questions that you particularly want to address?
Two. Basically, the second edition replaces the first edition. So basically, the second edition is the book you want to buy. I never translated it to German, so the German edition only has the first edition, but English is, yeah, that's the second one, exactly. And I mean, it's not available in India. Please talk to Amazon, because I did not exclude India. So if it is available on Amazon, it should be. Sometimes, especially during COVID times, it was not. For example, I had problems to order to Belgium once. So the Belgians.
Well, Belgium really is a third world country, so I can understand.
So I wouldn't think what the problem is. Order from .com, or it should be not an issue, and there's definitely no restrictions on a computer technology book like TMS Web Core.
Cool.
And then, of course, is available for the Xdata course is for beginners of TMS Xdata, but I always require knowledge of the Delphi language. Obviously, that's what Ian is for with learndelphi.org and all those videos there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a group effort, and you're an MVP, and you're actually a regional. I forget what we call them now, director or something like that. I can't remember. You're the regional coordinator. That's it.
Yes, that's it is. Yeah, for North America.
I knew there was some name for it. But very active, very popular, very prolific author, and also a good friend of mine as well. We bonded over both being Europeans in the United States, married to Americans. So it's like having your own mafia gang or something like that. If you're an expat over here,
don't mention that word in association with me. We got some pretty big interviews coming up in the future.
You're in Florida. You'll be fine. The mafia.
Yeah, you're right.
It's too hot and sweaty. Same as Texas. Nobody really cares. Just, it's way too hot. Yes, correct. Yeah.
So there's one final question from Ralph. How easy to build a responsive with layout properties? You can actually do the responsive stuff just using anchors and AL client and all that kind of stuff. And then there is a specific responsive component that even allows you to define the different media breakpoints inside of the IDE. However, if you really want to do real responsive stuff, have a look at the Bootstrap framework, build your grid, and then integrate that into your TMS Web Core application. Might be easier, but you can use anchors and alignments just fine. That works.
Perfect. Well, we'll run out of time, and you and I will probably do another webinar again, because we keep saying that we'll do one together. And
we definitely will, yes, after the summer.
For sure, yeah, exactly. But thanks for coming, and we're going to roll off and do some more stuff, but I'll talk to you somewhere, I'm sure, at some point. Okay.
Do a perfect job, Ian. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Thank you.
So
the next session is from a technology partner, and it is Richard Hatherall from Appercept. This is a very interesting set of components that allow you to write your Delphi apps to integrate and make use of, shall we say, Amazon's burgeoning AWS services, of which there are many. And you can get that SDK and use it with your Delphi apps. I did it yesterday. If you saw my Space Computer demo that I did, I was using the Amazon service there to generate realistic voices. It took me 10 minutes to do with these components. So anyway, stick around, and I think Richard is joining us live later as well for the live Q&A. But thanks for joining us. Keep asking questions, and we'll answer the ones we can.
Hello and welcome to Getting Started with Appercept AWS SDK for Delphi. I'm Richard Hatherall from Appercept. I'm the author of the AWS SDK and I'm an Embarcadero MVP for Delphi. Let's take a quick tour of the general features first before we see any code, so we know exactly what the Appercept AWS SDK provides. There is a QR code in the top corner, which is a link to the package on Getit. If you are an enterprise or architect subscriber to Delphi or Rad Studio, you will have access to the Appercept AWS SDK already. The SDK is built on top of Delphi's HTTP client layer from SystemNet HTTP client. The benefit of this is it's compatible with all Delphi supported target platforms. So you can deploy to Windows, Linux, Mac OS, iOS, Android, and it should work equally well on each of those platforms. It provides direct mapping for all features of the implemented services, so you can do anything in the Delphi SDK that you would in Amazon's own SDKs. So we don't hide anything away from you. There are features built on top to make certain things easier, but you always have access to the service features directly. We honor the AWS configuration. So Amazon's own SDKs and command line tools have a standardized way of storing and loading configuration, and that comes in the form of shared files, environment variables, platform services. So as best as possible, we honor those configurations. This allows you to exist or coexist within an environment that's already configured for Amazon Web Services. We provide automatic credential resolution. As a part of that configuration, there are defined locations to find credentials, and we load those in the same order effectively as an AWS SDK would do. We provide automatic credential refreshing, so if you're issued expiring credentials that are refreshable, we will automatically refresh those credentials for you, so you don't have to deal with that. We have scoped exceptions, so we provide a hierarchy of exceptions, allowing you to handle errors at whichever level that you need to. We'll talk more about that later. Some exceptions are marked as retryable, and those exceptions we will automatically retry based on a policy, and that policy can be adjusted slightly. We'll talk about that later. We provide convenient utility classes to help you perform complex or asynchronous actions or build complex data structures. So there are times that some requests will need multiple actions chained together to do an overall action that you're looking for. So we provide some utilities that help those actions. We also provide components for FMX and VCL. It was a couple of months ago now we released our first components for Cognito. We have a T-Cognito hosted UI component available for FMX and VCL. There's more coming soon. So let's have a look at the supported services. Within the application integration category, we provide Amazon Simple Notification Service, or SNS. This is a pub-sub mechanism, allows you to send out notifications to consumers of those topics. You can send messages to mobile platforms using the Apple Push Notification Service or the Firebase Cloud Messaging through a common interface with SNS. You can send messages, or you can queue messages for consumption by distributed components with Amazon Simple Queue Service, SQS. In the business applications category, we provide Amazon Simple Email Service, which is a service that, as its name suggests, allows you to send and receive emails, typically used for sending templated emails from platforms. It has a lot of features to help you manage templated emails and things like that. Cryptography and PKI category, we have the AWS Key Management Service, KMS. This is a service that can create and store cryptography keys to be used by other Amazon Web Services. So many of the other services we're talking about here will make use of cryptography at some point, and they typically use the key management service for the cryptography keys. Within the machine learning category, we provide Amazon Poly, which is a text-to-speech service. So you can provide it some text, and it will send you back an MP3 file, which will contain some a voice recording or generation that is very human-like. And then there's Amazon Textract, which is a service for extracting text from non-textual documents like images. So you can, if you have a photograph and in that photograph there is some text contained in it, Textract can extract that text for you. It also has some handy actions to help you extract text specific to financial documents as well, like invoices. So you can ask it to extract all of the financial information from that document, and it will give you a breakdown and summary of that. Amazon Transcribe is used for transcribing voice out of audio or video files. So you can get it to generate a text transcript or a set of subtitles from that the audio that you provide. Amazon Translate is for translating to and from any of the supported languages on Amazon Translate. I can't remember how many there are now, but there's quite a few. And then in the security, identity and compliance category, we support Amazon Cognito. So Amazon Cognito is a service we'll take a look in more detail in a later talk within the Coding Bootcamp. It's a service that allows you to implement authentication services within your application very easily. You can generate identity providers and have identities federated from third-party providers like social platforms as well. So you can have people sign into your apps using their Facebook or Google credentials, for example. Amazon AWS Secrets Manager is a cryptography or cryptographic secrets manager, so you can ask it to safely store you a value, and it will store that away, and you can later retrieve it. It also has some capabilities for general cryptography as well. There's the AWS Security Token Service, STS. This is really a core part of the AWS SDK. You rarely ever interact with it directly, but it provides a lot of the functionality when dealing with credentials. Then in the storage category, we support, last but not least, the Amazon Simple Storage Service, S3. So this is probably the most well-known and most used services of AWS. It allows you to store terabytes of data in the cloud and provides lots of features for interacting and archiving and versioning and all kinds of things that you would likely want to do with data in the cloud. So let's move on now and have a look at how we actually make use of some of these services. So this listing here is for a program list S3 buckets, and I've just highlighted in it the key areas within the program. So the important thing when we're using one of the AWS services is we import the unit that we need. So all we need to do is import the specific unit. In this case, on line 9, you'll see aws.s3. We're importing the S3 client. And we then, on line 14, we define a variable S3, which is an interface to the S3 client, IS3 client. And on line 19, we instantiate an implementation of that, the TS3 client. So each service will have an interface to it and the implementation of it. I prefer to generally use the interface or define the variable as the interface. It just allows me not to have to remember to put in a try finally to clean up the resources you've used there, and it just makes the code look a bit cleaner, because interfaces are automatically managed from a memory point of view. But if you want, you can feel free and put in your own try finally blocks and just use TS3 client on its own. There's nothing to stop you doing that. But then on line 22, we have a call to the S3 client for list buckets, and we're storing the response of that. So that will contain all of the results of the response. Now on line 25 to 29, we'll see there we're actually using the response. We're iterating over the list of buckets that are returned to us, and we're outputting them to the console. And if I show you what that would look like, it looks exactly like if you're familiar with Amazon's command line tools, this would be the equivalent of doing AWS S3 LS to list the buckets within your account. If we look back at the code, there's a little note down here on line 34. Don't forget to handle service exceptions. And on line 35, we are catching specifically the ES3 exception class, which is any exception that is raised specifically by the S3 client. So if it's not an S3 exception, it will be caught by the next exception handler on line 38. So there's no difference here, but it may be that you want to handle exceptions for S3 different to how you would handle a general application exception in your code. So that's why we provide an exception hierarchy like this. So let's look at how to configure the AWS SDK. The QR code in the on the top of the screen is a link to Amazon's official AWS CLI configuration reference, and that details out everything I'm going to talk about here. And it will give you details about things that are not necessarily supported by the Appercept AWS SDK, because they have a lot of configuration options. We try to support as many as we can, but the reality is there are so many scenarios of configuration that I don't think at the minute we are quite quite up to speed with everything. If there are differences, I'll try and point them out here. So in the ini files, in the shared files, they are ini files, and we can see examples of them here. So in your home folder or your user profile folder, there's a .aws folder, and that will contain two files if you have a configured AWS CLI or SDK, and the first one, config, is general settings. So in here you will see things like a region. So here we're seeing that in the default profile, and I will point out that these configurations are organized by profiles, and default is the default. So if you don't specify a profile that you want to use, then it will load this default profile. And in this case, we're seeing that region is being configured to communicate to EU West 1. So the SDK will use services in that region. That's Dublin, Ireland, for anyone who's not familiar with all of the region names. Then in the credentials file in the .aws folder, you will see a set of credentials, and these will be credentials specific to you. So when you configure your account on Amazon, you will have the option under the identity and access management, IAM. You can generate yourself some credentials for use on command line tools and within the SDK. So you would typically come and store them here on your in your credentials file. So there'll be an AWS access key ID and an AWS secret access key. You can override the profile that you load by setting the AWS profile environment variable, and that means any applications you launch, if you set that to a different name, any programs you launch within that session will load a different configuration. So you can also switch those at runtime using the IAWS options profile attribute. We'll talk more about that shortly. so this configuration here is useful for developer configuration or deployment to private servers outside of AWS, where you don't have another mechanism to retrieve credentials. Let's have a look at environment variables. We specify these at launch if we want to override the behavior of the configuration that we are wanting to run a program under. These take precedence over the values that are stored in the shared files, and we support the most commonly used variables, including AWS access key ID, AWS secret access key, AWS default region and AWS region, and AWS profile as mentioned previously. So these values are useful for injecting configuration into CI or production containers and instances. So if you need a continuous integration flow to have access to actual AWS services, often on CI systems, it's one of the easiest forms of configuration is to inject environment variables into a process. So so this is a good scenario to use these. And same with production containers and instances. So if you're deploying a Docker service to something like Amazon ECS, the Elastic Container Service, you can set values within the task definition, including these values to inject how you want to load its configuration. So let's have a look at options and how we make use of them. So when we want to override the default behavior, we can create an options class. We typically use an options interface. So in this example, we're still using S3. So we create an options on line 13. You'll see it declared as an IS3 options. So that's an interface to the S3 options. On line 18, we're creating that options TS3 options, and then we can specify the things that we want to override. So on line 21, we have an example here of setting the region that we want to use the services of. Lines 24 and 25, we're specifying static credentials. So these would be used over anything that was loaded from the environment that we're executing in. And then on lines 28 to 32, we're doing the same thing as lines 24 and 25, but this is an example of setting credentials through the credentials interface. And what that allows you to do is provide credentials from another source. In this case, we are just using TAWS credentials, and TAWS credentials is a static credential with static values that you provide. But in a real world application, there are likely other sources of credentials that you will want to use, say for example Cognito, and we'll see an example of that in the later session on Cognito. And then it's important to remember, once you've defined these options, you need to pass them to the constructor of the client that you're going to want to use them. So on line 34, we're seeing that the TS3 client is being created with the options. Right, and then let's have a look at some more things we can do with options. If we are going to use multiple Amazon clients within a session, we can make configurations generic. So if we look at line 14 here, we've got an options IAWS option. So this is a this is a generic AWS options interface now. So when we create on line 21 TAWS options, these options will be honored by any client. So here we're setting the region on line 22, and then on line 25 we are creating an S3 client with those options, and on line 28 we're creating SQS client, TSQS client, using exactly the same options. So they're going to be configured the same. Now, we also have, this is almost exactly the same example as the previous example, except for I just wanted to highlight that we have this concept of scoped options. So on line 25, the difference here is we are setting a value for region. We're setting the value EU West 2 for the region for the S3 service. And the key thing here is other clients, like the SQS client that's defined at line 33, that is going to use the default region here on the options, which is EU West 1. But the S3 client instantiated on line 29, even though it's getting the same options, that will use the EU West 2 region because it's an S3 client. This is very useful in scenarios where Amazon they don't have every service deployed in every region. So a good example of that is Amazon Simple Email Service, which doesn't have a full implementation in every region. They have a few key regions around the world that have that. So if you want to send emails from your platform, but you're deployed in a region that doesn't use or doesn't have its own simple email service, you can set the region specifically for SES, and that just it makes it easier for you to manage these common sets of options if you have interactions between multiple services within a process. So when we make a request, each action that we make accepts arguments via a request object. So what we see here is we have an S3 client created at 17, and then straight after it we're creating on line 20 a request object, and this is an IS3 get object request, and that request is then passed to get object action of the S3 client on line 25. This is the longhand way to make that request. Every action on the within the client has this pattern, but it's not always convenient, or it's not always desired. Some actions don't really need any arguments. Some actions have only one or two arguments, as in the case of the get object request. There's only two required arguments, the bucket name and the key of the object that you want to retrieve. So instead of creating an object request like a get object request like this, the get object action has an overload which allows you to specify those arguments straight away without creating that. So on line 28 there is a shorthand there which is doing exactly the same thing, but it saves you from building that request. Now, some requests are too complex. They need too many inputs to make this sensible. So in those scenarios, we don't provide any overloads. We just leave them as they are, and leave it up to you to construct the request object as you see fit for your need. So on the other side of requests is responses. So once we make a request, again, we are using the get object request here, and on line 20 we are storing the results of that get object request in the response variable. So that response variable, here I'm not defining the type in code, but that will be an instance of is3 get object response. And then once we have a response, if no exceptions have happened, we can then interact with it. We can check if it is considered a successful response. Most of the time it will be regarded as successful if an exception hasn't been raised. But there is, it's always safer if you're not entirely sure how the service considers success and failure. It's always a good thing to check, is this response successful? If it is, then you know that the data in it should be populated and you can interact with it. Obviously, each action has a different response structure. And you can see that within the SDK's help, you will be able to find the interfaces and what's available to you in those responses. So let's have a look slightly more detail about the exceptions. So any request that you make, you should try and handle those exceptions. At least, like on line 27, we're handling the ES3 exception here. So we're saying any exception that the S3 client specifically raises, we will handle here. But on line 23, we're showing an example of handling an S3 specific exception, ES3 no such key. So that is going to happen when you have asked for something for an object on S3 that doesn't exist. So here we're just outputting object not found. Now with retries and exceptions, there is a policy that is effectively defined through the options. So here you can see that we're creating an S3 options, TS3 options on line 17, and then we've got some examples here of changing the policy. So the options retry limit on 21, we're setting it to 10. It defaults to 3 normally. So that means you will only get 10. In this case, you would get up to 10 retries, and at which point it will then fail if it's not successful on that retry, on that last retry. The option on line 25, where we're setting the retry base delay. So the retry base delay is specified in milliseconds, and it defaults to 300 milliseconds. It's the base value that is used for calculating the retry delays. So it's an exponential backoff. So rather than just trying immediately after each failure, we put a small pause in between retries, and that pause gets a little bit longer each time. In case there's a server issue, like there was too many requests being made and the server is saying, oh no, we can't handle that right now, it's best to just give a small delay, and then maybe it will be more successful. And if it still fails, we get a little bit longer and so on. The on line 29, we are enabling a thing called jitter. So retry jitter, we're setting it here to full. And you can set it to equal or full to enable retry jitter. It defaults to none, but what this does is if you are building a large scale application and loads of errors happen all at once, say you've got 1,000 servers processing messages off of a queue and they're relying on doing something with another service and they're getting errors from that service, if in the normal rules of retry, they will all be exponentially backing off, probably all at the same time. So adding jitter in adds a small amount of randomization to how long the delay is, and that just means that when all of the retries on your 1,000 servers happens, it just means that they don't all hit the server at exactly the same time again, and hopefully you won't get a service overloaded with your requests. So if we look on line 35, we're using the same or we're using the ES3 slowdown exception here to catch when there's too many slowdown responses. Now, slowdown is marked as a retriable error. So if we've got retry limit here set to 10, we're not going to see this exception for the first 10 times that this fails. We're only going to see it after that. So once it gets to its retry limit of 10, you are then going to get an exception of that raised. So utility classes that we provide. This is an example of a policy document model builder. So with Amazon Web Services, you are almost certainly at some point going to be working with policy documents from the Identity and Access Management service. What policy documents are? They are JSON documents that have a defined structure that allow you to define permissions and the scope of permissions for services and for users interacting with those services. So rather than making you write lots of JSON code or do lots of string interpolation, injecting values in, when you want to programmatically generate a policy document, you can import the aws.iam.policy document, and then you can use the tiampolicydocument.build, which gives you a fluent interface here to generate that document. And here with our program, it just outputs, or it would output some JSON like the JSON on the right. And you could say, oh well, it's there's probably more lines of code written on the in the Pascal code there than there are on the JSON, but the aim is for it to be a more defined interface specific to this document type. So you know what values are allowed where, or what values are expected where. So let's jump straight into having a quick look at the S3 Explorer demo that is provided in the AWS SDK samples repository. We'll just have a quick tour around and see some of these things we've been talking about in action. So here in Delphi, I've got the S3 Explorer demo from the AWS SDK samples repository open. I'll just quickly run it for you so you can see the idea of what it does. If we select from this list one of the buckets in my account, I've got AppSet Demo 1 here, and I can navigate through this in an Explorer-like interface, where we can navigate through the folders and we can inspect files. So here's the AppSet wallpaper file. It's 2.15 megabytes in size, we can see it's located in the AWS region EU West 2. So it's quite simple. We also have the ability, let's have a look here, to upload. So if we just upload the AppSet wallpaper here, oh, there we go, we're done. So that's a relatively small file. So it was done very quickly, but I'll show you what happens if we upload a larger file. So we've got this video here that's 192 meg in size. So if we open that, we can see, oh, what is happening here? This is giving us lots of progress bars, and they're all happening at the same time. So if a file is very large, it's good practice to break it up into smaller parts and do a multi-part upload. So the AWS SDK has built-in methods for handling this for you, and I'll show you how that works. So first of all, I'll just have a quick note. If we go into this change bucket method, the first thing I wanted to note was when you're interacting with a bucket, you need to have a client configured for the bucket's region. So each bucket is located in a region, and you need to configure a set of options for that. So this the client that we have here is configured with whichever region that that our SDK is configured with by default. But we use this get bucket location method to retrieve the selected bucket's location. One gotcha here is in the response, the location constraint, which normally specifies the region, if it's empty, it actually means the region is US East 1. So that's a nice little gotcha if you're not used to dealing with Amazon S3. But then once we've configured some options and created a client for the bucket, we can use that client to talk to that bucket. So in this, we create an F bucket, which is a TS3 bucket, which is a model for interacting with the bucket, and it has convenience methods, and I'll show you more about what we do with that now. If we jump down to change prefix is effectively the equivalent of a change directory command, and all the change prefix does is it updates the user interface, it clears the objects out of the user interface, and then it refreshes the objects based on the new prefix. So if we go down to the refresh objects method, we can see here what this does. First of all, it lists the objects, and we configure the request to have a delimiter. So if we see here, there is a request delimiter of /, and what that does, it tells the list objects request to consider that the / part of the key is a delimiter for effectively directories. So while S3 isn't really a file system, it's a key blob store for objects. It's you can fake some file system like behavior using the delimiter. And once you configure a delimiter, the response of list objects will return to you what it calls common prefixes, and they are at the level of the directory that you've queried. What folders are within there. So I then have a method in the form here to render prefixes, which will effectively create the directory structure. And then here's where we use the bucket object that I mentioned earlier, which is we use it to retrieve the objects. Now, objects are limited to 1,000 objects in a response. So if you have more than 1,000 objects in a response, you're going to need multiple requests configured with the correct tokens to paginate your way through the whole bucket. So as a convenience, the bucket object, the IS3 TS3 bucket object, will allow you to iterate through objects, all the objects of a bucket, very conveniently. So it's not necessarily the most efficient thing you want to do if you're dealing with large S3 buckets with large amounts of objects in. You probably don't want to do this. You'll probably want to make more focused requests to list objects. But in this scenario, as a demo, I'm just showing you that it is possible. So let's now jump over and have a look at the file uploads. So here's the file upload form that handles uploads, and this is the upload file method within this form. So first of all, I'll note that I run using task run. I run the actual upload method in the upload file method here is running a background thread. So this won't block the user interface, so it will stay responsive while this upload happens. I should note as well that just like the bucket object that we had, there is an TS3 object model that allows us to interact with a specific object. And we use that because it has a convenience method here for uploading a file, which just takes a file path on your file system, and it has a Boolean flag here, whether you want to use temporary files if it needs to split it into multiple parts for upload. Do you want to use temporary files, which can reduce the amount of memory pressure on your process? And then this next argument here is a callback procedure, and this callback procedure is going to be called every time data is transferred with a series of values for the current state of the upload. So what we do here is, because we're in a background thread, so like I say, while this isn't a part of the AWS SDK, it's worth noting if you are working in a GUI application, it is good practice to put these things into background processes, and we queue this method back onto the main thread for GUI updates. And it's because inside here we are calling some updates, like we're updating this overall progress bar to the overall values, and we are then calling this update part progress, which is a method which locates the part that that should hopefully exist in the user interface. If it doesn't, it will create a new progress bar for it and place it in the user interface and set the values for it appropriately. And there is a final argument here, which is a variable argument to this callback, which is an abort flag. So if you set this to true, the upload will abort. So that is taking care of a lot of complexity for you in how to go about breaking up files, how to go about uploading them to S3, whether it's a single chunk or whether it's multi-part, to be more efficient. It's helping a lot here, making your life as a developer hopefully a little bit more easy. So this, like I say, this demo, it is worth exploring and experimenting with. So I do encourage you to go and check it out from the sample repository and have a play for yourself. So that has been getting started with the Appercept AWS SDK for Delphi. Thank you for joining us, and please, you can contact me for any feedback at support@appercept.com. You can follow us on Twitter on Appercept HQ. Feel free to tweet us with your feature requests, or maybe email feature requests. And then please take a look at the GitHub repository Appercept/AWS SDK Delphi samples for the S3 Explorer and other samples that you will have seen here. The QR codes on the top of the screen. One is to appercept.com and the other is to the Get It package containing the Appercept AWS SDK. Thank you very much.
Okay, great stuff. And the good news is that Richard is with us live in the studio. As if by magic, he will appear just there, probably. No, there. Oh, I was right first time that way. How are you doing?
Hello. Yeah, good, thanks. How you doing?
I'm okay, yes. I never read emails when people are moaning about something. I made a mistake of doing that. I thought, oh, wait, I'm going live to do the link. So great session. I did do something yesterday, the Space Computer, which actually used your components. And I have to say, I haven't got around to doing much with them before. I looked at them, and I've been in meetings where we've talked about them actually quite a lot. But using them, I found very easy. I think the only thing I would probably say is that people, and I think even you've mentioned this, sometimes people expect to see components they drop on the form or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's actually an SDK, so you're including it. I think that's the,
yeah. So so I saw your demo yesterday. There was a really nice effect on the on your space computer.
Yes.
I really enjoyed that. But
yes, Ensign McKeith has left the bridge or something like that. I think it was the one of them.
Yeah. I really with the SDK approach, I tackle it from, this is what the official Amazon Web Services SDKs are like. So I try to replicate the feel of their SDKs. And I know with Delphi we like RAD. We want some nice RAD components.
Drop things on and off it goes. Yeah.
And there are a couple of components already, and you'll see those for anyone tuning in tomorrow for the Cognito session. You'll see a component called Tcognito Hosted UI.
How many sessions have you got? Because I seem to remember you were being super keen and said 3 or 4. Is it 3 or 4, or what did we finally bully you into doing?
I said blase, I'll do as many as you like, but
yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, you never do that. I did that. And that's
so
tired I am.
So I've got 3 sessions. This one, one tomorrow on Auth Made Easy with Cognito, and on Friday we've got one which is extending into the cloud, or extending an existing platform into the cloud, which is how to take an existing platform and try and move it, parts of it into the cloud, make use of cloud services.
Well, for those of the people that actually liked this session, it's on at the same time tomorrow, your other session, just by coincidence, I think. So if they tune in at the same time tomorrow, they'll get it again. If they scan that way, if they scan this little QR code here, Hopefully I'm pointing to it. The preview says I am. It'll go to your website, and they can also get your components and the SDK, should I say, from Get It, which you mentioned in your videos as well. But we haven't got a huge amount of time to talk, but I just wanted to thank you for putting a lot of effort into it. I mean, everybody that contributes is putting a lot of effort in, but you particularly, by being crazy enough to say yes when I said, I'll take a few sessions. I know how much work that is. It's a ton of work. Every hour that people see is several hours of preparation and recording and things like that. So, from Embarcadero and from me personally, thank you for doing that. I'll just put up a few little things like this one here. Dr. Kevin Bond, who's quite a well-known guy, not far from you, I think, actually, who basically wrote the book on all sorts of software development. But he said a really useful overview. So you got the thumbs up from Dr. Kevin, and several other people as well said the same thing. And somebody talking about Apache Dark Arrows. I don't know what was going on there. That was to do with your cursor. I think your cursor
because my screen recording was the software enlarges the cursor anyway, and then in post editing I zoom into the bit I want. So yeah, it was a slightly oversized cursor. Sorry.
Proper professional. You see, zooming in and everything. I used to zoom in, but life's too short now. I just I don't do that. I'm like,
I wanted to make sure the text was readable. So I think I achieved that. I hope it did.
Yeah, it was a great presentation, and despite your Latvian Swedish accent or something like that, I had to explain to Holger when he asked what your accent was. I thought it was quite funny.
I think flat Midlands accent. I think
that's what it is. Yeah. Well, I lived for a long time in Coventry and Warwick and Leamington, so I'm used to the Midlands accent. My accent's a mixture, so it's American, British, something else. So it's cool. Okay, well, thanks a lot. We haven't got a lot of questions specifically about that, but Cognito tomorrow is a very interesting session, and I actually want to watch that for my purposes. So thanks for sticking around, and thanks for taking part. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're rolling on to the next session. The reason I'm kind of pushing quickly is because the next session is actually quite a long one, and it is called Code Droid AI code generation for Delphi. I haven't actually seen much of this session, so I'm not entirely sure what it's about, but hey, join in now because we're going to go to it live. And if you're watching on YouTube, click on like and subscribe as well. It's very important. It does help us quite a lot. The algorithm pushes it out, and we then get out to people that maybe don't know where our YouTube channel is. But here we go from Eli.
Welcome everyone to this session, Code Droid AI code generation for Delphi. I am Eli M. with fmxexpress.com. I've been a developer for over 26 years, delivering content and technology that has reached over 250 million people worldwide, including 4 million developers. I'm also the webmaster of fmxexpress.com. This is a LearnDelphi.org Coding Bootcamp 2023. Learn to program. So be sure to check out all the other sessions during the event, and then afterward, if you're watching this as a replay, check all the other sessions over on YouTube. Our agenda for today: what is Code Droid AI? What are large language models, or LLMs? The code generation functionality that's built into Code Droid AI includes things like generate procedures, code analysis, comment code, generate forms, convert Delphi code to inline ASM, optimize code, and then translate between programming languages. So it offers AI-based code generation and local code generation using things like Docker and the models from Replicate.com. So the functionality that is built into it, you have OpenAI.com's GPT 3.5 and GPT-4 via API. You have Open LLMs hosted on Replicate.com, and then the Open LLMs you can host locally using Docker. It has a code verification loop, and you can build your own templates to do things like the generate procedures, but you can customize it with your own code. Okay, let's get started and jump right in. So what is CodeDroid AI? It is a desktop client, it's open source, and it's been designed for Delphi. It has a powerful user interface for code and form generation. It also has code verification. The code verification compiles and verifies Delphi code. It easily reports errors back to the LLM that are found in the code. The large language model support that's built into it includes a broad range of API-based large language models and open large language models that you can even host locally. It has a flexible template system. The built-in functionality allows you to be customized, and you can add your own code generation templates. And this is mainly using the prompts. You can customize your prompts, write your own prompts, add your own code examples, all that kind of stuff. So what are large language models? The definition of large language models is a type of artificial intelligence model. It focuses on understanding, generating, and manipulating human language. Training. Utilize vast amounts of text data. It can generate coherent, contextually relevant sentences based on recognized patterns. The size and capability of language models. They're often comprised of billions of parameters, and you'll see that when you see 70B or 13B or 7B, that stands for billions of parameters usually in the model. And it stores immense amounts of information and linguistic nuances. Applications for large language models include natural language processing, chatbots, code generation, content generation, and more. Some examples of large language models include GPT 3.5 Turbo 16K, GPT-4 Vicuna 13B, GPT-4All, Falcon 40B Instruct, Llama 70B version 2 chat, Llama 13B version 2 chat, Free Willy 2, and faster Vicuna 13B. So those models are available on both OpenAI, and some of them then are available on replicate.com. So what is the code generation that's offered through CodeDroid AI? So it has templates that allow you to generate procedures. It has templates for code analysis, code commenting, for generating FMX form, for converting Delphi code to Borland C++ code, for upgrading Delphi ANSI code to Unicode, for generating a VCL form, for converting a VCL form to FMX, for converting the free Pascal code to Delphi code, for converting Delphi code to inline ASM, and optimizing code, and finally translating between programming languages or whatever other templates you'd like to add, and you can customize the prompts yourself. So what is OpenAI's GPT 3.5 and GPT-4? They are two powerful language models from OpenAI. They're only available via an API or a ChatGPT interface. It seems to provide the best code output at the moment, which is mid-2023. Code is shared with OpenAI, so it's not private like a local model would be. Be aware of that when using it for proprietary code. So this is the OpenAI.com interface where you can get their examples and their API reference and your API keys. So that's platform.openai.com. And so if you go to platform.openai.com/API-keys, you can generate your secret key, which you'll need within the CodeDroid AI interface. So then let's talk about the large language models that are hosted on replicate.com. There's multiple open language models hosted there, and they're available via an API or via a Docker container that you could run locally. Code generation on open models is improving quickly. So everybody's working on this to try to get better models, create new models and stuff like that that are open and allow you to run them locally on your own machines. Code is shared with replicate.com for hosted models, but not on the local Docker versions of the model. So when you run the local Docker versions and you have your own GPU, then the code doesn't leave your machine. It just goes to the local model and then comes back to CodeDroid AI. So what is replicate.com? They say that machine learning doesn't have to be so hard. Run models in the cloud at scale. And so they have thousands of models ready to use. Their community of machine learning hackers have shared thousands of models that you can run. So they have language models to understand and generate text. They have streaming language models that support streaming responses. And they have trainable language models, which is something that they recently added, that would allow you to fine-tune using Replicate's training API. And so you can get to all of this at replicate.com/explore. You can also get your replicate.com API key, which you will need within the CodeDroid AI application. So you can get that at replicate.com/account/API-tokens. So you grab that API key and you put it into the CodeDroid AI app, and then you can use the open models that are available through the drop-down interface. So can replicate.com run large language models like Llama 2 and Vicuna? Yeah, the answer is yes. Basically, these are the three of the models language models that they offer, and you can run them through replicate.com using CodeDroid AI. And here is the sample code that they show you how to run a curl request on the command line to do a prediction using a large language model on replicate.com. And then this is the code that shows you how to do it via Docker. So if you want to keep your proprietary code private, you can grab the Docker image from replicate.com. You have to have a GPU that is able to run this thing, and then your CodeDroid AI could be connected to the local instance via the same API call. So the API call would kind of be the same, but you'd have to customize the URL that it goes to for it. And so here's the Docker command. You can see it's pretty easy. It says use all your GPUs, grab the Docker container here for Vicuna 13B, for example, and then they show a curl example of how to make that call. So what is the code verification loop that's built into CodeDroid AI? So the code verification loop utilizes MS Build to compile the code generated by the large language model using the Delphi compiler. The prompt asks for the code to be returned in a console application, but that isn't always the case. It may have to be tweaked manually before trying to verify it. So the prompt asks the language model to return basically a program name and then some code, and then at the end it says end dot. So it doesn't always do that, and so you might have to tweak that before you try to verify the code. And so the results from the compilation step can be fed back into the large language model to ask it to fix the errors. And that's kind of the time savings part of having the code verification loop within CodeDroid AI. The tight feedback loop of the code verification process can provide faster iteration through the code. So you can also build your own templates. So I use the same template system to build the templates that you see that are available in CodeDroid AI. You can create your own templates by customize the emoji, little icon there, the title, the description, the prompt, and the prompt hint. The more code examples you can provide in the prompt, the better code generation may work. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that the language models will only take so many words. So I think the original GPT 3.5 Turbo only takes 4,000 tokens, and a token doesn't exactly equal a word. So it could be less than that. It could be less words than that. So that's not very much, and I think that's supposed to contain the prompt and the response. So 4,000. It's not. Anyway, it's not very much. And so the GPT 3.5 Turbo actually supports 16,000, which is quite a bit larger. And then if you have access to the GPT-4 API, it has a 32,000 token model that you can use, which is even larger. And so what that would allow you to do is A, generate a longer response, and B, provide more of an example in your prompt itself. So here is a link roundup that you need to know about. So this is CodeDroid AI. Here's the repo for it. On GitHub, it's github.com FMX Express CodeDroid AI. Here is the link to replicate.com, the replicate API. Reference to that's for curl basically, but you can easily use that and send your code, add your code to Delphi using that. This is the link to the openai.com API keys and their API reference. You can find other FMX Express AI repos at that URL. And then finally, if you don't have the latest version of Rad Studio, which is Delphi and C++ Builder, you can get it at this link. So let's tab out of our presentation at the moment and click over to some of these links. So this is my repository where you can see all the different projects here, including CodeDroid AI. And you can go there and you can review the code, you can download it and stuff like that. Here's all the description and all that kind of stuff. And so here's the dashboard for Replicate. We can click over here to explore, which we looked at in our presentation. And you can see they've got the stable diffusion models. They have Llama here. They have video generation models, all kinds of different models, and they do audio generation, ControlNet, diffusion models, all kinds of different stuff here. And then you can easily plug this stuff into Delphi. It's so easy to use these presentation. Over here we have the keys, and you can see here this is where you create a new secret key. And this is the API reference for replicate.com. And so you can see that it has curl examples for all this different stuff. And finally, here is where you can download the Embarcadero Rad Studio Delphi free trial if you don't have the latest version. So now that we've done all that, we can click over to Delphi and play around in CodeDroid AI. So I've already got the project loaded up into the IDE. And so one thing I would like let's compile it first. And then I'm going to show you, you've got this. So this drop down has the different language models there that you can select. So this is an OpenAI one. And then if we move down here, we could pick Llama 2, which would be on Replicate. So I've got my API keys here. I've got my Replicate one here. And I've got my OpenAI one right there. So we're going to go back here because I want to show you where you can configure that. So you can go here. This is a FTFD mem table, and you can right click that. This is right in the IDE, and you can do edit dataset. And so let's make this bigger. And so you can see here's the dataset right here, and I can edit this right here. I could type in B, and it would make that change right there, and then you could recompile the application and it would show up. So let's remove that B. So you've got the language model name, and then on replicate.com you have this version or model number. And so OpenAI doesn't have that, so this is an OpenAI model, and so we just have the same name again. But for replicate, we have the version number, and it's going to use that version number to request that model on replicate.com. And then finally, you have a provider here over here, so you can see if it's an OpenAI provider or it's a replicate provider. And there's some code in there that says, hey, is it replicate provider? Then do one thing. Is it OpenAI? Do another thing. So I wanted to show you that. So when you can add your own models easily when a new model comes out on Replicate, or if OpenAI updates their models and you want to go add that name, you can just go grab that name and plug it in there really easily. So let's load this up, and we're going to go over here. I'm going to delete this right here so it can start again. Go over here to code. So these are the different options that I have, templates that I have built in: generate procedures, code analysis, code commenting, generate FMX form, convert Delphi code to Borland C++, upgrade Delphi ANSI code to Unicode, generate VCL form, convert VCL form to FMX, convert free Pascal code to Delphi, convert Delphi code to inline ASM, optimize code, and translate between programming languages. So let's click on the first one, and we're gonna hide this. And so we're just going to use the GPT 3.5 Turbo 16K. So I like using the 16K because it gives you a larger output and larger input if you need it. So up here in the prompt, let's walk through this prompt for a little bit. So the template is where this prompt is defined. And so here's the prompt: you are the best and most experienced 10x programmer in all programming languages. So this used to work really well in the Chat GPT interface, but I feel like they've customized it recently. So now it says, oh, well, thanks for the compliment. So does it really do what it's supposed to be doing? I don't know, but we're still using it at the moment. And then let's talk about the rest of the prompt. Create a new input language procedure that does prompt. Never explain the code. Output should be the syntax that starts with the program at the top and ends with end period. Do not include 3 quote things. So when you use the Chat GPT interface, it uses the 3 quote things as a delimiter to show code, and we don't really want it to do that, so that's why I have that in there. And so then I provide, here's an example procedure using the Object Pascal syntax. And so, because I want the language model to know, hey, this is how you write an Object Pascal procedure. And then I also provide, here's an example of a function syntax. And so if you wanted to add your own code, you say, here's an example of how to do a REST API call. Here's an example of how to do whatever it is you want it to do. And then that would kind of tell the model, hey, this is kind of the format that I want it to be in. So here we're going to write have it generate a procedure here. And so we're going to write a procedure to load a text file into a T-string list. And be sure to note that a T-string list has a load from file procedure. So I did this without this second part, and it used a file stream or something. So I'm adding this in here so that when it generates this, it actually gives me what I want and doesn't use a T file stream or something like that. So here we go. This is the code that is generated. You've got program here at the top, which I talked about. I wanted to write that so that it creates a console application that it will run through the code verification step. It's got a uses clause here. This is kind of a useless procedure, but this is what it built. It has it loading from file, and here's the T-string list, and it does a create, and it runs this procedure from this file, and then finally it frees it up. So we have this code verify button. We're going to verify the code, and so this compiled the code. We can see that over here. It detects the projects that are available, and then it compiles the code. And so here's the response: code complete. So there were no errors. So this code compiled successfully. So that's really the only verification it does. It doesn't verify that the code works how you want it to work. That's your job, right? But we want to know that the code is actually syntactically correct. So that's what that step is doing. We can look through the settings a little bit. Here is the build command, the ms build, that does the compile. And so I brought this in from another parallel compiling application that I built. So that's why it has this CPU stuff. And it runs this batch file first to prepare the command line to do this compile. And then you can also select the platform. So this scans the directory for the project file, and that's how it brings up that project file. So we're going to switch over here to the second RAD Studio here. And so what I have is I have this console program. This is kind of a template for it to use. And this is a default console application, but the important part is this dproj file. So the dproj file already exists, and all we do is we take the code, we just take this code, we save it to the console program.dpr file, and then that's the file that gets compiled. So in CodeDroid AI, you have this history function. So it has all of the previous things that you asked the language model, and so you can click between those, and it will take you back. It will reload up that data. It will load up that prompt, I believe, and then it loads up the response, and it loads up your question as well. And so there's also a refine code button. So if there was an error in your code, you could say, hey, go fix your error. So maybe we can try to do that. Let's do an error. Let's change this, and we'll do verify code. So in theory, this is not going to compile. All right, so we got some errors. It says, hey, undeclared identifier string list, missing operator or semicolon. So we'll see what happens here. I'm going to do refine output code. So what this does is it takes this error list, and it takes this code, and maybe it takes these, and it sends it back to the large language model and says, hey, fix these problems, please. So we're going to send that back. And then, so you can also see down here, this is the list of tokens. So the prompt token, so this plus this is 192 tokens. And then the completion tokens, which I assume would be this, and maybe that even this, and this is 192. Then the completion tokens is about 100 tokens, according to this response. And so the total tokens for this entire process was 292 tokens. So and this model can take up to 16,000. So on the smaller model, which I believe, maybe I don't even have that one in there. No, here it is. So this model right here only takes about 4,000. So you got to keep that in mind. Like if you plug in a giant example, it's just going to blow up and say, hey, it's not going to work out for you. So, and this is the response that it got me based on these errors. And you can see that I had deleted that T and created these errors, and it brought back the response and fixed it. And then I'm going to verify code, and then it successfully compiled this time. So that's kind of how all that works. I've got a clear button here and a clear button here to clear all that out, and I also have a clear button for the errors. And then I have a copy button. So once you had the code here that worked, then you could just hit copy, and you go paste that in your IDE. Same with this. You can copy that. So we could pick another one. Well, okay, so let's go over the history, and let's back up to one of these histories. So let's take this code, and then we're going to go over here to this template. we're going to go over to this template. So this loaded up a new template. So it changed the, we're going to delete this, we're going to delete this, and it says, you are the best, most experienced 10x developer and programmer in all programming languages. Return the same response back to me as I give it to you, but add code comments to the following input language code. So this is the input language, and this is the output language. Here is describing what it does, and then here's the prompt, which is what we go here. So I'm going to take the code that it wrote, I'm going to plug that in here. Maybe I'll delete this line, this comment that's got. And then it shows the example for the large language model follows. It says this is a code comment on this procedure. This is a multi-line comment. And so that's what that's the prompt content. So we're going to click here, we're going to do generate. And so that actually went to the OpenAI API call, and then it returned this response. So it added these comments. This Delphi object Pascal param loads the contents of a text file into a string list. And then this procedure loads the contents of a file specified by file name into a t-string list. And down here it added some more comments calling the load file into t-string list procedure with the file name and etc. And then finally it added a comment here at the bottom. This code statement creates a string list called etc. So all those were comments. So basically it commented the code that I passed to it. So, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this. I'm going to go back over here. Let's do a code analysis. So I selected code analysis, and this is the prompt. You are the best and most experienced 10x developer and programmer in all programming languages. Describe what the following code does. Prompt. And so these two percentages, that's just used kind of as a delimiter. Say, hey, replace this with the prompt. So when the code, it just grabs this prompt, and it grabs this code, and it plugs it in where this is set up. So, and then I've got here, I have my procedure that it generated. I'm going to go ahead and click generate. And I'm going to ask, basically it's asking it to do a code analysis of what this code is. And so here's the description that it came up with. The code you provided is a simple Pascal program that loads the concept of a text file into a string list. It starts by declaring the necessary units, sysutils, and classes needed for this program. Next, there is a procedure called load file into string list, which takes two parameters, file name, the name of the text file to be loaded, and strings, the string list where the file contents will be stored. Inside the procedure, the load from file method of the strings object is used to load the content of the specified file into the string list. In the main program flow, a variable file content of type tStringlist is declared and utilized by creating a new instance of the tStringlist class. Then the load file into string list procedure is invoked, passing the name of the text file, filename.txt, and the file content string list. Finally, the program ensures that the proper cleanup by free memory occupied by the file content string list using the free method. In summary, this code loads the content of a text file, filename.txt, or .txt, into a string list file content by utilizing the load from file method. So that was pretty good. So you could take it and you could plug in a Delphi demo into this thing and ask it to tell you what the demo code actually does. So that's pretty cool from my perspective. You can have it generate an FMX form. So let's go ahead and click that. I'm going to clear these out, and then let's see what we can do. So here's our prompt. You are the best and most experienced 10x developer and programmer in all programming languages. Do not include the three quotes thing. Create a responsive Delphi FireMonkey FMX form in the DFM file format. Use the align properties to make it responsive. It should be based on the following description. And then this is the prompt which we're going to pull in from here. Here is an example of the format. So I have the format here from a DFM, or I guess it's an FMX file, which is in the DFM format, I assume. And this is the text-based format versus the binary format. So you can see object form, left top, the various properties of the form. It has a button in the example, and that's it. So let's see, what do we want it to do? And then I have this hint here, enter a description of what the form should do, and maybe even what controls you want it to use, and the AI will attempt to generate the form in the textual FMX form format. Okay, so what do we want this to do? Let's say create a tEdit and a tMemo with the tEdit aligned to the top and the tMemo aligned to the client. And then we'll see what that does. Now, I haven't really run these templates since I built this a few weeks ago, so I have no idea what these are going to do. Okay, so here we go. So it created a t-edit, and it aligned at the top, and it created a memo, and it aligned to the client. Now, I think you can actually just, if this didn't have the form code here, you could actually grab this code and you could copy and paste that into the IDE. But mainly I wanted this code to generate a form itself, so that's why it does all of that. Okay, so that's what the form generator does. Let's clear those out. And the next one, convert Delphi code to Borland C++. So let's click over here, and maybe what we do is we grab one of these, grab this. We'll grab this, and we'll go over here and we'll click this again. We'll clear these out. We'll plug this in. Okay, so what it wants me to do is enter some code that is in the Delphi object Pascal to have AI attempt to convert it to Borland C++ for use in C++ Builder. So here's the prompt. You are the best and most experienced 10x programmer in all programming languages. Do not use the 3 quote thing. Translate the following input language. So that would be Delphi object Pascal, code snippet to Borland C++ code, and then plug in the prompt variable. Here's an example Delphi object Pascal function syntax. And so here's an example of the syntax. And then here is example in C++. So that's kind of what I wanted to do, is do something similar to that. So I don't see that it uses the output language, but I could select the output language here, C++, just for fun. And maybe we can use that later to have it compile that code. But compiling C++ in theory is supported because it uses MS Build, but in practice it's not really supported to do that at the moment. We could add that though, or someone that's more into C++, they wanted that functionality, they could add that. So here's the code that it generated. It generated us some C++ code. It created this here. And here is the main function. So there is it converting Delphi code to C++. How well that worked, I'm not quite sure. Again, we could get this verify code hooked up in the C++ Builder's compiler. At the moment, it's kind of half supported because it uses MS Build, but I don't have it 100% set up yet. This open source project, you can commit it. You can commit some code if you want to get that set up. Or you can just go grab this without doing the verify code and just plug it directly into C++ Builder. Okay, so what else can it do? So let's click over to upgrade Delphi ANSI code to Unicode. Now, this is kind of a complex topic and probably needs more examples added to the prompt, but let's investigate the prompt here and see what happens. You are the best and most experienced 10x programmer in all programming language. Do not include the 3 quote thing. Translate the following input language code. So the input language would be Delphi object Pascal. Code snippet, which is from an older version of Delphi and uses ANSI to output language. So let's switch this back to Delphi object Pascal. Code, which is the latest version of Delphi and supports Unicode. And then here's the prompt. And the hint says, enter some code from an older version of Delphi that uses ANSI, and the AI will attempt to upgrade and convert it to the latest version of the Unicode support. So I have this other text in here to try to help it guide the large language model to do what we want. When migrating an existing application to Unicode, consider the following: string and character sizes, using ANSI string as a fallback, string conversions, character sets and pointers like p ANSI character, buffer and pointer operations handling external data, external libraries and third-party components, database issues, and then here is some sample ANSI code. So if here's some sample ANSI code, I don't really have any of that code handy right now, but maybe I can grab that. Maybe I can grab that to do the example with. Let's do a procedure, fill, make, maybe fill, buffer, and then plug that in, and then end. And maybe we'll be able to do something with that. I assume because I'm also passing this is the Unicode aware code as my response. I assume it's just going to try to pass this because I gave it the question and the answer. So let's hit generate and see what happens. Okay, so if we go down here to the example, it kind of did that. It just kind of returned the response. So if you really have to have an old application, and I don't really have any of that code handy right now. We converted the dev C++ IDE, Delphi C++ IDE, and it had some of this old ANSI code in it, but I don't really have that code handy right now. So that's how that template would work. And let's switch back. And so you can see here's the tokens down here at the bottom. And we can switch back here, generate a VCL form. So we did generate an FMX form and then generate a VCL form, very similar, except the formats are different. The properties of the controls are different. So you can see here's some of the different properties. Create a responsive Delphi VCL form, align properties, etc. Very similar to the FMX prompt that we already tried. And then it's got the button. So let's create a form. Create a form with a T button at the bottom, aligned to the bottom, and a T memo aligned to the client of the form. Again, these are all using GPT 3.5 Turbo 16K. If you have access to the GPT-4 API, you'll probably get better responses even than this is doing. So we're going to click generate and have it generate that VCL form format. Okay, so this is a good example here because what it did is it didn't really follow what I wanted it to do. You can see that it outputted some commentary, which we don't want, and then it outputted the 3 quotes, which I asked it not to do. So in this case, it got a little confused, and maybe this prompt needs some work. And we could do that. So okay, so let's delete what we did. All right, we got that. Use. So what I don't have in that prompt, we could go over here to, maybe if we go back to the original prompt, never explain the code. Maybe we need that here in our generate VCL template. Create wants to, okay, and never explain the code. Use the line properties. Okay, here we go. So I cleared out, I still have my question here, and I have my answer. I cleared out the answer. Let's do generate again. And so I'm not, I don't think this dynamically updates the template when you do this. I'm not sure. We'd have to go back and look at it. Okay, so you can see just this small change made it so that the response is what we want. It is VCL code here. I know that some of these are VCL ones, and so therefore I know that this one is a Delphi VCL format and not FMX format. So there you go. That was pretty good. We made a small change to our prompt, and we got the result that we wanted. So let's go over here to the template editor, because why not? And let's see. So we're in the correct one. So if I go here and go boom, I'm going to put that in there, and then I'm going to hit save. I think this is the save button, and then I'm going to go back here. Let's click a different one, and then we'll go over here, and we're going to go back to the VCL form, and you can see, except for that's the convert. Here we go. So you can see the template has been updated using the template editor. So that was pretty good. Let's go back. Let's clear this out. Let's go back to convert a VCL form to FMX. Okay. So let's try that. We just had this history. So let's load this back up again. Not that one. That was the one that didn't work out. Okay, here we go. So this is a VCL form that it generated. And then we want to convert the VCL form. So now we have the correct prompt in here. We're going to delete this. We're going to delete this. We're going to plug our VCL form into here, and we're going to do generate. And so it's got an example here. Here's an example VCL form format. And then it shows you the same format in FMX. And so then, okay, so this one kind of did the similar thing where it didn't 100% return the syntax that we wanted. So this is what it returns. So this was interesting because it says, instead of accepting the compliment, it says, oh, I guess I am a 10x programmer, and I will help you to do this. Okay, so we know based on the previous one that what we need is that other code. Here we go. We need this code, and maybe that will solve our issue with it returning responses or commentary, which we don't want. So I'm going to clear this so that I don't want to do a refine. I just want to generate it from scratch again. Okay, there we go. So we converted a VCL form to an FMX form. And you can see that this is the FMX format because it has properties and things that the VCL one doesn't support. And it also changed those properties, etc. In this case, so that's interesting. It changed the client height and width to something else, kind of. So anyway, that appears to have worked. And so down here, you can see the tokens. So all of this combined, we had the prompt with its examples, significant example there. And then we have this that we append to the prompt. This is our actual question. And then we have the response. And you can see that all that combined was 785 tokens. But we have up to 16,000 tokens. So we could provide more significant examples and maybe get a more significant response as well. What else do we got? We got convert a free Pascal code to Delphi. So I don't really have any free Pascal code handy, so I'm not going to run that one. But basically the prompt is you're experienced programmer, don't include the three things, and translate the following free Pascal code to output language. So the output language in this case would be Delphi Object Pascal, but in theory you could pick any of these output languages and it would translate that code, or try to anyway. Convert Delphi code to inline ASM. So this could be interesting. We could try a demo of that. So when I've done this in the past, sometimes it says, oh, I'm not an ASM programmer. This is really tricky. So maybe we try this. Let's go to our history. Go to our history, maybe go to the beginning, what we originally did. Grab our original code here. I wonder if we can grab where's our commented code? Here we go. This is our commented code. What if we grab our commented code? Maybe that'll help it. Okay, so we're going to go here to our inline assembly. We're going to delete these two things. And so the hint says provide code snippet that you want the AI to try and convert in inline assembly. This may or may not work depending on the AI's mood. It seems to work consistently in GPT-4. So we're not using GPT-4. I have GPT 3.5 API access, and so that's why I'm using this. And so, okay, let's read the prompt. You're the best programmer. Do not include the three quotes. You know how to write inline assembly code and how to make it secure. You do not make errors. Take the following input language, so Delphi Object Pascal, and convert it to the output language. So, okay, convert it to output language, so Delphi Object Pascal, inline assembly. And then this is the prompt. And here's an example of inline assembly syntax. So this shows it how to run that syntax, or how to put in inline assembly in Delphi. And maybe this prompt could be better. But let's go ahead and run it and see what happens. But again, you can easily customize this prompt, add more examples, and to get it closer, to generate closer to what you want. So yeah, it didn't really like that. It's like, so it kind of did it, but it's got our three quotes and it's got an explanation here at the top. So it looks like all of these kind of need that thing that I do in some of them. Let's go back. Never explain the code. So it looks like I need to do an update to the repo here and have it never explain the code. Okay, so we're going to go in here. You never explain the code. And then we're going to clear this out because I don't really want to do a refine. But you can see that it did actually try. It did put in the inline assembly, and it did write some code there. So we're going to clear this out and do generate and see if we can get a better version of this. Okay, so yeah, it didn't really do, I think maybe that's why I don't have the never explain the code, because it did not do what we asked it for. It didn't create any assembly. We take that out though, and we do clear this out, generate again. But I feel like you could add more syntax. So it's, again, it tried to do some assembly here. Did that actually work? I don't think so. But this is also GPT 3.5. GPT 4 actually works much better with the assembly. Though, as I said before, it does its thing where it's like, oh, I don't really know assembly. This is hard. Okay, so moving on. I just have that template in there because it feels like it could be fun to use. So optimize code. So that could be interesting because we have this code here which is not really optimized. So let's clear this out and then read our prompt. You are the best and most experienced 10x programmer in all programming languages. Do not include the triple prompt thing or triple quotes. Optimize the following Delphi object paths of code for execution speed, code readability, and code brevity. And here's the prompt. Okay, let's see what that does. So we're going to go ahead and run that. And we'll do our, so here's the token count, 443. And so here we go. This is what it did. It was like, you know what? I didn't really need that extra procedure at all. I just needed to do load from file. So it optimized the code that it originally wrote. And of course, it gave me commentary, which I'm kind of okay with on this one because it explains what it did to optimize the code. And so, all right, we're going to go ahead and delete this. I'll show you an example of doing that. So we're going to delete all this stuff outside because I don't really need that. And then we're going to do a verify code and see if this code compiles. Boom, there it is. So the code compiled. There you can see complete. And there it is. It optimized this function into this function and removed this unnecessary procedure. What else? What other templates we got here? Translate between languages. Okay, so let's clear this out. Let's read our prompt. You are the best and most experienced 10x programmer, blah, 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 in the programming language. Translate the input code, Delphi Object Pascal, code snippet to the output code. Okay, let's see. Let's try to translate it to Python. Output should be the syntax that starts with program at the top and ends with end. So this one probably needs some help in this prompt here because that output is not going to work out for Python. We're going to delete that, and then it says do not include the triple quotes, and then it gives an example, translate from the JavaScript to Python. So here's JavaScript code, Python code, and then input code, the prompt, and the output code. Okay, so again, this prompt probably needs some more help, but let's see what happens. Okay, so it created this class. Looks like it opens a file, and maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. I have no idea. I'm not a Python programmer. It looks like it gave you the structure at least, if that doesn't 100% work. And so it'd also be nice to go in and, since this is an open source project, go in and have it do a verify code on Python. We could easily add that functionality in here. They would just say, hey, this is some Python code. Go in here and detect it's a PY file and run Python against it, and then bring the errors into this box. Okay, so we've moved through all the templates. I'd like to get some more templates in here and maybe optimize a few of these that aren't up to snuff yet. But you can see this was the interface that we used. There's an auto one, so that every time you generate code, you would be able to automatically verify it. So just to reduce that feedback loop. So there's the history navigation. And so you can see it has the date, the prompt, input language, input text, and the output language. And finally, we have the template editor. So I showed this already a little bit, how we modified a template. But you can go in here and you can add your own templates, plug in your own prompt, plug in your hint, a description, emoji, and then an ID. Here's the ID over here, 10. So you just do plus, or you can delete some of the templates. And then I think you would reload the application. I'm not sure 100% auto reloads. But if you reload the application, it would reload those templates, and you'd have all of your templates in there. Okay, so now let's close that out. Go over here to the IDE. And maybe we mess around in the IDE here a little bit and see how the application is built. So here is the frame. So you can see this is our frame. And so we can click here and edit it, and then this frame just gets loaded up into the IDE, and those fields get replaced with the data from the table. So here's the template mem table. So there's a TFT mem table. You can edit this right in the IDE. For me, this is really a time-saving thing. I can just, it's a little bit, it could use some help on usability, but it is pretty cool that you can just go edit this data and it's right there in your application. And then you could compile this as Mac, you could compile it to Android, whatever, and you just plugged in this data all within the IDE. So here's the various fields for the templates. That's pretty easy. Here's the emoji. Let's see, what else? So these are the REST components. And so all these REST components, I just use the REST debugger here right now. You just plug in the URL. So this might be, this is not the real URL, but replicate.com, prediction, and then you would put in your code. This would do a post. This would do a JSON. You'd add a parameter. You'd add in your header, and it would be authorization, and it might be bearer, and then your replicate API key, like that. You don't want to encode it, apply. So now that you've got that. And so this is the REST debugger. Again, I got to that from the tools thing. And so then you'd put in your thing. You could put in input. I'm not 100% sure this is accurate for replicate, but prompt, write some code. And then you could get a response here. And so the cool thing about all of this, though, is that once you have a successful REST call working, then you hit copy components, and then you go into the IDE. We can use this one just for testing purposes. Copy components. So see it copied those. And if you've done a request, it'll actually copy the FT mem table as well. And then you go in here. Let's see if I can select. All right. And then you can paste. And now your REST client is automatically set up already to do everything you wanted to do. And all you have to do after that, is go in here and do REST request one.execute. And then you would execute that code right in the IDE. That's how simple it is to create a REST request. You can even do it at design time. You can go here and you can do right click and you can do execute. And if you had an FTMM table, it would load that data up right in the IDE. Okay, so we don't need those. We're going to go back here and maybe we'll walk through the code a little bit. Let's see. So we have some copy to clipboard stuff here that I have on those buttons. I put the clipboard. So here's the FMX service that does this. Again, this is a cross-platform application. It, in theory, works on Mac, Linux, and Windows. It's really set up for Windows. I haven't really compiled it to Mac or Linux before, but it is set up. It is ready to do that. It is ready to do that and test. Restore. It loads up the templates and it loads up those templates into the card interface using the frame. In this case, it's using a buffered layout, which might make it a little bit faster drawing-wise. Am I using Skia? All right, so I'm using Skia on this as well. So this is Skia enabled. I'm using Skia for Delphi in this project, and so all the drawing is provided via Skia. So to load template, this is what loads up the template from the template mem table into all of the fields. Build button. So this is the code that I brought over from my parallel compiler, and so this does a build, goes through and grabs all the things, creates a task, and does a build of the sample project that created to verify the code. This is more of that. This is all the code that it takes to do that build. Let's see, save templates to file, closing the application, creating the application at the beginning. Like these are the events that do that. We've got the history grid. It loads up the data from the grid into the various fields. Let's see, input memo tracking. This handles the hint hiding, and then output memo change. So this has to do with whether it provides you a refine button or not. Process task. This is with the build step to do code verification. Again, more code verification code here, build end, verify code. So this is just this saves out the code in the output to this console.dpr project, and it's combined with that dproj file. So the dproj file is there, and it just kind of uses that, but it replaces the DPR file with your code from the output. This is scan. This is part of the verification thing. It scans the directory for these dproj file and then compiles it. Let's see. Search. Okay, so that's for opening projects. Clear buttons. This is creating the OpenAI JSON. So actually, I think I had this text written. OpenAI wrote this text right here. So it creates the text. So OpenAI has a couple different things. It has this system prompt, and so that's kind of where I put the "You're the best 10x programmer." And that's really where it's supposed to go. And so then it has this other prompts: role of user and role of assistant. So you can customize this more. That's kind of the chat interface that it provides you access to. And then this is some code that it uses to say, hey, these are the errors. I tried to fix it. I tried to build it. These were the errors. Do something with that. So you can customize all of that if you want. Here's the API key hider, get message content. This loads up. It parses some JSON and gets the content field or value from it. This is a timer to handle that progress bar. Concatenate JSON strings. The response that you get is kind of broken up in an array because it's kind of a chat so you could display the array. And so this just takes all of that and just combines it into a single string. This is the create replicate JSON. So again, I think I wrote this with ChatGPT, and it's got a simpler prompt. But I think now with Llama 2, they have a chat interface, so we can upgrade this now so that it behaves more like the OpenAI one does. This is the generate button. So you can see this is where it picks whether it's the OpenAI provider or the replicate provider. You could add other providers here. You could add a third provider, say, hey, I'm using Docker and this is the URL for the Docker stuff. Here's the task here. Again, here's it for the OpenAI side. It does this stuff. It plugs in the API key from the OpenAI. And then it does the output. So this is inside a T-task. And then when we have some code, so it's sitting here waiting inside this T-task for the REST call. And then we have some code here that synchronizes the drawing changes, like editing the text and stuff, back into the main thread. So it does that. And then for the replicate side, very similar. It uses the FDMEM table and saves to the history and synchronizes any graphical changes. On Windows, it does this execute and wait. That's part of the verification step. And that's it, folks. That's all of the code that this Code Droid AI has. I'm not sure. I don't think there's any code in here. Maybe there was. Yeah, there's just this one. Load the template into the panel. Okay, so let's switch back to our slideshow here, and we're almost done with this session. I'm going to switch into the slideshow. So these are some of the other Delphi AI integrations that I built, and so they're kind of all based on the same TREST client and using REST debugger and all that stuff, but they do different stuff. So we've got an AI Translate, which does over 100 language translations, world language translations, so you can translate from English to French using Replicate and OpenAI. You've got the Stable Diffusion desktop client, which does all the different Stable Diffusion models that are hosted on replicate.com for generating images, creating all kinds of different stuff with that, doing upscale, things like that. We've got the ControlNet sketch to image, which lets you draw this sketch using a Delphi FMX form, and then it turns it into an image using Stable Diffusion on Replicate. We've got text to video desktop client, which asks for a video and it displays the video that it gets generated. We have a Songwriter AI, uses the language models on Replicate and OpenAI, I think. We have an AI playground to play around with different language models. We have an AI code translator, which is very similar to this Code Droid AI, that one template that I built and added in there, the translate code. That originated from this AI code translator. We have an auto blogger, which creates this summary, template summary, and then it asks it to write based on the summary that it created or the outline. It asks it to write a blog post around that. We have a text-to-vector desktop client, which uses, I think it's called Illuminate or something like that. It uses that API to take your text and render a vector image, an SVG, which that's pretty cool. Skia supports SVG, and so you can take those vectors and you can paste them right into the IDE, so that's pretty fun. Generative AI prompts, so that helps you generate a prompt using kind of a random generator. And text-to-image prompts, that's another, that's one of the original Stable Diffusion clients that I built. And then finally, we have a Dream Booth client that I built that allows you to take 20 images of yourself and fine-tune Stable Diffusion to put yourself inside of Stable Diffusion and generate images with you inside it. Okay, so that's all the different, you can check all those out on GitHub. And so thank you for attending this session. Thank you for joining us at Coding Bootcamp 2023.
Well, hello. It kind of cut off very quick at the end there. It was a packed full session, and just about everything you could ever want to do with AI was around there. Eli was around, but I don't know if he's available to answer any questions. I'm not seeing a response from him, so I'm guessing he's been beamed up and taken over by the Terminator, who's come back to claim its inventor. The thing about FMX Express is there are just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of examples, and you saw in the final part of the video there all those links for the different types of AI examples that Eli had as well. It's absolutely astounding. Just about everything you could want to do with AI was in there. So great stuff. A few people making jokes about AI and Skynet, which happens every time we do an AI session. The next session is from me, and there will be time for a Q&A at the end of it. There's a link in the chat as well to github.com/FMX Express, and then you can just go through and look at all the repositories as well. So I'm guessing Eli is not talking, but he is answering questions. Okay, so we'll move on to the next session then. And this is a session from me, as if you haven't had enough of me already after a couple of days, but 3 more days left. This session is how secure is your app, the easy way to find security holes and hidden backdoors. This is kind of a whole nebulous topic really about code security, because it's more to it than you would think. There's lots of statistics in there and quotes and things like that. And then at the end, I show you a really great product that helps you go through and find security holes in your system. So definitely I want to do it. We'll also take any questions that people have got about Eli's session at the end of it as well, because there's a nice little bit of a gap at the end. But anyway, enjoy this video, and I will speak to you again after it's finished. Well, hello everyone, and welcome once again to another Coding Bootcamp 2023 session. This session is called How Secure is Your App? The easy way to find security holes and hidden backdoors. And my name is Ian Barker, and I am the Embarcadero Developer Advocate. You can reach me on email at ian.barker@embarcadero.com. You can also go and follow me on Twitter or X, depending on what we're going to call it nowadays, because it seems to be changing. Look for my handlers @punctuation and follow me there. And you can also go to my website, which is about.me/Ian Barker, and you'll see my links there. Writing software is only the beginning, really. You learn how to code, and you get good at the techniques, and you start to make things look really cool. You know exactly what you're doing. You're the master of your craft, and it takes a while, but eventually you will get there. You've followed all the best advice. You've been to all the sessions. You've seen how to do styles and add, a look and feel to your app that makes it look really pretty awesome. You've taken some advice on, oh, I don't like that screen. The way this works doesn't work very well. Clicking the buttons should work differently. And, all the best practices that iOS has, for example, or Android has, or Windows or Linux or Mac OS. whatever it is, you've followed that advice and made sure that you're doing it. You are doing the right thing. And once you start shipping it to the customers, the best thing ever happens. Users love your app. They download it or they purchase it, have it installed, however you deliver it, through the app stores or off your website. And if it's a web app, maybe they just log in and log into the web app, and things are going well. It's a success and everything is going great. High five, everybody. It's great. But then after a short period of time, that success becomes a problem as well, because the support messages begin to roll in. One by one, your customers begin to send in the same story. Your successful app has been exploited and the customer's data has been stolen. And worse than that, maybe even their whole network is now compromised. They've got some kind of ransomware that came in through a little hole in your app that you didn't know about, some kind of buffer underrun, you know the kind of thing. You see it all the time, SQL injection. There's multiple ways that your app can be compromised. Maybe it's even used a library that's been compromised. This happens with things like Electron apps and web apps and stuff like that. Someone somewhere decides to subvert an old piece of JavaScript or some kind of HTML library that everybody relies on, and all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of vulnerabilities. It's not your fault. You didn't go out, you didn't set out to do anything wrong. All you did was write an app, and you did what you could to make sure that app was working as well it could. And of course, the more success you get, the more chances you are going to have that people will target you and they're going to hack you. And if they do hack your app, or if they do exploit your app, you could be looking at some serious trouble. Because if your app is the vector by which data's been stolen, or you're storing the data in something like Firebase or some other cloud-based system like Amazon S3 or something like that, and you've accidentally exposed the customer's data, or you've had some weak password that you were putting in the testing and you forgot about it, you were going to take it out, but you forgot to do that, and someone discovered what that backdoor password was whilst you were testing and forgot about it, and the data's exposed. Nobody's going to have any sympathy for you. I know this sounds horrible, but that is actually a fact. And you might say, you might be sitting back there and saying, oh, you know what, that would never happen to me. Wrong. That's absolutely wrong. According to the 2021 Sales Data Threat Report, almost half, and that's around about 45% of American companies, suffered a data breach in the previous year, so 2020. Now, an important thing about that statistic is, don't forget that was during the heights of COVID, when actually during 2020 and 2021 people were not going into the office, and actually many businesses in many parts of the world, from China to the US to the UK to most European countries, shut down. Very few people were even going into the office, and yet almost half of the companies that were operating suffered a data breach, and that was at a quiet period. Now the real number, actually, since 2021, because that's slightly out of date, is probably higher anyway, because some of those breaches were undetected and they were exploited, and the person's data was sold, credit card numbers, or social security numbers, tax information, personal data like their home addresses, even something embarrassing like marital problems. I heard of a psychiatry place where they were giving out therapy sessions and all the rest of it, and they got breached. And of course, very confidential records that you would never want to be revealed if you were going there were released, where it was all about the kind of psychological problems this had, which not only could be damaging in the short term, in the long term, it could even do things like affect their job prospects, because if a person's got issues to do with anxiety or something like that, it could actually affect their future prospects of employment if they're seen to have some kind of disability that would affect their health. It's not fair, but that doesn't mean to say that people don't actually do that and take that kind of information into account. So some people keep that quiet, and so the actual breaches could be higher. nobody reports the breaches if they think they can get away with it. And it may also be that they're just completely ignorant. They don't know it's happened. And also, according to that Thales data threat report, there was also an increase in the scale, frequency and sophistication of the attacks too. So not only were they happening to 50% of people, but as they carried on through time, they actually got worse, and the amount of data that was breached and the way that it was breached, the sophistication of those breaches increased as well. What does it cost? Well, potentially everything, because it's another thing people say, oh, GDPR, they never ever enforce that law. They don't go around, they don't fine people. GDPR's fine, you don't have to worry about it. It's just one of those laws, that isn't going to be enforced because they don't have the manpower, they don't have the personnel to pursue that. Not true. In Europe alone, and in Europe I'm talking about Germany, France, countries like that in mainland Europe, the supervisory authorities of the EU issued total fines of 1.1 billion euros. So that's about 1.2 billion US dollars, or about 0.9 billion UK pounds, and that was since January 28th of 2021, for the course of that period of time from 2021 to 2023, the end of 2022 actually was the period. So 1.2 billion dollars and 1.1 billion euros. That's a lot of money. So they do fine people. The average penalty in 2019, and again, don't forget, this was some time ago, that was 630,000 euros per penalty. So some poor company somewhere was fined 630,000 euros. Now, I don't know about you, but that's an awful lot of money to be finding. And the same is true by 2020, that the average fine had risen. It got worse to more than 1 million euros. And the reason was that enforcement got better, and the penalties to try and deter people, because it was happening more frequently, and the more frequently the breach happens, the more the authorities wish to deter it by increasing the fines. They went up, and so it began to be around about 1 million euros per breach of a penalty. Now there's a sliding scale, and not everybody will get fined that, but a bigger company would easily get €1 million fine. It's a big problem. And also, you can say from this, you should also note that these are 2020, 2021 figures. They've increased since that time, and because they're on an upward trend. And if you don't believe me and say, well, Ian, you're just spreading fear, uncertainty and doubt, which is the favourite thing for people to say, oh, he's just scaremongering, he's just making this up to scare you into going in a particular direction with the product. Here's some sources about those breaches and fines. Because I want you to know that there are facts behind this. I'm not just making this up. I'm not just saying this to scare you. I am trying to scare you a little bit, to wake up to the realities of data protection. And I write, as I say to everybody, get up every day and I write code as a software developer. And a lot of that software development is for human resources software. And we have to take GDPR and HIPAA in the US very, very seriously. So we do care about this particular problem, and actually I'm one of the experts in GDPR in the UK, even though I'm an American technically. But there's a bunch of facts, and if you think, oh well, okay, that's quite a lot of information, there are actually some more statistics just to make you even more terrified. Lots of research, 30 plus data breach statistics and facts that show you all the fines and what happened, and a breakdown into what went on in terms of the breach. The data breaches break the record in 2021 from CNET. Employee theft statistics, because it's not just that there's an exploited vulnerability in your app, but it can be to do with exploits internally by your employees, that an employee that has got some nefarious intention actually goes ahead and decides, I'm going to find out about my ex-girlfriend or something like that. And that happens quite a few times in things like parking enforcement, where people try and find out using, CCTV, an ex-girlfriend's car where that's parked, and who's visiting that ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend. A data breach is not just the names and addresses of people, but it could be anything, like, what vehicles are parked down a particular road or something like that. And just to really finish you off and make it absolutely clear that I'm not making this up, and that there are lots and lots of statistics that really do back this data up and say it is a big problem, which is why we're talking about it today. Just in 2021, there were over 18,378 vulnerabilities reported. And that is, the kind of vulnerabilities where if you do this, and this in this particular piece of software, then it's a known vulnerability. And obviously, a lot of those get patched. Bigger companies like Microsoft offer things like bug bounties, so to Google. And the idea is they're trying to get you to report the vulnerability that you found, or the exploit or the hack, to Microsoft or Google first, so that they get the opportunity to patch it before you go and release your information to the world and get a pat on the back from your fellow hackers and crackers and exploit merchants. And that's what a bug bounty is for. But that has resulted in a lot of exploits being discovered, but it also means that many people don't patch those vulnerabilities. You'd be surprised how many people say, I don't install all the security patches, I don't want my machine to reboot. Okay, well, good luck with that, because that's a problem if you're going to go and develop some code on that machine and the antivirus is out of date or something like that. My machines, and I hope yours are the same, are always fully patched, up to date, and got more than one type of antivirus on it, more than one type of exploit protection, and I also have hardware exploit protection on my network router to prevent intrusion through the network that way, and also even internally in the router, it scans packets, and so it's looking for things like a mobile phone app. You go and click on a link, and that link happens to be an exploit, because that can get through your network because of the way that the apps work. So have multiple ways of detecting this because of this kind of statistics that you see on the screen now. Great. So now we're all absolutely terrified and sitting in a corner and crying and going, why did I take up the job of writing software? It's so much easier to go and paint lines down the middle of a road or something like that. Well, you can stop it. It's not easy. It's an arms race between the virus and hackers and the developers and people that are out there to try and con people through things like social engineering, and also through just flat out viruses. So training and understanding what is a real threat. Lots of the antivirus companies got some very good training videos and explanations about how exploits work. Go to the conferences. There are lots and lots of webinars around. Kevin Mitnick, who sadly has passed away now, used to have a lot of good information as well. Really, ex-hacker turned a white hat hacker, had a lot of good information that explained to you exactly how threats come about and how he used to exploit human nature. The other thing that you can do, which is a little bit more mechanical rather than actually going and learning about these things and relying on your brain, is using good software development practices. And that means using things like unit tests, and the unit tests will test for things where you pass a string to a numeric variable, for example, and it causes some kind of problem, or pass a buffer that's too big and so the buffer overruns and causes a problem, or you are handling things like null pointers, depending on which programming language you're using, or you've got various other conditions that you can test with unit tests. I know to many people out there, they may say, well, unit tests seems like just overkill, really, because my code is not that complicated. You will find many MVPs out there who will say, actually, unit tests are almost the exact opposite, and they are pretty essential for checking the validity of your code, and also making sure that when you put a new change into a program, that change doesn't then go and impair the code later and break something that was already working. So it's not just about checking the new code functions, but it checks that the old code still functions as it should do. So it's another way of introducing the vulnerability. You make a change in the program, and later down in another part of your program, it breaks something that was working perfectly well. I know one particular company I've seen before and done some consulting with. They used to say, "Oh, we'll just give it to the customers to test." And surprise, surprise. And by the way, I stopped working with those people because we couldn't agree on a sensible policy when it came to things like that. But surprise, surprise, sooner or later they came along where exactly that happened. They made a change and it completely broke the rest of the software, and they had to spin out the change that they made so that they could revert it back to working code. I know it shouldn't happen, but it does. The other good practice is code reviews. What's a code review? Well, some people think that a code review is where you get a manager or some senior developer to review what you've written and tell you whether it's okay or not. And that is kind of what a code review is. But a code review is also the ability for a second pair of eyes to look at what you've done and say, yes, they completely agree with it, or no, they don't. It is open to a little bit of a problem, because obviously if you put two programmers in a room and ask them to discuss a particular topic, I don't know, tabs and spaces being the classic example, you'll find that they'll have very differing opinions. We had one recently with a bunch of MVPs. We were talking about a thing called the in statement in Delphi, and there was a lot of vehement arguing about, oh, it should work this way because that's how mathematics work, and another camp said, no, it should work this way because it's more readable for human beings. And the same happens with code reviews. You can get into a little bit of a situation where the code is reviewed and the person disagrees with the way you did something, but that's not what a code review should be about, unless the way that you did something in the code is a stupid idea and actually will make something worse or more vulnerable. It should be about performance. It should be about whether the aesthetics fit into the overall code base, and whether you've actually looking at the specification for the work you've been asked to do, that it fulfills the specification, but also that it's secure and they can't spot anything obvious that could be a problem. It's a second pair of eyes. If you've never handed someone a letter and said, hey, I'm going to write this to my boss, or my wife or whatever, I just want you to check over it, make sure I haven't said anything wrong or I haven't missed any spelling mistakes. That's what a code review is. It is as much a second pair of eyes to look at something. Peer or pair programming, as it's called, is also another way to improve code security. The reason being that if you've got pair programming, you bounce ideas off of each other. Sometimes it can be distracting, but what generally happens is that two people are working on the same piece of code or the same area of code at the same time, and they bounce ideas off of each other. The idea is that two heads are better than one, and that two programmers looking at a particular problem will hopefully come up with the most optimal solution. Doesn't always work like that. Sometimes it can slow people down. It just depends on your personal feelings. Some people swear by peer programming and pair programming, and other people say they absolutely hate it because they're loners. I'm a loner. I often work for myself and on single code basis without teams, but I have worked in big teams as well. Say 35 developers all working on a project, and we've done peer review and code reviews and peer programming, and it works out okay. It's a personal preference as much as a good reason for doing it from the point of view of good development practices and making something secure. The other thing is code signing all of the executables that you produce. Now, if you're producing an iOS app or an Android app, or actually uploading to the Windows store, then you'll automatically be code signing your executables, because that's just how it works. Part of the process of submitting to the App Store is that it gets signed by your own personal developer's certificate. But if you're developing outside of that ecosystem of app stores, then you can just hit compile on your compiler, and out comes a program, and you can stick it on a thumb drive or email it to someone if your email allows you, because that's a great way of getting viruses. But you could just pass it around across a network and it will run. It doesn't need to be code signed, although Microsoft are saying that they're going towards complete code sign enforcement in the next 24 months, I think they said recently. But you don't have to code sign. But code signing has two major benefits. First of all, Windows in particular, and Mac OS is another one, will actually look for a code signature, and it's a thing that's embedded in the application, and it is a cryptographic signature. It means that it's encrypted using a key that only you know, that only you have. And what it does is authenticates that executable, that application, was created specifically by you, only you and no one else. And I've done a whole webinar on code signing, and actually it's just about to change. The code signing is going to very much more secure type of code signing, where you need a hardware dongle that you plug into the machine to ensure that your code signature is definitely from you. It's another step of security. It makes it actually much more expensive, 3 times more expensive, and for some people it's pricing them out of the market, but that's how important code signing is. But the advantage is, if your executable gets virused or someone tries to crack it and put an exploit in it, the code signature will break, because the code signing certificate actually makes sure that your application is unaltered from the time at which you issued it and created it. That's a very good thing. It's very important. And another thing, which I really can't believe that in this day and age we're still having to mention to people, is that you should use SSL on any websites. And actually any links that you have in your programs where someone clicks on, say, help and go to our website, should be SSL. Okay, so it should have HTTPS at the start of the URL. And there's absolutely no excuse for you not to have a website that's secured by HTTPS or SSL. There is a thing called Let's Encrypt, which is completely free, and it's very easy. Most web hosts now actually support Let's Encrypt, and if you're hosting yourself, it's very, very easy to do. If you're using something like Nginx or Apache, then they support these certificates through Let's Encrypt, which are completely free. Just Google it. There's lots of solutions on there. Ask me questions in the question and answer if you're watching this live, and I'll tell you how to get those free certificates. But you should not be having any links in your program, any links in your help or anything like that are not using HTTPS and SSL. The reason is it's extremely easy to exploit. It's very difficult to exploit SSL. It's not impossible, but it's a lot harder. But also, if you're communicating through the web down to a customer's browser and you've got a web app, then if you're not using SSL, really, I think you should stop writing code because it's a problem. And if you're using something, let's say you've got an older version of IntraWeb that doesn't support SSL, you can use a thing called a reverse proxy, and we do have a session at some point this week that talks about web apps and reverse proxies. What a reverse proxy does is, if your app can only talk HTTP, the reverse proxy will read that HTTP, output it out onto the web as SSL, so HTTPS. It will receive traffic in from the web browser traffic or whatever is going on as HTTPS, and convert it back into HTTP to your app. So there's absolutely zero excuse for not using SSL. Stop it, use SSL or else. Systematic multi-vector antivirus and malware. What do I mean by that? Put antivirus absolutely everywhere on every single machine that you use. And if you're a corporate environment and you're a senior enough person to have some sway in it, make it so that your employees can't turn off the antivirus. Because I know one person, for example, who wanted to use a thing called the Tor browser, the Onion Router browser, and the antivirus was complaining and saying that the Tor browser they downloaded was virused. And they say it's not that. It's just your stupid antivirus, and try to turn it off. Luckily, we don't let them do that. We'd actually lock down the passwords and their ability to make that change, because when we scanned it, it was actually virused. It did have a virus. The antivirus was telling the truth. And now, if you've got multiple types of antivirus on your network, it means that if one misses the virus, then hopefully another one will spot that virus. Same with anti-malware. Anti-malware is slightly different to a virus, because some malware is not considered a virus, but it's unwanted, shall we say. There's behavior in there that you prefer not to have, even though it's not, strictly speaking, going to cause damage to your machine. So yeah, have multiple ways of doing it. My network is full of different antiviruses, and ones that I trust. And if you ask me again in the live Q&A, I'll tell you which ones I use. I don't want to do it on this this webinar. This is going to get repeated for the next couple of years, and let someone else be the vendor about that one. Another thing we can do, how can we stop exploits? Well, we can use a thing called automatic static code analysis. Now, there's two types of code analysis. Okay, one type of code analysis is where it's analyzing your code to see where you've got some bottlenecks, for example, for speed, or where you've done something that is a questionable technique and you could have done it in a more optimal way, or you could have been more efficient. That's one type of static code analysis. Another type of static code analysis is to find vulnerabilities in your code. And what do we mean by vulnerabilities? Well, there's actually quite a whole raft of those types of vulnerabilities, but it could be that you're using a library that's got a known backdoor password or something horrible like that, or there's a vulnerability that's been exploited by a hacker. I once, as part of what I do, I manage about 90 websites, I think, something like that, 90 servers out on the internet with various bits and bobs on it. And one time I was watching a hacker use an exploit tool trying to break a server. They didn't succeed, but they had a tool that was able to send 1 million requests, 1 million different exploits to one of these servers per second. And this is not something you can stop manually. So those guys out there have got some tools that are extremely efficient at cracking your software. It will send a whole bunch of these exploits down and try every combination they can to try and get in. The particular site that happened with was a e-commerce site, and the person was using some very sophisticated techniques to try and hide their IP address. And there are services out there, that will prevent that happening. And luckily we were using it, but otherwise we'd be in big trouble. But sat there and I just couldn't believe it. 1 million requests per second, and it was so many that it actually tried to fill our logs up. And luckily we had a thing called log rolling enabled, which meant that the logs would drop off and not fill our disk space up. But that was another exploit he was trying, was to basically fill our logs up with bad requests and stuff like that. So, and we never caught him, but we did actually prevent him from ever coming back. We managed to mitigate that problem, and we were using Cloudflare, which a few of you have probably heard of, which helped with that immensely. But your app could be subject to the same things, because a static app like a normal .exe or something like that has got nothing to protect it like Cloudflare. It could sit there and someone will run a bunch of code against your .exe and try and look for every exploit they know in your code. And they can find out what version of a compiler you use, they'll find out what version of components that you use, they'll find out, as your program runs, what API calls you're running in Windows, and they can try and find an exploit, and once they find that exploit, they know how to crack your app. They can do the same thing on iPhones and Androids and things like that. It's theoretically supposed to be impossible, but they can actually have a jailbroken iOS device, an Android, iPhone. Jailbroken means that it's broken out of that little Apple ecosystem that protects your app, and they can then run whatever code they like on their iPhone. and they can then look at your app, see how your app communicates, where your app is storing data, and again, with the right tool, they can throw everything they've got, put the kitchen sink at it, and find out where your app has got a vulnerability. What the automatic static code analysis does is exactly the same thing, except for the good guys. So the bad guys have got these tools that are sending all these vulnerabilities down and trying to break your app and find out, oh, they're using Joomla version 2.4, and there's this particular exploit where if you type in 3 backspaces into the password box, then such and such happens. Well, the automatic static code analysis does exactly the same thing, but it tells you about it rather than tells a hacker and tries to exploit you. So that's the point of static code analysis. And so another bit along the lines of so how do we stop it? Well, we go and use a product called DirScanner.com, and actually the product's called DirSecure, but the website is DirScanner.com. They are a new Embarcadero official technology partner at the time of recording this. In fact, they're so new they haven't actually got the logos on the site, and they're signing up, but we've agreed everything, and they're a tech partner. Got a very interesting product called DirSecure, or DirScanner is the name of the website, and I personally I keep forgetting that the product's called DirSecure, but if you go to DirScanner.com you'll find it. And as you can see with the little thing there, it reduces time to market for your apps regardless of the vulnerabilities. So what it's doing is this static code analysis that I was just talking about. How does it work? Well, you log on to DirScanner on their website. It's a web interface. You load your project source code directly in, or link to the repository where your source code is, and this does work with Delphi code. It also works with all sorts of other things like JavaScript and C++ and Python and all sorts of frameworks, Joomla, and you name it. It's got a scanning technology for it. It's quite overwhelming the amount of different versions that they do. And they charge per scan, but that scan is very comprehensive. And what happens is, and you wouldn't do this straight away, but you hit the scan button, and it will then go and look at your project and analyze every single piece of your source code and look for the exploits and all the things where you could be making big mistakes. Once it's done that, you can go and sit in a corner, hug yourself, and rock yourself back to sleep as you sob very quietly. Because I guarantee, based on my experience of what I've seen this tool do, it will find vulnerabilities in your code. I don't know. Maybe you're lucky. Maybe it won't. But I think any project of sufficient complexity, it will find problems with your code. It's quite distressing, really. How does it work? Well, they've got a little graphic here, and some of it's got some jargon on that I don't particularly understand, and I don't think it's necessary for me to explain. It's kind of industry jargon, but what it does is it goes and looks at the repository or your source code, and with Delphi I think you just can upload a zip file with the source code in and it does it. But it can either do the source code or it can do the binary code, depending on if it's one of those versions that's supported, and it will go and analyze it. It will look through and produces a type of representation. I'm not quite sure what it means by that, but I think it's kind of like an in-memory model of how your app works. And then it will also look at various other types of things, like get rid of the obfuscation if you've obfuscated your code, and decompile if it's a binary executable. Pretty scary stuff. And then once it's done that, it will go through and use its logic engine to infer some of the things that it doesn't know about. So it uses a little bit of kind of, it's not AI as such, but it is a little bit of intelligence where it finds vulnerabilities that it doesn't necessarily know vulnerabilities, but believes there probably are. the list of vulnerabilities and undocumented features in your app, which is another thing it does. It could be that there's not really an exploit in your app that's exploited by a hacker, but it could be that some crafty developer, especially if you've got a large development team, has decided to put an undocumented feature in there. I remember one company I worked for in the 1980s, so it was a very long time ago, so I think I'm safe mentioning this. They used to have a Jeep. They used to drive a little Jeep, Suzuki Jeep, I think it was. And there was a Rhino logo on the back tyre. And I remember finding out as a senior developer there that someone had put some hidden feature in the program where if you pressed a key combination on a certain day, it would show ASCII art of two rhinos mating. Now, in the development office, everybody thought that was absolutely hilarious. Oh, look at this! It's very cool. It's a harmless thing. It didn't show anything particularly explicit, but it's two rhinos mating because it was a Suzuki Jeep and the logo at the time was a rhino. But of course, that's all very well, except the software that we were writing was going out to very big corporates, and I'm talking, multi-million pound, as it was, because in the UK, multi-million pound businesses. And if that vulnerability had been discovered, that undocumented feature, my apologies, if that undocumented feature had been discovered and someone had pressed that key combination by accident or deliberately, and up comes some mating rhinos, we could have lost a lot of money. It could have been tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds. Now, we probably wouldn't have got sued, but if we offended enough people or we caused the customer to lose faith in what we're doing and thinking we're all just a bunch of jokers and having a laugh, they might have refused to pay for the work we'd done or something like that. And also, of course, that undocumented feature, which was very clever and funny when, as I was, a young man at the time, probably 20s, if that, we all thought it was hilarious, but also I was kind of sensible enough to realise that meant that our company had probably paid that developer to write that code, and that was a bit of a problem. So undocumented features, not always a bad thing, but they could be if that undocumented feature is a backdoor so that a banking app, a person could log on to any person's phone and get into the banking app without knowing the user's password. That would be an undocumented feature that is a problem. And of course, if a hacker knows that backdoor is there for some technical support purposes or training or testing or whatever, the hacker can exploit that, and they can use it for bad purposes. It may be that your programmers don't use it for a bad reason, but of course a hacker could. And so on and so forth. So there you go. It's all sorts of different bits and bobs. Now, what we'll do is we'll go and have a quick look at how this works. It'll be a fairly quick demonstration because the scanning itself takes quite a long time, and also it costs quite a lot of money to do the scan. So I'm not going to keep triggering those every so often. Let's have a look now and look at the demo. Okay, so when we first log in, what we do is we go to this web interface, and this is a web-based product, so most of what you see there is web-based and fairly straightforward to understand. You'll have a number of projects in there. I've actually only got one. There's a sliding scale for the pricing on there. If you're a big corporate, then the amount that it costs for this project, what you would do is write a code and get everything ready to the point where you think you're going to actually release it, and then you're doing the pre-acceptance phase, shall we say, before you're actually going to release this out into the world, and where you're actually going to try and see if there is something that may or may not be wrong with your system. So you'll run your scan. Now, if I go into this and choose my particular project, this is test data supplied by Scanner, so none of it is real, it's all fake data. However, the source code in there is real source code, and those vulnerabilities are real. As you can see, it will give me a tally, quite a horrifying tally, of how many vulnerabilities there are in this project. It's quite a large project, although not really for most Delphi programs. That's 836,000 lines. I personally work on projects that are over 1.5 million or more. So, 836,000 is nothing to be sneezed at, but it's not that big in the general scheme of things. Let's go and have a look at some detailed results. Well, the detailed results are really quite distressing. For example, if I go and choose critical in here, some of the vulnerabilities, there's 6 of them where there's an empty encryption key. Okay, so what is that? If I click on that, it expands down. If I click on here is the source code. And as you can see, if you're a Delphi programmer, this is the real thing. This is actually proper source code. And so it's saying here that this particular feature here is empty. So what they've done is they've pre-initialized it, as you should do, you know, assign variables values to make sure that they've all got deterministic values to start off with, and you're not accidentally using corrupt data, you know, uninitialized data. That's the word I'm looking for. Uninitialized data, but it also then explains why that's a bad thing. Okay, so it tells you what is wrong, and then luckily explains what on earth that thing is, because you do need to know, you know, what on earth is this problem? Why is it a problem? And it gives you examples of how that works, recommendations on how to fix it, links to you know, where this kind of vulnerability has been reported before, and the top kind of things that there are, classifications, program traces, and all the rest of it. There's lots and lots and lots of those, like this one, empty password. Again, this is all example stuff, but it's connecting to a ini file here, and it's saying, okay, if you're a Delphi programmer, you know that I will try and read this password to access this Banco Dados, which I'm guessing is some kind of test bank example, and it's actually beginning to with the password set to nothing, to an empty thing. It goes and uses that connection string. So if that works, or it stores that back later and stores that password back, you've now got a banking database that has got a username that's blank and a password that's blank. Now, reality is that probably wouldn't happen to do much, because most DBMSs wouldn't like that kind of configuration anyway. But let's just imagine this line was on its own somewhere else, and you had that kind of piece of code. You wouldn't necessarily spot it. I'm sure I've written that code once upon a time. I've written hundreds and hundreds of thousands of lines of code, if not, you know, nearly 1 million lines of code over the course of 38 years. I bet you at some point I've written this line of code, because, you know, I'm not that great a programmer. You know, I'm going to get it wrong, but it's quite terrifying. So all sorts of things like that. Medium vulnerabilities are quite interesting. Like this one, you remember I mentioned why I used not using SSL. This, I think, in many ways is actually very useful, because you can then go and spot all the times that you've actually called a URL without HTTPS in. Okay, you could use grep, you know, you could use some Linux command line magic or something like that. It just depends on how good you are. But at the end of the day, you know, it's going to spot these kind of exploits, potential exploits. I really like it. I'm not going to go into great detail of this, because this is actually quite a huge app, and their website is very comprehensive, and they've got some videos as well. Kate, who's my opposite number at Descanner, she does developer relations there, went through this and gave us some in-house demos and things like that. But you get the general gist of what's happening. It's saying you shouldn't use these functions, and then you think, well, why not? I've seen code on Stack Overflow that says that all the time. Well, yes, it may well say that on Stack Overflow, because the answer that you're picking up on Stack Overflow was written in 2009 when it was perfectly safe. But 2009, at the time that we're recording this, is 14 years ago. 14 years. So in 2009, you know, the iPhone was still a very basic device. For example, the internet did not have gigabyte speeds, and yet you're still using example code that you're pasting in from Stack Overflow, which could be out of date compared to the modern world of software development. So yeah, it's slightly an eye opener, shall we say, if you go through it. But anyway, that's it. Do scan it. Very interesting stuff, and I quite like it. Okay, well, I hope I've terrified you enough to take things seriously. I don't mean to be horrible. I don't want to scare you, but at the same time, I do want you to understand that software development isn't just about writing the code. This whole bootcamp is about the entire process of software development, and part of that is also things like this kind of static code analysis, taking security seriously, worrying about things like GDPR and whether you should or shouldn't breach them. As a developer, if you're a senior developer, and perhaps you might be the only developer in a company, because that happens a lot, quite often the buck will stop with you when it comes to security and comes to preventing data breaches. If it does stop with you, then you do not want to be the scapegoat for problems. You want to make sure that you've adopted the best practices you can, and I've tried to illustrate a few of them here. Tools like DirScanner or DirSecure are very useful in helping with that. There are others out there that do static code analysis. I'm not focusing on them right now. I just want to cover this particular one. But do yourself a favour and adopt some of the best practices and use tools like this to try and find out exactly where there might be a problem. Let them do the hard work. Let them do all the scanning for you. And save yourself a headache so you don't have to go through lines and lines of code manually and go, I wonder if this is a problem. You don't need to. They've got a tool for that. Anyway, my name's Ian Barker, and I'm the Embarcadero Developer Advocate. You can email me on ian.barker@embarcadero.com, or follow me on Twitter /X at punctuation, or go to my website about.me/Ian Barker and find me there. Well, wasn't that great talk? I thought that guy was really good. I don't know what happened at the start of the video. My audio seemed to be out of sync when I appeared magically in the side there. I use Camtasia to record my videos, and sometimes I'm pretty certain there's a little bug in Camtasia, but we shall see what happens. Where are we at the timing? Oh, okay, we've got 10 minutes. That's good. Eli, are you still around? You can type in the chat window if you are, because we tried to get Eli to do some questions earlier on and his microphone wasn't working. Well, if you're talking, we can't hear you, so I'm guessing that's a no. That he says he's there. Okay, well, Martha, can we put his voice on? Say something cool, Eli.
We can try.
Oh, you might. There you go. Oh, we can hear you. Yeah. Your video is a little while ago, but plenty of people around who are still looking at it. I did actually pin some messages whilst we were doing it. A lot of people were saying this was one question which I thought was interesting. He said, "Dang, he made us all obsolete." I think this is a kind of recurring thing, isn't it, where people say, "Oh, we'll be replaced by AI," but actually, I think it's more a case of we'll be enhanced by AI. I think that's kind of your position, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, AI is just a tool that you're going to use to be more productive. That's my position. I mean, you still have to be the commander of the tool, and I'm still there clicking the buttons and say what I want to do. I'm still cutting and pasting between wherever it needs to go and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like it's just a tool that will just make you more productive. So you can stop doing the stuff that just doesn't, like, you didn't need to do that, because the AI could just help you move past that, and then you can do the stuff you really need to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give the example of someone cutting the grass. When I was young, you used to have a push mower, one of these things that was unpowered, and it was muscle power that did it. And it was tricky stuff. And especially if you lived in Texas, I don't know how people used to do it, how they didn't die from heat exhaustion. But of course, now most people have either an electric mower or a gas-powered mower. Which is progress. It's not the same thing. It's industrialization and mechanization, but you're still cutting the grass. It just is a little bit easier, and I can do more of it more quickly and more efficiently, which frees me up for doing things like sitting around and eating donuts and stuff like that, which is the most important things in life. But I've been in meetings with you because we work together on quite a few things where you've said to us we should all be using AI to enhance our abilities, and you're a good evangelist for our future AI
Well, I mean,
overlord.
I think that's true. Like I basically use it as a junior developer. Like I go ask it questions, or like I don't know some language, Python or something. I just go use the AI and it generates something. I mean, I can read programming language, but I don't know all the Python syntax. And then once the AI generates the Python code, I can go tweak it and it still compiles. And so it was basically my junior developer to just make me more productive.
Yeah, it's or
And
peer
it doesn't
programming or
get
something like that.
tired. It doesn't get tired. It's up at 3 a.m. when I'm up at 3 a.m. So
Oh
it
my
just
God.
reduces all those feedback loops. All those feedback loops, it just reduces them. And that, like in CodeDroid AI, how I have it do the verification step where it just sits there and compiles it right there, and you have the errors right away. So that's another example of reducing those feedback loops to get the work done faster.
Yeah, and I think also the amount of add-ons that are in Get It as well. For those people that are watching that are Rad Studio users, go to Get It and type in AI, and you will find there are a load of plugins already. But if they go to FMX Express, and in fact, I'll just make that QR code come up again. If people now, I'm going to try and point in the right direction. There you go. If people scan that QR code, it will take them to the FMX Express website, and I think we also put up some links in various places as well. But your site is absolutely, you're the webmaster of that, and it's absolutely jam-packed with really great examples. It's a brilliant resource, and much loved by Embarcadero and for helping us out, I think. But also, I think most Delphi developers find it very useful. It's a torrent of good stuff. So, well done on that. Okay, if we just go back to the questions again, where was I? Yeah, so the one where Robert Crandall, this was a comment about your session, not mine. Everything about that was outstanding, he said. So, you've shown similar parts of it before, but I think it was quite popular. And he also said he wished he was 20 again and he had all this stuff at his fingertips then. Well, don't give up. I'm not getting any.
Well, see, that's why you need the AI. You don't need to be 20. You just use the AI, and it makes you 20. Gives you the productivity of when you were 20.
It compensates for my de-aging of my brain. Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, it was really good.
Smarter, not harder.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly. I mean, it's like IntelliSense and all the other types of. Hit Control Space or put a period or something like that, and up comes all the parameters. Whereas in the old days, you just have to type it out in a text editor. It's progress. It still makes us developers. I'm not any less of a developer because I'm using an IDE with built-in intelligence. It just makes my life a little bit, easier, not having to remember so many things, which at my age is a definite benefit. And this comment was about my session, which was in French, but he's basically saying, thank you, Embarker, for your presentation. Your English is accessible and you could understand it. I think that's what he's saying. I should have got Patrick to translate that. Patrick's been in every single Q&A session. I don't think he sleeps, actually. He's a bit like you. He's a night owl, I think. So that was it. Have you got any other real sort of comments about AI that you didn't feel like you made?
Going back to your session on security that you just did, I was thinking about this today. I was thinking, so Apache puts out text file log files, and you could basically sit there and plug those log files into the AI and say, hey, is there an attack going on? And then the AI could analyze that log file. I mean, you have up to 16,000 tokens or whatever, right? And it could say, hey, is there an attack going on? And it could flag it and say, hey, oh, there's an attacking website, block this IP address. So that's an example of where you could insert AI into security, or even with DurScanner. I mean, DurScanner does this thing, but you could ask similar questions like that too. I mean, I'm sure they're going to incorporate it to some point, probably. Right? They can ask similar questions. Hey, is there a security vulnerability in this code? And then there you go.
Yeah.
And so that we have a question in the chat. Somebody says ChatGPT makes a lot of mistakes when it comes to Pascal code. Does he know if this has a better percentage hit. So I feel like the command at the beginning where I say, hey, you're the best developer in the world or whatever, I feel like I saw some article about that said it reduced the number of errors from like 50% to 92%, or from 92% to 50% or something like that. So anyway, that supposedly that increases the code, the so that the code works better with less errors. But at the same time, the more
Narrows it down.
examples that you give it, the more examples that you give it, I mean, you're just feeding it what you want it to give back to you, right? So if you want it to write a REST request, you're going to need to give it a REST request example, and then it's going to say, hey, look, this is how I make a REST request example. Tweak it to how the developer that asked me wants it to be, and then it outputs it. I mean, we did a previous session where I did created Delphi FMX for Python applications using ChatGPT, and that's all I did. I mean, it basically spit out the application with 1 or 2 tweaks, and that was it. So it's able to generate Python. It's able to generate Object Pascal. And one thing I'm trying to get done, I mean, a lot of this stuff where you can do training, so you can train the AI with images, or you can train, which I've done a lot of that, but I haven't really done any training of the AI with text. And what I'd like to get done is to take the Object Pascal or the DocWiki, all the documentation for Object Pascal, and train one of these AIs on it so that it knows Object Pascal. And I haven't been able to get that done yet, but I mean, there's stuff that's making that easier and easier, and at some point we'll be able to do that.
I mean, I've said this several times in different sessions that I think right now, for me, feels like when the internet came around and when iPhones came around, and all those even when I was there when the PC came out. I'm old enough to have been a developer at that point, and these were all real moments that I could look back and say this was a specific point in time where something important happened. It was an important stage. It wasn't an evolution. We just suddenly leapt forward a little bit, and certainly 2023 seems to be one of those leap forwards when it comes to people going, hey, AI can actually be something incredible. And I'm not getting any younger. If I went for a job interview, luckily I don't have to interview for jobs now. I'm kind of at that stage, but I don't feel threatened by my age in the industry that I am, and I've got every reason to feel that way. And I certainly don't feel threatened by AI because I can see that it's actually going to be one of the things that enhances what I can do. And I think that's a great thing. And I think someone like yourself has fully embraced it. I'm getting there. I'm not quite as in the same camp as you, but I do use it. I think it's great. There is the other side of the coin. There are some jobs that can be a problem. I mentioned in another session, my daughter's a graphic designer. She's literally graduating in December with a graphic design degree. She went for a job, and on the very first day at work, after having done some designs, they said, you should be using AI every single day in your job to enhance your skills and capabilities. And she was crushed because she just spent 4 or 5 years at college learning all the artistic things that you need to do. And she felt like they were saying, never mind that, use AI, just ask it the right questions and it'll produce a graphic. But that wasn't what was happening. What they were saying was use AI to make your skills better, because it needed someone that had got an eye for color and an eye for fonts and things like that to say what the AI has made there is not so great. And you've got to pick and choose between the things that are no good and things that are good. The same with the code, the AI code generation. Some of it's good, some of it's not so good, and some of it's definitely wrong. And it'll improve with training, but it does help if you've got the ability to pick and choose and understand which bits are good and which bits aren't. So, and I said before, which point over that shoulder, these graphics here, it's no secret, we've mentioned it already, but we actually used AI, and in fact it was Eli, was one of the people responsible for that. We used AI to help generate some of these graphics, and then had a graphic designer work on the results to produce something wonderful. And so yeah, it's cool. It's interesting
I mean,
stuff.
it just changes the workflow. You become the editor instead of the person creating it from scratch. You instead of creating from scratch, you look at the 20, the 40, the 60, the 100 graphics that were generated, and you pick the best one, and then you go and edit that and make it do what you needed to do instead of starting
It's
from
the
scratch. And
difference.
so it was just an hour savings of hours right there that you didn't have to start from scratch.
Absolutely, and it's the difference between having a hand whisk and having an electric whisk, or having some kind of food mixer that kneads the dough for you. Kneading dough to make bread is an important part of making bread, to break down the gluten and the rest of it. But you can go and stand there for 25 minutes and do it by hand, or you can put it in a machine that will do just as good a job. And that's the same thing with AI. It's a tool to achieve something, and it needs your creativity as well to enhance that as well. And I think it's a great thing. And imagine if Embarcadero created their own chat GPT for Rad Studio. Actually, although we've got a session coming up in a minute, I want to talk about this because someone else mentioned this on the blog. Someone said, I think, why is it that Embarcadero don't have a code pilot type thing in the IDE? And actually, I want to pick them up on that, because not only do we not have one built in, the reason we don't have one built in is because we don't have to, because the extensibility of Rad Studio means that if you go in to get it in search, and there's a comment on the blog about this, there are several add-ins that will actually add that capability, just like you showed in your examples, to Rad Studio. They're of varying quality. And unlike people like Microsoft, where you actually have to have a paid GitHub account, I think it was, or something like that, and pay some fee, we're not charging you anything because it's an open IDE, and you can install that plugin. And yes, you've got to have a ChatGPT account, but you can have that already done. So the answer is, why would we put that technology in when we can enable you to put that technology in? Pick and choose the one that works best for you, and you can have the and we've got a way to go in terms of the context of the code base, but yeah, it may come about, may not, I don't know, but it's interesting stuff. Well, thanks a lot, Eli, and you're still there, I think.
I am still here. Well, there was one question here that I was going to address, but if we need to move on, that's fine too.
No, we've got enough time. The next session,
all right,
Tony.
So this guy's question is can you make a standalone executable? And the short answer is yes. Basically, what's happening in the AI space right now is that they're miniaturizing the models so that they can run on smaller and smaller hardware, because originally they just take giant GPUs with a whole bunch of RAM and all that kind of stuff. And so they've been working on miniaturizing the models so they can run on smaller and smaller hardware. And so I would guess that in the future, within a year probably, you'll be able to download a 1 or 2 or 3, 4 or 5 gigabyte model that just sits there next to your IDE, and it just goes to that. So you run that, a Docker instance is running in the background, and it just goes to that and talks to the Docker instance local on your machine. And maybe that's with whatever IDE is, and it will just query that instead of going to an API. And maybe the APIs are going to always be better because they'll be able to put more investment into those. But again, what I've seen in the AI space is that they're miniaturizing the models. The open models are getting cheaper. They're getting better. And so I feel like that will be the end game within a year or so.
Yeah, I definitely think there's an inflection point happening. And I think that means that people are now prepared to invest money in this, whereas before it was a bit, it's like, some kind of science fiction. But now they're actually seeing something tangible appear. And I think that will help actually drive forward innovation as well, because it's going to get this massive kind of belief behind it for a change. Seeing is believing, really, in these things. And we can now see that actually there is some benefit to AI that works. And this works. ChatGPT is the first one where I think we've gone, actually, I can really see this does do something silly. I mean, there were things like Eliza a very long time ago, which would put people off because it wasn't AI. It was just a bunch of questions with answers. Joseph Wiesenbaum, invented that, and that was a long, long time ago. But we've always wanted this, and now we've got it, for better or worse. Yeah, we shall see how.
100% in agreement that we're at an inflection point. This is 1994. This is 1999. Definitely, it's just going to be incredible.
Yeah, and like I say, if a guy like me who's aging and you know getting worried about being replaced by all sorts of things, you know, I absolutely don't think it's a problem. I think it's an enhancement for someone like me, and I think it's if I can be comfortable with it and not be concerned about my future as I get people look down their noses at me for being an old guy. I think everybody should also feel that way as well. I don't believe there's anything to be scared about. It's a tool. It adds to your capabilities, and it's like, you know, strapping on a backpack, a jetpack, or something like that. So, okay, all right. Well, thanks a lot, and I will speak to you again. I think you've got some other sessions this week as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a session on the Stable Diffusion client coming up on, I think it's on Thursday.
Right. Okay. Cool. All right. Oh, well, thanks a lot. Okay. So we're going to head on now to the final session for today. This is by Stephen Ball, who is Embarcadero employee. He is the international pre-sales director. I'm not quite sure what his job title is, but he's based in the UK. So I'm sorry about that. Yet another British accent. There's been a few today. And this is called Interbase Developer's Guide to Getting Started. I'll speak to you later. Thanks for sticking around, everyone.
Hello and welcome back to Coding Bootcamp 2023. My name's Stephen Ball and we're going to be powering through learning about development with databases in this session. And we're going to be talking about Interbase. Interbase is a very powerful, lightweight database that you can use on Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, Linux, and be able to store your data with your application on whatever platform you're targeting. So it's a very versatile and good to know database as a developer because it allows us to build once and get everywhere. So this is our developer's guide to getting started with Interbase and is going to be very much here just to help you get on and get going. So before we get in, who am I? My name's Stephen Ball and I'm the pre-sales director here at Embarcadero. I have been around Interbase since the end of the 90s, working with it, and I've even spent time as the Interbase product manager, helping introduce kind of the IoT award-winning change views technology into Interbase and help with a number of the new initiatives we've had go forward, like IB Lite and so on. So let me get in and talk about the agenda we're going to be covering today. As I say, this is very much a getting started session. So we're going to talk a little bit about databases, their uses, the different type of architectures that you're going to see around databases to help explain the different type of scenarios and how databases are connected to and worked with. So once we've got that understanding, we'll talk very quickly about what Interbase is, who uses it, to give you a little bit of an idea of the flavour of the different types of businesses that use and work with databases. We'll cover the supported platforms and languages that Interbase provides for. Now, we're not going to dive into every single one here. You know, that's a session in itself. But it's really just to kind of give you the idea that, you know, wherever you're developing, whichever where your company is working, there's support there to help you with using Interbase. But where we really want to get into today is the developer edition. The developer edition of Interbase is a great place to start. It includes the chance to create, design, build your databases. It gives you a database file that, as I said, you can use across Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, and Linux. It also provides the first way that you can get into using IB Console. And IB Console is a great tool to be able to manage and work with data. And you don't need to, as a developer, remember all the constructs and the setup for building and creating databases. You can use IB Console to help you along the way. So it's a great tool to learn the basics and the building blocks and actually look at your database and then be able to dive in and look at the metadata and so on. So we'll have a few quick tips and tricks as we go through there. After we've had a look at the number of the different composite parts of database as well, we'll finish off talking about licensing. There's a few free versions, there's some trial editions, there's some subscription options, so it's important to understand a little bit about the different options there. It's not particularly complicated, it just needs a quick explanation, but it's very simple to get up and going. And then we'll talk a little bit about some of the deployment options and what you can do to help with deployment of Interbase. So let's get in. We're going to start off with a quick explanation about what a database is. Now, typically, a database is an organized collection of structured information or data, typically stored electronically in a computer system. Now, this is a pretty standard definition. One thing that's really important to understand about databases, though, is that a database is usually controlled by a database management system, a DBMS. So Interbase is a DBMS. SQL Server is a DBMS. Postgres, Oracle, they're all DBMSs. And the reason for a database management system is it provides the ability then to control communication to and from the database itself. It enables users to be controlled and managed in terms of their access to the data. It enables you to start using things like encryption to define what encryption levels certain data needs to be stored at. You can then bring those users and the encryption and the decryption rights together to ensure that only the people with the right access can actually access the data. So the whole setup of a DBMS is really important and takes a lot of stress out of development and provides a huge capability. And this is very important when you're trying to build and get your applications out to market and to do things in the right way and to be compliant with all the laws and regulations that are around. So there's a few different ways that a DBMS is deployed. The typical scenario is client-server, and we'll talk about 3 different options here today. But typically a client-server where you have a server somewhere, and then on that server you can access the database directly, but also you could connect to the server from a number of different clients. Now, Interbase supports clients running on Windows, Mac and Linux, and you can use what's called a protocol, an over-the-wire protocol, to communicate from the client to the server. Now that's typically wrapped up in the components you've got, so it's very transparent. You just put down your database connection, you tell your database connection where the server is, and you can then use queries directly to fetch data from the server. Now what happens on the client is it will go through the driver, and the driver will convert your request into an over-the-wire data packet which is sent down the wire, and then the DBMS installed on the server will receive it, authenticate you, and then will run the query against the server and provide instantaneously back the data that you've requested. So this OTW, over-the-wire protocol, is the typical way that pretty much every database works. And what that means is that where you've got servers, you can set these to scale, quite a high size at the back end. But you could run this as a 64-bit application. But then you could have a mix of 32 or 64-bit clients that are connecting in, because the protocol is a socket communication that is sent over the wire. So that is different to a normal library. If you're building an application where you need to have a 32-bit or 64-bit library because your application is that, you do need the 32 and the 64-bit libraries to match your client build, but then the communication over the wire is just done over the wire, and then the server can be a different version. It doesn't need to be the same. So that's basically how servers communicate. Now, the other option, rather than having clients that are able to connect across the network, is to actually run the database inside your application. Now, this is a very deeply embedded application offering, and something that's not unique, but relatively rare to find in the kind of scale and the capabilities that Interbase offers. So Interbase provides a set of libraries that, instead of deploying the whole server, you can actually run Interbase inside your application, and they're statically linked in to your application at runtime. And as your application starts up, the database engine starts up in memory inside your application. Now, the reason Interbase can do this is it's built from the ground up to work on a very small footprint. Only a few meg is all that you need memory-wise for Interbase to be running. It really, really can just deploy everywhere. Its background was built to enable literally any machine to run a database, and because of that, Interbase to Go, which is our deeply embedded version, can be run inside one or many applications, but the data here is exclusive for that application. So if you've got an application running on your server here, this application could connect to its version of the database and work with it, but nobody else could connect into it. And the same for the other apps. When this app starts up, it could have its own copy of the data. Now, the different apps can't communicate between themselves, and the data is restricted to the only app that is working with it at the time, or one app at a time. But that is a very, very powerful engine and capability to have. Now, the other scenario that you see a lot of around databases today is a multi-tier deployment. Now, in this kind of scenario, you might have one or multiple databases behind a middle tier or an application layer that's running. So you've got your data layer and your application layer. Now, the mid-tier will have communication coming through it. Now, typically, this is going to be through REST or JSON nowadays. That provides a uniformed approach for any application programming language to be able to communicate to the server and to fetch data. And what that means is that you can be very transparent about the data. The data is literally transparent to the clients. You can completely change the back end here, and the clients would never know because they're just communicating through this mid-tier point. So here, all your data connections would go on from the mid-tier. So a bit like your client server before, you'd have your database server, you'd have your application tier, your mid-tier, which is communicating to the database, fetching the data back and forth, and then putting that into a data packet, which it's then sending out to the clients. Now, in these types of scenarios, the database here needs to be licensed for the number of clients. So we have an unlimited user license for Interbase, which you can use to work in these type of scenarios, which is fantastically simple just to deploy. But this means that also, especially when you're working with mobile, you're not exposing your database to the entire world. Using a mid-tier here like RAD server allows you to protect your database and enable that communication to work via REST, because the one thing on a client server setup, this is normally done on a local network, so the connections are going to be very stable. When it comes to working across multiple networks and when you're out and about, the connections are up and down. You can't hold a solid socket connection in the same way you can on a local network. So it's really important that we have these communications running through REST. And again, if you're going to look at doing multi-application tier development, then I'd highly recommend Interbase as the back end. RAD server actually uses Interbase inside it to manage all its users and security settings and everything. So it's very robust and very scalable. And then you have all the REST stuff going on. So if you're looking to do that, you need to understand this bit here, and then also the client side of things. So what is Interbase and who uses it? So hopefully now you've understood that Interbase is a database. Now, the one thing about Interbase is it's an embeddable database. And so that means it can be deployed inside or alongside your application. In fact, Interbase has a silent installer as well, so you can even embed it into your installers without the end users having to see that you're kind of getting it installed and deployed. Now, the nice thing about it is it's very fast, it's a very small footprint, it's an admin-free database with full SQL 92 capabilities, it's very secure. So a lot of people use it, and it's highly used in medical because of what it can be done with and deployed, and you don't have to have a DBA sat alongside it. Some of the big database management systems have a very heavy footprint, need a dedicated server, need a lot of looking after to make sure they keep running. Interbase is loved by developers because it's just so simple to do and deploy. Now, there's 3 different versions of Interbase. We have the server edition, which is like the client server, allowing hundreds of connections to come through, and the same one that you'd use behind a REST server, a mid-tier server. We have the desktop edition, which is for Windows only, but it allows you to have multiple applications on the same machine, so a bit like a server, but only on a single machine. So you can have multiple different applications connecting into it. Now, that's really something more from a time gone past where people used to have lots of separate applications and they'd all connect to the same database on the same machine. You'd have a reporting application and maybe a stock application and a POS application. Nowadays, people tend to build a lot of the stuff all together, so it's a slightly different method, but you can do either or. Now, the other option we have is Interbase to Go, which I've mentioned about with the mobile side. Is deeply embeddable, runs inside your application, so there's no actual server to install, set up and configure. You literally just install the libraries, or you deploy the libraries with your application, and as your application starts, Interbase starts up in your memory space, and off you go. Now, as I said, Interbase is used by a number of different companies around the world. Opus Capita process 500,000 transactions a day doing invoicing with a SaaS-based solution that they're providing out to local governments. We have Bsoft here, who do accounting software for most of Bulgaria, including covering the military and PricewaterhouseCoopers and a number of different customers. Electrolux embed it deeply into a number of the things that they provide out with their washing machines. Bionuclear do it within their labs. Across Brazil, they've got hundreds of labs that are deployed out with Interbase there, managing their data for all the tests that they're running. Management Plus, big healthcare provider using Interbase to store personal medical information with all the compliances that are required around medical and healthcare. So there's a huge number of different companies using it, and this is just a small subsection of logos, but it's heavily used across the world for server and mobile and the like. So how do you connect to Interbase? Well, there's a number of different choices from different languages. Within RAD Studio for Delphi and C++ builder, there's the FIDAC components, there's the IBX components, there's a number of different components there. Lots of documentation on the DocWiki about how to get going with those. There's also ODBC, JDBC and ADO.NET drivers. And the ADO.NET drivers have recently been updated for the newer versions of .NET, and you can get those through GitHub, through NuGet, through Visual Studio, and there's the Entity Framework drivers in there as well. And also for Python, I've recently released updated drivers for Python. You can also connect up with PHP and Ruby. There's lots of different options out there, and with the ODBC and the JDBC driver as well, it means that you can pretty much connect to Interbase from most tools and platforms out there. So let's get our hands onto Interbase, and first thing we need to do is make sure we've got it installed. So we're going to quickly discuss the developer edition and then get into IB Console and start playing around and seeing a DBMS in action. So if you do have RAD Studio, then you can go to the Tools, Manage Platforms, and under the dialog here you can find the additional options, which includes Interbase 2020 Developer Edition, or whichever the latest version is that you have. And the easy thing to do is just tick that box and hit apply, and that will then install and get Interbase going. Once you've got it installed, what you will need to do is just go to the server manager. If you type in server, find the Interbase server manager, you'll just need to make sure that you've got it running and you've started up for the first time. Once you've done that, it will automatically restart with Windows as you're going. Now, the developer edition does need to be restarted every 48 hours. It's just part of the security around it. So that's the only thing you need to be aware of. But perfect edition to start with. Now, if you don't have RAD Studio and you want to get the developer edition, if you go to the Embarcadero website, and under the free tools, you can go to get Interbase Developer, and from here you can fill in the form to get it sent over to you. If you've already got an EDN account, just change here to log in, and then you'll be able to download and get that straight away. Okay, so now we know how to get Interbase up and running. Let's start having a look at some of the basics and the key features of RDBMS with Interbase. So I'm just going to go in and let's search for IB Console here. IB Console is our developer interface. And here we can see we have the ability to register servers. So we have the Interbase server running here. Now the developer edition runs as a full server to allow us to be able to connect other tools into the database. It means you can still build and develop with Interbase to go, and then just move the file or have the file somewhere on your Windows machine to then be able to work with it. Or if you are working on mobile, then you can always transfer the file back to your Windows machine to be able to connect to it and go from there. So the first thing you need to do is register a server. So I've got my server added. Typically, I'm just going to put localhost in here, or you can browse the network if you're working with a remote server. And you can also give it an alias if you want. As I say, I've already got mine registered here, so I'm just going to log in, sysdba master key. And now that we're logged in, we can see any databases that we've got registered on the server, or we can go ahead and add an existing database and go find one. So we can see here we've actually got the employee database from the samples directory already added in. So let's just go ahead and log into that. I'll say sysdba master key as the password for the sample. And now we can start seeing all the features of the database and the RDBS server running here. So we have a list of users for the server. We have server logs, and we have the ability to run backup operations. And then on the database, we have a number of different things linked in here. So if you remember to the start, a database management system allows you to manage users. It enables you to store data in a structured format. So in here, we can see we have tables, and each table is a specific job. So we have the employee table here. And if we have a look at the employee data, the employee table, we can see that we have a set of data in here formed up in specific structure. If we go and have a look here, we can see that here's the name of the fields and also the type of field it is. So we have different types, and we can also define our own types using Interbase, which are called domains. So we'll have a quick look at those in a moment. But all the basic building blocks here for numbers, and we've also got one that's computed by, which is a calculation of another couple of fields to give us a value that we're always going to use. So for example, if you've got first name and last name, you can make a full name as a computed field rather than actually having to manage and update them and keep them in sync. So let's have a look at the metadata. Now the metadata describes this structure. Now the first thing we can see in here is we've got some domains, and I mentioned about Interbase having the ability to define specific types of fields. So what we can do here is we can say I want to have a field called country name, or a field type called country name, and that is going to be a varchar of 15 characters. Now why would you use domains when you could just say, oh, I've got this field here, it needs to be that size, make it that? Well, two reasons. One, it's actually quite useful to be able to define a specific field type and then use it in lots of different places. So for example, if you've got the first name and a last name defined, if you've got a first name in the employee table and maybe one in a staff table and maybe one in a customer table, then you can always just use the first name. Now if you find then, for example, that you need to change the field size or you need to update something around the field, you can update the domain and it will then update that field size everywhere. So a really good example of that may be telephone numbers in the past. They've changed the length of telephone numbers as the number of people have grown in an area and they've had to expand the number of telephones they've had. So if you had a phone number field, you could update the domain and then all fields in the database will then accept the new larger values. You also can add constraints to domains. So for example here, the department number has a constraint to check that the value matches certain criteria. We can also, so domains are quite useful. There's a few different examples in the employee table here of different constraints being applied to domains. So that's domains. Here's the computed field. You can see computed by and then last name, and then this double pipe basically is this plus, and then we've got a comma and a space plus first name. So that's how you would concatenate string or bring strings together here within SQL. Now the other thing that we've got in here is constraints that are to do with the actual data and making sure that data is valid. Now this is called referential integrity. Now referential integrity allows us to define that a value must exist somewhere else in the database. So for example, the employee table has an employee number, and this is an integer value, and this is the primary key. So we know every single record is going to have a unique employee number. Now, if we're using the employee number to reference an employee from another table, then we need to make sure that number exists. So to do that type of thing, you can start adding foreign key constraints. So for example, here the employee table has a foreign key constraint to check the department number. So the department that an employee belongs to exists in the departments table and is in the field department number. So this is quite useful to make sure that if we add a department number to an employee, it actually exists as a department, because when you start querying and bringing and joining data together to get data that is built up from the employee table and maybe the department table, you need to make sure that the referential integrity works, because otherwise you query what the name of the department is from the department table, and it goes, well, I can't find that department. What does that mean? We can also have constraints that are checking, obviously, that a field value fits within a specific criteria. So this is another constraint that is being done here to make sure that the job code and the grade and the country, that the value of the salary for the salary field fits within the range of the minimum and maximum allowed salary for an employee from the country and the job code and the grade that they're working at. And we also have, looking in here, we can see that we have a trigger created. Now a trigger allows us to fire an action that happens, and we can see here this one happens after and before insert at position 0. And what it's doing is it's just saying, okay, I need to get an employee number field for the new value, go and add in the employee number from a generator here. So this gen ID calls it a generator. A generator is a sequential number to get the employee number. And here we can see we've also got this save salary change. This is where we've got some additional work going on to record the salary history. So this is an auditing action that's happening. So as data is being changed on a specific field, it's firing an action to record some data into another part of the database as an audit trail. So this is really important because you can pick up not only what's changed, but you could also pick up the user who's made the change, who's connected to the database if you're using multiple users to connect in. So this is really important part of database and data management. So we can see the metadata for that here, but that's kind of a bit hard to read. So let's go ahead and we can actually have a look here. We can use the actual icons to be able to jump in. So we can alter specific items. We can come in here and make some changes. We could add items. Can't drop it because it's got dependencies there. When just having a look at the columns, we could have a look at the triggers. You hear those triggers again that we just spoke about, and you can see the actual trigger, where it happens, the sequence, which is the order, and then the metadata for it. And we can have a look at the check constraints. We can have a look at any indexes that are built. Now indexes allow you to say, well, I'm always looking for people by their last name. So let's build an index that lists everybody by their last name, first name. So when I run those queries, I've already got that in order, which makes it a lot quicker to sort through and find people that we need to. So indexing is quite a useful thing to do. Obviously, the more indexes you create every time you make a change to the data, there's more things that have to happen. So it can slow things down a little bit, but you use them correctly and they help your data fly. So yeah, that's the kind of the basic parts there. And we can see coming down the database here, we can have a look, we can see all the domains that exist. So we can create a domain, we can actually go and have a look and see all the domains in here, and find out what they are for. And we've had a look at the tables. Indexes just list the indexes. A view is quite a useful thing that allows you to maybe join different tables together and give a view of that data that's then a lot easier to query and work with. So for example here, we have a view that is bringing together the employees in the departments. Remember we were saying the department number needs to make sure that matches. Well, that's really important here. So what we're doing is we're joining the employee and the department table where the employee department number equals the department's department number. And then we can see here that these fields are uniquely named from each table, and it's going to list those back. So we can then see the data with a list from both tables showing side by side. So we can see 202 is Monterey, 210 is Monterey, 227 is Monterey. So we can see where all these things are linked back to. But the actual joining here is done on the IDs behind the scene. You also have stored procedures. Now, stored procedures allow you to run business logic within the database. And you can call these from triggers, you can call them directly through SQL. So what do these types of things do? Well, let's have a look. We've got one here to delete when we delete an employee. So what's happening here? So we pass in an employee number. And then we're just checking here purchase orders from the sales table. We're getting a count and inserting that into any sales. And if any sales is greater than 0, then we need to reassign the sales. So this is actually stopping that action happening. And this is using another feature. This is an exception. So here we can actually define specific exceptions within the database. And we've got one called reassign sales. So let's go and have a look at the exceptions. And we've got one reassign sales. And the message here is reassign the sales records before deleting this employee. So this is really great because we can actually have database specific exceptions that mean something to the business that you can raise back to the application and stop you having to do things. And this controls the business logic at the data layer, which is really important when you've got lots of different data sources applications connecting into the same database. It means you don't need to build all your business logic into a middle tier. You can actually have some directly in the database and protect the data at the data layer. So yeah, we're having a look at the delete employee. So let's carry on down. We can then see that we've got other things happening here. So we're updating the department, setting the manager to be null for the employee, checking stuff around projects, deleting them from the employee projects, deleting their salary history if we need to. So wherever this is it might be what you want to do, it might not be what you do, but the point is here that you can define a whole set of business logic that you run and happens through stored procedures, which are then managed and run on the database. Mentioned triggers. They're nice and easy. You create a new trigger. Let's call it my trigger. Oh, sorry, my generator. And it starts at 1, and every time that is run, it updates, and you can see this one's been run 145, this one's been run 1015. But you can then call these to, as we've seen already, to generate ID fields, do automatic incrementing fields. You may want to have a sales order number that's unique for each sale order. So you can actually call the generator and say, hey, give me a number. And you just call the database, say, give me a number, give me a number, give me a number. You can then use that in your application. You can then post that through to the database with the record, or you could have it automatically assigned when you create the record. Multiple ways to use them, but really, really useful things to have. Now, I'm just going to show you just a couple of quick bits of verbiage to help you understand what these things mean. So create, obviously create something. Alter, we'll change it. So I can go ahead and let's alter this and let's set the initial value to be 5 here. The other thing that you'll see is drop. Now, what drop means is basically delete. So if I choose drop, it'll say, are you sure? I say, yeah. And that will allow me to take and get rid of it. Now, there are times that you can restrict drop actions from happening, specifically where they are required or they're used by other things within the database. It will actually physically stop that. But also with referential integrity, you can stop records from being deleted or you can cascade those deletes. So for example, if you had a list of names and then you had some temporary data assigned to those names in other tables, if you deleted the main record, you might just want to clean up all that stuff. It's just temporary data, let's just get rid of it. So you can actually set that table just to remove anything on as a cascade delete based on the ID from one to the other. So it's quite a useful thing to be aware of. Blob filters, there's a field type called a blob, which basically is a binary list of bytes, and you can use that to store images or really big volumes of text or whatever. And you can create your own filters to be able to process and search through those as you wish. Roles allow you to define a role within the database and then assign users those specific roles. And then you've got user permissions, which are the users who can actually access the data. So for example, when you get onto doing advanced topics like encryption, you may want to have a role for HR manager and a role for HR. And the HR manager may be able to see and decrypt the salary information, but the HR user won't be able to. And what happens when you define multiple roles, a user can have one or many roles, and if they belong to that role, they'll be given the highest priority or access rights based on any role that they have to the data they're working on. So that way you can be really granular in terms of who can access what data, who can decrypt and encrypt certain data and so on. So yeah, really, really powerful. So that's the basics of understanding how a DBMS work. Let's say the one thing I would say, it's worth kind of getting in, create your own tables, create some domains, use domains to, I really would recommend using domains. One little tip that I have, when you're reading the metadata and being able to work with it, I like to use d_ for domains and then give it a domain name. I find it a little bit easier to read metadata and to read things here. So you can see here that I've got my field, which has a d_ my new domain, and I've used the department number as another one. But you can, just to show you can use them with or without any kind of specific naming convention. But that makes it, I think, for me, a little bit easier to identify, oh, this is a domain, and so on. You can come in here, play, make sure that the data works. For example, if I tried to change this to 111, so you see I've got foreign key constraint issue because 1111 doesn't exist. Because we have this constraints here to make sure the department number exists in that other table. So, great to have a play with those types of things. And so when you're building tables and you want to kind of come in, you can just create tables from in here. That will create a new one, or you can alter this one. You can add in fields. You can kind of give it a field name, select an existing domain. So it's let's say a country name, for example. You can specify individual data types if you wanted to, and do it without a domain. You can actually create a new domain in here. So you select the data type, select the field. So you can build everything up very, very quickly through the UI. You can say, right, actually this field needs to be unique. You could create foreign keys. You can create check constraints. Here I've got obviously the foreign key one. You can add, delete, edit those. So very, very easy to kind of get in, have a play. It's a great way to be able to start building. And then once you kind of got there, you can go and have a look at the metadata. You don't need to remember it or understand it, or you can just go use the UI to build it. And then you can go, oh, look, I've got that. And you can then literally copy that out, or copy the bits that you need out, and then be able to use that directly in code if you need to, if you're doing update scripts built into applications and so on. So it's a great way to be able to rapidly get going and use the tools to help you write the scripts that you need. So before we finish off here, I'm just going to pull up Rad Studio, and I'm going to create a blank application here, and I'm just going to use, let's do a multi-device application, as Interbase can be used across multiple platforms. I'm just going to create a blank application here very, very quickly, and I'm just going to put down a grid. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Data Explorer here, I've got FireDAC, I've got Interbase registered, I've already registered the employee database. So I can literally go and grab the employee table. Let's just pop it down here. And we can see we get the data connection for the database, the query. Here we select staff and employee. We can see the data directly into the IDE. We can now use live bindings just to bring the grid and the query together. In fact, let's just leave that active for the moment. We can see the data now at design time. And with the bindings, with the binding source, we can actually add a navigator onto the form as well. And that will add in the different options for navigating and updating the data. So let's just go ahead and run. And we can now see we've got our data in here. We can go ahead and let's just change this to Forrest Gump and save. And if we close and reopen our application, we'll be able to see that our data has persisted straight into the database. So very, very easy to be able to hook up and connect and start using data in your applications and get coding very, very quickly with some secure data storage. Now, if you do need to add your database in, you can also just drop down a TFD connection and choose the IB driver for Interbase, and then come through and just set up your database. So you can go choose the file, set your username and password. If you're using any encryption, you can set up the encryption details in here, the SE password, any advanced options, different SQL dialects, but this all defaults through pretty well. So yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so let's finish off just by having a quick chat about the Interbase licensing. So what I tried to do here is simplify the development process. So from being a developer, developing something, through to doing some internal testing, through to then maybe doing a trial with a customer or on your servers, and then through to maybe UAT testing if it's taking longer than 90 days as an initial point. Or if you're kind of distributing this out, then you probably need to do something with a full edition and then into production. So we do have OEM licensing available. If you are a VAR and you want to be able to distribute Interbase with your products, we have special options for you to do trials with customers and all that kind of side of things. But typically for most people, as a developer, the developer edition is more than enough. If you want to develop, you can use that. You can also develop using the to-go trial and get working with that, but be aware that's only 90 days. We also have the to-go subscription, which you can use all the way through your development lifecycle and all the way through to deployment. That has unlimited deployments with it. IB Lite is the same as Interbase to go, but it's restricted in terms of the number of transactions that you can have. That's the number of questions and queries that can be run into the database at the same time. It's limited to 200 megabytes on disk. You don't get access to the admin APIs to be able to back up, restore and validate your databases, and you don't get access to change views, which is a really kind of cool advanced feature of Interbase that we've not had time to look at in this session today. If you're getting through to deployment, then obviously you really want to be looking at the server edition for backends, or if you're deploying out within mobile applications, then probably the best option is the to-go subscription, which allows you to deploy as much of Interbase to go as you want across all the platforms and all the app stores. Now we do include license for Interbase to go for mobile as part of the Rad Studio Enterprise and Architect Edition. So if you are just looking for to go to run on mobile platforms, then it may be worth having a look at the Enterprise Edition because that's a perpetual license for deployment that comes with Rad Studio. Okay. Final thing, just in terms of the server edition, it's licensed for the server and then the number of users that you need. So you can buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're sold in 1s, 5s, 10s, 25s and 50. But if you're looking at a server, especially a web server, you're probably going to be looking at the unlimited license. That break-even point for that is around about 82 licenses. Then it works out to better to buy the unlimited license. And that license is a single server for as many users connecting in at the same time as you want, and it also includes the license for the hot backup. So if you have any disaster recovery plan running, Interbase, unlike other database engines out there, includes the hot backup license with that, and it gives you 8 calls out the box. So comparative feature-wise, you're probably looking between $7,000 and $8,000 for an Interbase server with unlimited users, compared to close to around about 50,000 for similar spec with SQL Server, and 100,000 if you want the hot backup server. So it is an exceptionally affordable option, and well worth having a look at for multiple different types of sizes of systems. But the one thing that's great about it is it grows with you. So if you start off small and you need to get bigger, then it's there and it will work. And even if you've got sites that are running 1 or 2 users, it's affordable for them at a few $100s a site rather than thousands. Okay, but please talk to sales specifically to get the right quotes and pricing for you. So I think that pretty much brings us to an end. Time to open up for some Q&A.
Excellent stuff. Interbase, which is a product for us from Embarcadero. And the good news is Stephen, who was just speaking, is with us live. Hello, Stephen. Oh, and he's putting his camera on as well, apparently.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you. But as I said earlier, that's fine.
Okay. Right,
we were joking in the private chat. So.
Well, it's saying it's enabled from here, but I obviously I can't see what's.
You know, the one piece of technology that is. Are you using OBS Studio? Oh, there you go. Okay.
There we are. Yes.
There you go. Aha. OBS Studio. It's one of those things where when it works, it's great, and then occasionally it just shows that little symbol. I always know. Jim used to use it quite a lot, and he had virtual camera with it, and it would break. So good stuff. I liked your explanation of Interbase. We did get a lot of questions, but it is that kind of time of the day where people just, gradually drop off. I feel like I've been awake for about 8 days at the moment, so I'm sure others are like that too. If we were to compare Interbase to, say, one of the other database systems out there in terms of, it's like an Access database or something like that, what would you say it kind of matches up against? Is that a fair comparison, or maybe it doesn't match up against anything?
Well, do you know what? I think one of the nice ways to think about it is probably make an analogy to car market. So you'd have your flat file, which is a bit like having a skateboard. And then and then you kind of progress up a little bit, and everything from like a micro car through to a top end Mercedes-Benz. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that Interbase covers really, really well. So when you look, a lot of developers are producing applications that they're providing out to a range of different businesses, and this is one of the things about Interbase. So much usage in POS systems where you might have hairdressers or something like that, where there's kind of 1 or 2 tills, and it's a small shop. They've got a laptop running the whole place. They haven't got the infrastructure for a full server and stuff like that. Interbase's design is perfect for those types of environments because you haven't got a DBA on site, you haven't got everything else that you need there. It's a really low cost to be able to install it, and if that customer expands up, great, it will do whatever it needs to do. And then right up to customers like Opus Capita, who are doing literally 500,000 transactions a day at their peak point, which is that's thousands a second that have been processed. And it copes with that quite well as well. The machine that you've got there has got a lot more memory in it. It's got more cores on it, as you'd expect to be able to run that kind of process on any database. So it really covers that breadth of market in terms of the small right the way up. But there's going to be use cases right at the top of the market where you want kind of your high-end, Rolls-Royce and Bentley that needs to be doing X, Y, and Z, which you need to be paying for something that is specifically that type of car. And that's not really what Interbase is about doing. Go to Oracle and spend 500,000 or whatever. And where it competes really, really well is within most databases that enterprise is going to be wanting to use for SMBs and those type of businesses. So it does really, really well. And as I say, when you look at the comparisons of the features, to get the row level encryption, to get the column level encryption. So what that means is things like PCI compliance. If you're running a shop and you need to store specific details around credit cards that are being processed, and it might be a till that's being used. We've had people using it off the back of a golf buggy on a golf course on a hot day, selling ice creams and drinks to people, and then bringing it back in and then syncing all the data up and processing everything later. You need to store that data encrypted at rest. To have full PCI compliance, you need to use a different encryption key for your credit card details than you would be using for personal identifiable data. So that type of thing, to run that off SQL Server, you need the full enterprise edition. And, as I said, you'd be looking at 50 grand for a server. Whereas interfaces from a couple $100 upwards. So it's amazing, and to have all that same encryption capability and flexibility in a mobile application just kind of gives you a real understanding about the flexibility that it offers in terms of developers being able to take that core capability they need and not have to worry about where they're going to get it to later on. You can just build it, embed it, deploy, and just relax about it. So which is
I think it kind of goes back showed about the security of your apps and static code analysis and things like that. That actually this kind of thing, I spent probably 2/3 of that session explaining why security is important, at the corporate level, because if you're a developer who's just an individual contractor, it might not be obvious to you. If you're in a corporate environment, there are a lot more people who are compliance people that are going to come and stand on your shoulders and say, "Hey, wait a minute, you've got to handle the data in ways that are legally compliant and secure." But I think that this is the point about things like that encryption, as you said, encrypting at rest is actually not just something that you're legally required to do in order to comply with GDPR, for example. It's not just like, oh, it would be nice if you did that. It is, no, you have to do that. And actually many databases don't do that. MySQL doesn't do that, for example. It's not encrypted at rest, for example. SQL Server, as far as I'm aware, it depends on settings, but I don't think that's encrypted at rest either. So no, it's about comparing them properly, nuances of what the differences are. Not this is a database, this is a database. No, look at the actual what it can do, the capabilities. So, no,
it's very important. I think I did a webinar a few years back, probably about 4 or 5 years ago now, actually looking at the security around Interbase and what was in there. And one of the use cases we looked at was a story from Blue Cross Blue Shield in the US, who had data that was saved on hard drives in their data center. Now, those hard drives were not even in a PC, not connected to anything, in a locked cupboard in a data center. And unfortunately, they had a break-in. Somebody stole those hard drives, and the data that was on there had personal identifiable information and recordings of discussions about medical history and so on. And it ended up costing them over $2 million in fines for not storing that data correctly, and it wasn't even on a PC. So,
well, it's funny you should say that, because one company I worked at, I was actually going on holiday, and I got a phone call at 5 a.m. on my day off, which was kind of annoying, and they said, "Oh, we've been robbed," and I'm like, "Yeah, whatever." And actually, we went in, and they had been robbed, and they'd actually been robbed, they believe, by a nefarious competitor. Because what happened was these people were not trying to steal stuff. What they did was they broke into things like locked backup cabinets. And this was in the late 1990s, early 2000s. And they had backups that were on gold CDs and stuff like that. Some were up the bank, grandfather, father, son type backups. In the days before the internet was actually usable for backups. And they took all those backups out and smashed all the backups, which was a key sign that this was a not your normal break-in. And when you're looking at a disaster recovery plan, one of the things that doesn't enter into your mind is that someone will break in and steal all of your database server and leave the server behind, which is one of the things that happen. And it's exactly what you're talking about. That now, luckily, actually, I've been in the business a long time, and I used to work for very big organizations like dictaphone and rover and things like that. So we did have good data. What's the word? Husbandry, I think, is the word I'm looking for. But
governance.
You know, yeah, governance. But if you've got something like Interbase that's actually doing a lot of that work for you, it helps take, you know, offload that kind of you know, brain power that's required to deal with it. I mean, you can't, if you invent an idiot-proof system, they'll just invent a better kind of idiot. But it does help if it is actually easier to manage, and that's, as you say, it's zero administration, I think is the phrase you use, or something like that.
It's literally zero administration. And I was looking, I was an Interbase VAR for a number of years, almost a decade actually. And we used to do health club software for health clubs and the leisure industry. And we, at the time, we merged with another software house that was a .NET house, and they were using SQL Server. They had about 100 sites that they were looking after. They had 2 full-time DBAs managing those sites on the support side. You know, literally, you know, it was, customers paid for it. We had, you know, 2 DBAs managing 100 sites. Interbase, the staff got 15 minutes of training for what they needed to do for support. 15 minutes, literally day one, 15 minutes of training. That's all you need to know. And we were supporting over 500 sites on Interbase. And everybody in the support department, it's literally 15 minutes of training. Anybody could deal with any question that came through, compared to having 2 full-time DBAs. Now, DBAs for SQL Server are not cheap. You know, that was, you know, that was about, you know, 80 grand a head on support costs. You know, you're looking at about 150, 160,000 a year just to support those sites above and beyond. So when you look at the ongoing cost, and, you know, as a software house, you're looking at kind of what your bottom line is, how you can be affordable, how you can manage stuff. People go, oh yeah, well, we can get a free version of SQL Server that we can put some stuff out on there, and if they get big enough, then they can pay for the full version and they can move on from there. That's good, isn't it? You know, that's free. That's better than paying a couple $100. Well, actually, you look on the flip side at actually how much extra you're spending to keep those people skilled up on your support team to do what they need to do to manage those sites that you're getting your customers to not pay something for. Whereas, you know, it's a false economy. So, you know, it really is, you know, it's amazing, I mean, how it picks up and goes. So
some of the big systems I've been involved in were things to do with like Tesco and stuff like that. They had all their cleaners before COVID happened. That was an interesting experience for everybody, I think. But they also had security guards as well at various centres, and Amazon, I think, was involved at one point. And it wasn't Interbase, I have to say, but the point here was the millions of processing records that were being processed for time and attendance, because that's how it was. There were thousands of employees that were part-time or contract, clocking in and out, and security guards that were doing tours around the building. And they have to, a security guard has to actually clock in and out at various locations, so you know he's been to that location. You know, apparently you can't just trust a guy who's in security. You have to check up on him, you know, the way these things go. But the thing there was that we scored points as a supplier because the Delphi apps would just run and run and run and run and run. And again, it was the same thing. There were no DBs, no DBAs because they weren't required. And there were no specialist IT people involved, because the Delphi apps would just be installed on the server, and that would be the last to hear of it. They could upgrade the operating system and all the rest of it, and things would just carry on working. So, you know, there's a winning combination there. If you've got an Interbase that's got that kind of zero administrative overhead, and you've got Delphi and apps that are rock solid, reliable, and so what? So you updated .NET to something else. Oh, you've installed a new version of Python. Don't care. We just had that today. Someone messed up their PHP install, and it keeps on working. And that's the combination. That's why I like Embarcadero. It's we're providing solutions that make a lot of sense. Okay, well, we've reached our witching hour for day 2. It feels like day 10 to me, but it's all good. Great session. Have we got you again? I think we have. You're back again for a different session. this the only
No,
one?
I think it's just the one here. We've got another one coming up. There's a comment in the chat actually about RAD server tutorials. Now we've actually got coming up at the end of the month. There's going to be a webinar, which I'm not sure has been published yet, but we're looking at a case study of a RAD server application, and it's actually one that we built to run some stuff around events for in the UK, and it's actually been used at other events since then to help kind of capture information that we needed from developers who were attending the events because they wanted stuff sent to them afterwards. So we're going to go through that and talk a bit about RAD server, and there's also some news there. We've actually got an update to kind of the PDF and the white paper books that have been going around with RAD server. David I's book that Patrick's posted a link to is a few years back now. Still very relevant and great content in there. But we've actually got some new stuff that Antonio Zapatero has been working through, and new set of samples and some kind of new videos and a new chapter layout that make it a lot easier to consume and work through. So we've got the first set of those coming through soon, and then we plan to kind of get a few more chapters out month by month as we go through. So definitely worth having a check through for that.
Thinking of Interbase as well, the Python driver has just been released as well. That's available. I think there's a session coming up from Python guy. They did one session already. I think they've got another one due as well. But there is, if you're a Python programmer and you want to try it Interbase, there's a Python driver available on PyPy, or actually just go to the Interbase site and there's some scan that link that way. But that's available as well. So we're not trying to lock you into specifically using Delphi, although I think you should. If you use anything else, you're a fool. But the Python driver, and the drivers from other technologies as well, I think, to get to Interbase. So
yeah, there's been quite a few coming through. It's been something we're spending quite a bit of time focusing on at the moment. So yeah, we're getting a huge amount of requests coming through for it. And thank you, Patrick, for posting the link in for the RAD server case study webinar.
How is he still awake? He was there early and he's there late. He's there every single day. He's an absolute star. As merci, Patrick. I've said this several times. Salut, Patrick. Every day I say hello to him because he's a good MVP. Really appreciate his help because he does help us out quite a lot. And we even had some people asking questions in French today, so it was all good stuff. All right, well, thanks a lot, Stephen. It's always good to talk to you. We'll bump into each other again, I'm sure. And thanks to everybody that's watching. And thanks once again to Martha, our producer, who's in the background, who works extremely hard and never seems to sleep. And someone's asked a question.
Your word on.
Yeah, can you, what was this? Before you leave, can one set the size for the structure window, an object inspector window in design mode, and another size? Oh, that's to do with the IDE. Yes, you can. You set it to what you want, and then if you go into view, say save desktop, and set the desktop settings. It's a desktop setting. Email me, ian.barker@embarcadero.com, and ask me that question. I'll tell you what the answer is. It's very easy to do. Yeah.
There was also a message, I think, in the private chat from Martha, just asking if you can remind people to register up for day 3.
Oh yes, okay. Actually, we've even got some barcodes to that. Let me do that before. Because otherwise Martha will have a fit that I haven't done that. Let me see. Tickers, I think. We have... here we go. There it is. This one here should come up. A bit of a delay. Go here and register this. Yes. Okay, that's fine. And I think there's also a QR code for that as well. If you go to the Coding Bootcamp. Yeah. Okay, she's clicked that for me. Okay, yes, please register. The reason that we want you to register is partly because it shows you to us that people are interested. We're not just talking out into the nowhere. I mean, we know how many people are registering. It's been many thousands, actually. It's been very successful. But also by registering, there's a benefit to you. And the benefit is that every time you register, once you've registered, if you miss a session or something like that, or you want to get the slides or any of the example source code, we'll automatically email you with the links. Usually, I think the next day or something like that, but we will get to it because of how busy we are. So please register if you haven't already. And if you're watching us on YouTube, because I know that we use streaming live to YouTube and LinkedIn and Facebook. If you can look down at the bottom, click on the little like button and click on the subscribe button with the little bell. The reason we do that is if you do that, then it helps to acknowledge that this is a stream that people might find interesting to do with Delphi and coding, and it does actually help us a lot. So if you're on our side, please go and click like and subscribe, and it'll really help us. See, I sound like a proper influencer now. It's
sounds like some of the stuff my son watches on TV.
That's the one. Yeah, I'm not going to do any
like
of
and
that.
Subscribe.
Yeah, like and subscribe now. Yeah, I think we have to eat like super hot.
If I get 1,000 likes in the next hour, I'm going to eat a cat.
Exactly. I tell you, I've got some very hot chilies out there. If you're up for it, we'll do the challenge. I'll probably win. I live in Texas. We've got lots of very spicy food. So, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, good. I hope everybody's had fun, and we'll see you all again tomorrow. Thanks very much, Stephen. Thanks, Martha, and Eli, if you're still around, and all the others that turned up today. And it's been a great time. Thank you very much, everyone. We will just call it a day here. I don't think Martha will do our traditional Code Monkey. We'll save that for another day. It's time to go home. So thanks very much, everybody. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.